Good morning, everybody. Blaine Allison here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 2 of SewFest. Hey, we're super excited that you're here today. And guys, we have got a great lineup today of presenters and educators. I hope you enjoyed yesterday. Hey, if you watched the entire show yesterday, give me a number 1 in the chat right now. We want to see who all was here yesterday. If today's your first day watching, give us a number 2. And let everybody know where you're watching from, and so they can make you welcome with the SMP Nation. I see some ones coming up, so a lot of y'all were watching yesterday. No number 2s yet, so hopefully some number 2s will come up. But hey, guys, we got a great show lined up for you. And again, we have Angela Wolf and Jane Klaus are going to be here today helping me co-host. But before we get too started, I got to talk about some things that are going on. Just to let you know how this whole thing works. So this is SewFest. Hey, we're celebrating National Sewing Month. And how this thing works is basically every single day we're going to have presentations and showing you all kinds of different machines and doing demonstrations on them. And then 2 times each day, we're going to have 2 segments that are just educational only. And we're going to talk about tips and techniques. And we went out and tried to get some of the best educators in the country to do that for you as well. And so, guys, we've got a big packed lineup today. We're super excited. But before we get into this, too, I got to talk about our sponsors. Guys, we could not do this show without our wonderful sponsors that partnered with us. Not only do they help us with pricing and give us some really good pricing so we can pass those savings on to you, but they also help us with the educators and do a lot of things and help us with the prizes. So, guys, our platinum sponsors for SewFest were Brother, Handy Quilter, Baby Lock, and the Grace Company. Our gold sponsors were Janome, Floriani, and King Quilter. The silver sponsors are Dime, Husqvarna, Viking, Bernina, Elena, Juki, Stay Perfect, and Wonderfield Threads. The bronze sponsors were So Steady, OESD, and Durkee Hoops. And our associate sponsors were Synchrony Financing and Laura Star. So, guys, we couldn't do this show without them, and we sure do appreciate all that they do for us and with providing all these great educators. And, again, I can't tell you how proud I am to have the education, and the presenters we have for this show. I say that every show. I know that we have the best educators, but this time we've actually got some new people that you've never seen before on our shows, and we're really excited about it. And I just feel like the quality you're getting is bar none. So before we get going too, I want a big shout out, guys. I've got Roger and Rockin' Roger and Kicking It Kennedy and Big Daddy Kyle in the studio here with me. Their camera is not working right now. It went off or something, so we can't see them, but y'all can probably hear them. They're here. But anyway, I also want to say a big shout out to some of our customers watching out there nationwide. We had 7,000 people watching yesterday. So, hey, if you win prizes, you're a very lucky person out of 7,000 that were watching yesterday. So, hey, we got Sharon Cooper watching this morning up in Ohio. We have Celeste Wall watching from Illinois. Tommy Burns, she's watching over in Mississippi. Kathleen Queen in Ohio is watching. Sarah Cordova, right?
Yes.
Cordova is in New Mexico watching this morning. Deborah Blues over in Memphis, Tennessee. That's close to my old stomping grounds, guys. I grew up just north of Memphis. Linda Brooks, South Carolina, is watching. Barbara Gary in New Mexico. Fat Cat Frankie. Man, Fat Cat, we're so happy you're watching this morning. Fat Cat's over in New Jersey. And Pamela Nestler is watching in Rochester, Minnesota. And our good friend Lucille Kemp is over there in Oakwood, Georgia. Yeah. So good morning to everybody. And I saw some other familiar names popping up in the chat as well. So we're glad you are here this morning. And we're looking forward to a great day. Hey, and I got to tell you about our contest. So we had a contest for SewFest, and basically it's a garment and a home decor sewing contest. So we had 2 different categories you could enter your project in, and we had it opened up for votes. You had to take pictures, submit those pictures, and we had a product page where you could go and look at all of them and votes. We had thousands and thousands of votes, and so tons and tons of people voted on this. And we do have winners, and we are going to announce those winners on Friday. And what we did is we give 3 places in each category. The first place in each category, not only do they get a ribbon for their project, they win a Golden Scissors Trophy Award. They're also going to get a little prize package. And the first place in each category gets a Brother SE 1900 sewing machine. And guys, I mean, what a great prize that is. That is just a great prize. Second place in each category gets a Baby Lock Jazz 2 plus that trolley carrying case. And third place gets a Brother SE 600 sewing and embroidery machine. So all 6 people are going to win a sewing machine. What other place can you do that?
Nowhere else.
Nowhere else. So guys, what a great prize package we have for all 3 places, and we're pretty pumped about that. And then I got to tell you about what y'all can win. We're giving $30,000 of prizes away throughout the week that y'all can win every single day. And then we're giving a grand prize on Friday to one lucky viewer. It's actually a $27,000 Dream Studio. And you can see all the stuff right there on the screen. It is packed full. You're going to get the Pockets little stuffed animal from Arrow. You're getting the software bundle. You're getting a Jazz 2 plus the trolley. You're getting a Dixie table. You're getting a hydraulic chair. You're getting a Capri quilting machine. You're getting the Cutie 15 Pro plus a queen frame. You're getting the quilt block. You're getting 100 spools of thread. It is a really nice package put together for you. And so one lucky viewer is going to win that. And we're drawing one lucky viewer each single day. We're going to draw a name out to go in the finals. So Friday we'll have 5 names that we're going to pull from, and one of you lucky viewers will get to win it. Yesterday, who was our lucky viewer?
Let's see.
They're going to pull up the name. I've already forgot.
I forgot the name. Yeah, we have it on the file though.
They got it on file. You better, because she's probably going to get upset if y'all lose her name. So we did pull a winner from yesterday, and it was our first finalist. And I think Kennedy's looking for that name right now.
We got it right
now. All right.
Wendy Shimbori.
Wendy Shimbori. So Wendy, you are our finalist from yesterday. We pulled her name. And today, this afternoon, we'll pull another random name out. And y'all are saying, well, how can I win? How can I win? Well, I'm going to tell you right now how you can win. So all you have to do, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel, go subscribe to it right now. Hit that bell notification, give us the thumbs up, and share the video. Share it to your Facebook page. Okay, if you're on Facebook, go share the video, go like our Facebook page, and then make comments and ask questions. That's going to increase your chances to win every single day. So if you do all those things, you're going to have a really good chance of winning, because it's all those algorithms. It takes all that activity, and it's basically like a drawing. The more tickets you put in, the better chance you have to win. So do those things, guys, and that's how you're going to get a chance to win. And this afternoon, we're going to draw one lucky viewer to be our second finalist for that Dream Studio. And so good luck to everybody. We hope that you get a chance to win. So, guys, I've got to talk about my co-host today. And I have 2 of the best in the industry. First up, Jane Klaus. Guys, she is a 2-time Emmy award-winning TV personality. She currently hosts a show called Creative Living. It's on the Cox Media Network in Chicago. And, she also does a host of a show called Healthy Living. And we also have Angela Wolf. Guys, Angela Wolf, y'all probably everybody knows her too. She's been on PBS's It's So Easy. She's the host of that TV show forever. She is a brother ambassador. Both of them, actually. Jane's a brother ambassador as well. But Jane, Angela hosts numerous shows on Facebook and live shows for Brother. She has her own business. She's a designer. She just does everything. And we're super excited to have both of them here this morning. So y'all, welcome to the show, Jane Klaus and Angela Wolf.
Good morning, everybody. Hey, Angela.
Hey, y'all got the memo. Wear blue.
We didn't even call each other.
That's fantastic. You look fabulous, Jane. So do you, Blaine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, I will let you in on a little secret. Yesterday, I almost wore green, and when you popped up in green, I was like, "Oh, it's a good thing I didn't wear green."
Well,
We got the memo, Blaine. We got the memo. We're wearing
Yeah.
blue because this is a fabulous. Oh my gosh! Yesterday there was so much great information. I actually watched the show while I went shopping for Wynn's birthday present. I couldn't turn it off. It's addictive, and I got to give a shout out to the Wolf Pack.
Yes, the Wolf Pack. That's if y'all don't know who the Wolf Pack is, that's Angela's group that watches her on her shows, and they named themselves the Wolf Pack, and they've got their own logo, so it's pretty cool. It's a really cool thing. So welcome the Wolf Pack. I know a lot of them watch our shows too, Angela, and we are always happy to have the Wolf Pack here.
Very exciting. I'm just laughing. So I don't want to like take over your show, but I have one thing to tell you. My husband asked, what was the main thing you learned yesterday? And I said, I learned two things. One, don't put your hot chocolate, because Wynn loves chocolate, don't put your chocolate in a chair and mail it when it's 100 degrees. And two, kiwi is not just a food, it's a cabinet that every sewing room has to have. It's the cutest thing ever. So those are the two things, if I sum up all day yesterday, two big things.
That's fantastic.
Well, hey, you know what? You're going to get to see more of that kiwi cabinet today, by the way. So that's going to be a good thing. Hey, you know, one of the things too, you know, everybody was asking this morning, Jane, what color outfit Jane's going to wear today? Because, you know, Jane is kind of known for quick changing, but she sent me a text yesterday, said, I'm wearing the same shirt the whole week.
That's what I said. Everyone's like, are you going to change your shirt? Are you going to change your shirt? And I said to Blaine, not only am I not changing my shirt, I'm just going to wear the same shirt the entire week. But I didn't. Now I'm wearing blue.
Yeah.
So I changed my set. Actually, I moved. So that was the big deal for me today. So I moved from one set to another. I might change for tomorrow to another set.
Well, speaking of sets, Jane, I know that both of y'all are busy. So, you know, Jane, what have you got going lately? What have you been doing? And, you know, what's coming in the future for you?
In my life or on the show today?
No, in your life. Like, I know y'all are busy doing all kinds of radio and TV and all kinds of stuff.
Actually, I'm actually doing a morning radio show here in Chicago. It's on 8:90 a.m. So I haven't started that officially yet, but I will start that down the road. So I always like to, of course, talk about my fellow sewists and crafters on the air, and I want everyone to pick up a sewing machine and start getting creative. But I continue to host Creative Living, and I will tell you this: I am working on another Takeover Tuesday with you, Blaine, coming up on November 8th. And I have some very special friends. They're from treetime.com, Treetime Christmas Creations. And they're going to show us tips and tricks about decorating a tree. And then I'm going to sew some things that you could put on the tree and on your mantle. So I'm excited about that. So that's a Takeover Tuesday happening November 8th.
Okay. Y'all mark that down on your calendar. November 8th. We want to make sure. So, Angela, I know you have tons of things going on. And I know we had to kind of juggle your schedule around for this show as well. So let us know what you got going on.
Well, I wouldn't miss this for the world. I'm honored to be here. So thank you, Blaine. I love seeing everybody. I love seeing all the comments. So we've got the At Your Side Virtually live shows on Brother every Tuesday and Thursday. I have a live show every Wednesday. At Your Side. No, that one's behind the scenes. And I'm working on something secret I cannot share. I'm dying. I might be able to share by Friday. We're if final things here, but there might be a new reality sewing show coming January 1st that I can give you like a little tip about, but that's all I can give you.
All right. That's
I'm always sewing, designing, fishing, you name it.
You buried the lead. So there's a sewing show that we're gonna see you on that is a design. Okay, I can't wait for more.
That's going to be awesome. So, Jane, how can people get a hold of you if they want to check your pages out? Just go to JaneClaus.com.
JaneClaus.com, and that's like Santa Claus, but with a double S for extra special, JaneClaus.com. And then on Instagram, I'm Jane. Just look for Jane Claus or DIY by Jane. That's where I'm at. YouTube, Instagram, all those places. That would be nice. Let's connect. I love it. I love watching the comments as well.
Angela, you're the same, right? It's just AngelaWolf.com.
AngelaWolf.com. One F, because I'm not as special. Actually, because we're the animal, right? So it's AngelaWolf.com. You can find all of the online classes, Online Academy, Fashion Sewing Club. I would love to see you. And again, on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Would love to see you all there. But in the meantime, I want to learn some more stuff this week.
Well, you know what? If you're at the right place, I tell you what, I was talking this morning before y'all came on about, the quality of education we're providing here and the quality of the presenters and everybody on it. It's just incredible. And I say that every single show, but I really do mean it. It's like, that's kind of what we strive to do. We go out there and try to find the best that we can find. And man, I tell you what, there was some standouts yesterday. Callista from Wonderful Threads. I mean, if you've ever wanted to know about thread, I tell you, you need to watch this. And then, Rhonda Pierce with the needles, the education we had yesterday. And today we got Joanne Banco coming on. I mean, how's it get any better than that, with education?
I know. And Joanne's going to be talking about zippers. Her education session is called Zip It Up. So I love the idea of zippers because you can use them for function and you can use them for fashion. And I'm sure Joanne's going to cover all of that.
Yeah, I think so. She is, and we have Emily Thompson coming on. Emily was on last year's SewFest, and again, it's just a great educator, a teacher, and and I think Angela, if you remember, you kind of the one that referenced or got referred her to me last year, and I was just so impressed with her, and so I got her this year again, and and we have Becky Thompson. I don't know if y'all know her, but she's the power tools with thread lady, and Becky is just a unbelievable educator as well. So we've got so many good ones on here. It's great. And then all the machines that we put together to show online, and one of the things I tell everybody too, just because you don't see a machine on here doesn't mean it might not be on the SewFest special. If y'all have any machines that you don't see on the show that you're interested in, give us a call anyway, because there's a chance there could be on sale and we just don't have room to put it on the show.
Because
that's good to know.
Hours and hours are chock full of fantastic products and great education. And Blaine, I've said this to you before. I've worked at the shopping telly side of things. You're taking this to a whole new level with this digital stream. We can watch it anywhere. We can take it on the go. We could get great deals on products. And we can learn something. So thank you for making this happen, because you've really sort of been, you're ahead of your time insofar as what you're doing. So this is amazing.
Well, thank you.
I second that. Definitely.
Well, thank you. And, we're working really hard, and we're trying to constantly bring new content and new things. And, just like our YouTube show, guys, the customers out there right now, they can watch, we call it SMP's the place to be at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Pacific time. You can go to YouTube or Facebook and watch us every single day of the week. We have some sort of show going on. And I know, Jane, you referenced that you've already been on one of our Takeover Tuesdays, and you're going to come over and be on one on, I think it was, you said November 8th?
Yep, November 8th, all about the holidays.
Yeah, so, and then, some shows we've got coming up. I mean, we're going to have our huge Cyber Monday show. That's the Monday after Thanksgiving, which is going to be on the Monday the 28th. We got a huge all-day show, and you think this show's fast-paced. That show, every single 15 minutes, there's a different demo. And then we have our Countdown to Christmas show, which will be December 12th through the 16th, and that's going to be another show like this where it's just, packed full of great specials and great products. So, all right, guys. Well, hey, look, it's 8:30. We're ready to get going out here on the West Coast, and I know that y'all are coming back. Angela, you're going to be up first, coming right back with us. But guys, we're going to go ahead and get this thing going. Are y'all ready out there to get going? Our first demonstration's coming up. We have our good buddy, Richard Tharp here. And Richard is a baby lock educator. And guess what he's talking about this morning? He's going to talk all about that baby lock array, which is that 6-needle embroidery machine. And when I tell you we have a fantastic price on this, you've got to trust me on this. We have an unbelievable price on this and a great package put together. So y'all, welcome to the show, Mr. Richard Tharp. Hey, Richard, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Blaine. How's everybody doing this fine morning?
Hey, I am doing so good. I'm excited. You're here, and I'm more excited to see what you're going to show us about that 6-needle. So I'm going to let you take it away.
Awesome, Blaine. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Welcome here from North Central Illinois. And here beside me, I have the most awesome 6-needle embroidery machine. It is called the Array, and it is a workhorse of a machine. Before we go over for a close-up on the machine, I'm going to give you the 5 top features that come to my mind with this machine. First of all, it has 6 needles. That means for 6 different colors, you don't have to change threads or any of that fun stuff. The largest embroidery field is 7 7/8 by 11 3/4 inches. So it's basically an 8 by 12. It has the IQ Intuition monitoring app, which means that's an app you download to your mobile device, whether it's your phone or your tablet. And once you start the machine, you can walk away from it and the machine will actually wirelessly send your mobile device whether you need to stop and change a thread or if a thread should happen to break. It just alerts you that the machine is stopped and you can come and check on it. It also has a wonderful feature for precise positioning, which is called the embroidery crosshair positioning laser. And I'm going to show you how that works here in a moment. And it will stitch out at 1,000 stitches per minute. Pretty awesome, top-notch features. So I'm going to swap my camera and I'm going to show you what all actually comes with this machine right here. Here it is. And notice you actually have a wonderful free arm to embroidery with. It is so awesome. So think hats. You can buy a special hat and cap hoop for it. You can embroidery on knit beanies, baseball caps, any type of hat with that attachment. That's an optional attachment. But think of putting down and embroidering something on a sleeve or a pant leg around the cuff or the hem. All that is with this embroidery arm here. You can certainly do that. It comes with 4 hoops. This is the largest one, and I have fabric in it. Check it out. That's your 7 7/8 by 11 3/4 inch hoop. That's a really big hoop. It also comes with the 5 by 7 hoop and the 4 by 4 hoop. And last but not least, it comes with the 1 by 2 inch hoop, 1 by 2 3/4 inch hoop. Think of monograms or lettering above on a front of a polo shirt. Super, super nice. And with each one of those hoops, it also comes with the plastic positioning sleeve. I haven't taken this out of the plastic. It's the plastic clear grid work you can place into the hoop for that precise positioning. Pretty awesome. It has automatic needle threading. So what that means is once you thread your thread from the rack down here to the needle, it automatically threads the needle with just a press of the needle threading button right here. It is so awesome. And what's really great about it, let's touch our screen. Touch our screen. And it comes in, there are over 50 font styles built into this machine. I'm going to bring my camera in a little bit closer so you can get a better look at it. Hold on. Got a wire to move. There we go. But check this out. An exclusive array-only script. Look at that beautiful script there. And we'll just hit that return key. And then we have all of these different fonts that you can create beautiful items with, either as gifts or for resale. A lot of people buy a multi-needle embroidery machine because they set up at craft shows or they have an online shop like an Etsy shop. And it's a great way to actually make the machine pay for itself. That's always a good thing, right? As you can see, there are right there, and these are acrylic alphabets. There's 49 fonts plus the exclusive script, which makes for 50 fonts. Let's return and go back to our screen. Once you get into this, then you have all of your built-in embroidery designs. And there you can see all these beautiful designs here that come with the machine. The delicate, check out the ship. Isn't that beautiful? Floral. It's with hummingbirds, home accents, wine time, novelty. There's just so much on here. Oh my goodness, I could spend 3 hours going through all the built-in features and designs on this machine. Pretty awesome. Let's go back to our return and go back to our home screen. So there's that. There's more embroidery designs than that. If you click on that little clover leaf there, check this out. Here are another 24 designs on that menu. And there are another 40 designs on that menu. You can change the size of the thumbnails right here. Make them super small or super large, whatever floats your boat on that. And this screen here, this is a test screen. So if you're checking tension, you can print out for each of the 6 needles these bars and just make sure your tension is properly balanced. If you happen to have issues, I've never had to do that, quite honestly. Okay, there's also all the different frames, all the different shapes of frames, circle, square, diamond, oval, rectangle, hearts, octagon, badge, with 14 different designs for each one. Look at that there. You could actually use these to do some circular applique with. It also has some beautiful built-in buttonhole fonts. So this is where you can actually program in many decorative stitches to use as embroidery. And then here are buttonholes you can do in the embroidery hoop as well. There's so much you can do with this, everybody. I wish I had way more time. These are for your different types of monograms. So if like a 3-person, let's just do A, B, C, just so you can see that, just a very squared on monogram there. You can change them, go back. Here's for a 2-letter one, return, 3-letter, return. So you get the idea of that. It's pretty cool. And then there's also, let me go back. There's also a wonderful frame. These are different monogram frames here. Pretty cool. Totally awesome. And then, of course, we were already there. These are large fonts. Check this out. So these are super large fonts. That one actually measures 5.7 inches in height and almost 5 inches in the width. You can also resize all of these machines. And one thing you'll always notice about Baby Lock, the interface is very intuitive and user-friendly. And I find that important. I'm a sewer also, an embroiderer and quilter, and I like stuff that is super intuitive and easy to use. The icons down here at the bottom of this screen, yes, right over here, there are two USB sticks. There's also a third port so that you can connect your computer, whether it be laptop or desktop, directly to the machine, and it comes with that computer cable with your machine. Also, check this out. This is one of my favorite features. It is wireless. So that means, let's say you have Palette 11 digitizing software or the new design database software that's available as a download on babylock.com. You can wirelessly send embroidery designs directly from your computer to the machine without ever having to save and move around and shuffle around USB sticks. Pretty amazing. So if we select a design, let's just select Christmas will be here before we know it. Let's get that beautiful poinsettia in. And now I'm going to set this down and we're going to insert a hoop. So what also comes with 6 needle machines you can see right here, this is a removable frame. So different types, there's a lot of hoops you can get for this machine. So I have it set up for the largest hoop. These come with the machine as well. We're going to hoop this, and check this out. Once you have the frame attached to the machine, all you do is just slide the hoop in to place. Just slide the hoop into place. There we go. And now it's all locked in. Now I have my big embroidery filled here, and check out how awesome it is to do some positioning. So to do some positioning, I'm going to bring this up close so you can get a good look. I'm going to set that design, and now I'm in embroidery edit. So I can resize it, rotate it. I can use the color visualizer. Check this out. And when we do that, what that does, it will give you 4 different ways that it will change the colors of your thread layouts to give you a different look, a different design than what it was originally, the design was originally color charted for. When you see one you like that you think you might like, just touch it. There's a close-up of it. And we're going to go back. But you can actually add it to your favorites. And then let's refresh it again and we'll get some new colors. Let's say we like this one here. We're going to do that. And we just made that our favorite. Now, if we want to see what we have on our favorite list, we can just touch it and it'll bring it back from that page. Pretty cool. Random, gradient, vivid, soft, all super nice features. Now, here is where it's showing 5 color changes. And it actually, and that is how you would actually set up your machine to do all the different colors. What you can do, there is where you can lock the colors in place, but you can also change them from the screen. We'll be at that screen in just a moment. So if we're done with it, we're going to do edit end. And now it's time to position it. Now we get to finally do a rotate. We can base down the perimeter. Here is where we can change our colors. But you see this icon here with the little crosshair on it? That laser positioning feature that's built into this machine. Check it out. Look down here. I'm going to get close so you can see that. There is the positioning laser. And what these icons around our design mean, the center of that laser crosshair, if I choose this, it's going to line it up to that lower left corner. If I select that, it will line it up to, you get the idea. See how the blue dot changes? That's where the crosshair will line up so you can actually position it wherever you want it to. Pretty cool. Wherever that blue dot appears is where the crosshair will line up that design. Select the alignment direction. We have that. Hit next. And there it just moved and positioned it up here so it would line up perfectly with that. And the screen guides you every step of the way. It is so easy to do. So, threading, everybody, I see that on the screen there, and I want you to get a look at the top of the machine, okay? There are lines on this machine that shows you the proper path to move every single one of those threads through the threading system. The great thing is, once you initially have the threads in and you want to change colors, all you have to do at that point is cut the thread by the spool, take that one off of the spool, and tie a knot with the new thread you're going to put in and just pull it through. And then with the automatic needle threader, once you get it down here in position, all you do is hit this one button and it threads the needle for you. Super easy to do. Okay, another thing that's super great about it, there were so many things. I'm just trying to hit my favorite things about it. What also comes with the machine is a starter pack of pre-wound embroidery bobbins. And that's really something important, everybody. If you're going to have a machine like this, you're going to want to use embroidery bobbins. To remove that hoop, you just lift up on it and it slides out. It's super easy that way. But check this out. Here is where your bobbin case is. Okay? And what I personally use, I use Madeira pre-wounds, and they're really great because a bobbin winder does not come with the machine. So you can buy a separate bobbin winder, but check it out, size L bobbins, pre-wound bobbins. And this is the way to do it, everybody. I also use these in my single needle machines. And as you can see, when you get a box of them, you get a huge box. Super easy to do. Okay. Also, what comes with the machine, and not all machines come with this anymore, it actually has a printed out embroidery design guide. This is in full color, and it tells you all the color numbers and color changes and the size of them. Pretty cool. It has, there's your owner's book. This teaches you every step of the way what to do with this machine, and it is so easy to use. Don't let the size of it fool you. It looks intimidating, but truly it's not. And then it also comes with a quick reference guide. So you have the most important information right here at your fingertips. Every day that you use it, you only put in 1 drop of oil right here on this bobbin case. Check it out. I'm going to bring that in close so you can see that. 1 drop of oil right there where my finger's at. Easy, easy to do. Get that back in there. Just shut that door, and that's how easy it is. Ready to go. Quick change out. And it does come with a stylus that fits, and it's held right here. We're just going to go back to our home screen. There's a little catch, a little locking mechanism right here on top of the screen where that can be stored at so you don't lose it. But if we touch this button here, check this out. That is where you would have something saved to the internal machine memory. Is all the buttons down here actually relate. These first 3 is where you would have embroidery design saved to. And if you see these down here, this is a very important icon. Most baby lock machines have this icon on their screen, but that is a help screen. See where it says video? Touch the video. Oops, let's close that. It has built-in how-to videos for all the features on this machine. Everything from basic operation. Here it actually has how-to videos using the cap hoops, the magnetic hoops, the embroidery functions, everything. And it's a video, everyone. You have a built-in tutor with this machine. It's like having an educator right with you in your sewing room. We'll just close that. How to do maintenance, where to drop the oil, where to brush out the lint, and then a settings video going through the wireless setup and all that stuff. So you have all the help you need right here at your fingertips once you get this machine home. It is amazing what this will do for you. The operation guide, check it out. It tells you how to set the machine up and all of these troubleshooting, maintenance, basic operation, principal parts. But that is in the form that is written information. Those are not videos. Super cool, super useful. This button right down here, if I touch that, check out what happens. That is how you go in to change your threading and to set all of that up right there. So the trick to threading is whatever needle is active is the one that you can thread, okay? You just click OK on that. And what that means, you see here's the needle hole on the plate. Number 1 is active. So if I wanted to change one of my thread colors, whichever needle is centered over the hole is the one that you'd be able to rethread, and just press the threading button right here. The scissor is where you can tie off and cut at any time. Also, what's really super cool about this machine, you can actually adjust the embroidery speed while it is stitching. Think about that for a moment. But that's an amazing feature as well. And oh my gosh, there's so much more, and I see I'm going to be out of time soon. Here is an accessory. So different specialty frames, hoops come with their special frames. So this is what attaches to the back bar back here. Check out this hoop here, everybody. This is a magnetic hoop. Once you have this hoop attached onto the frame, you never have to remove it to pull out any type. To change your fabric, you just remove the hoops, the magnets, and then your new fabric slides underneath the flange right here, and you don't have to remove the hoop to rehoop. That is so awesome. Yes, I know you have to watch your fingers on these hoops because everybody, they will give you a bite on your fingers for sure. Wow. And last but not least, check this out. It comes with an accessory box, and this is where it keeps all of your tools, your computer cord, your oil. It comes with oil, everybody. And your tools. It comes with your needle threading tool, which is this little tool right here. That's what you use to thread your needles. It comes with a starter pack of pre-wound bobbins, extra embroidery needles. Check it out. And these are HAX 130E BBR needles. Super awesome. All of that comes with your machine. You won't regret purchasing one of these. It is awesome. And they're just so awesome. I know people who have started home-based embroidery businesses with this. And I was told the three most popular things, if you're going to do it as a startup business, let me change my camera here. The 3 things that are most requested are this: knit beanie hats, baseball caps, and polo shirts that are personalized. You can actually make a very nice income off of that. And that's what I have for you on this one. Oh my goodness. If you have any questions, pop them up in the comments section. I'll answer anything that I can. This is such an awesome machine. And I have to tell you, this is the first six needle that I personally have in my studio.
Well, that was a great overview, Richard. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for being on our show. And we're going to tell everybody now how we can get one of these Baby Lock arrays. Now, again, guys, this thing is the 6 needle, and it is Baby Lock. And y'all know that Baby Lock means quality. And again, guys, the normal price on this is $11,999. We do have a call-in special for this. So you do have to call in to get that special pricing for SewFest. Not only that, we are also offering some Synchrony financing. We have 0% interest for 60 months available as well. And we have an unbelievable bundle that's going to come free with the array when you purchase it today. And the array, first of all, it's going to come with a Durkee Hoop Starter Kit. And each kit contains 3 of the most popular size traditional Durkee tubular hoops for this machine. You're going to get one 9x9. You're going to get one 5x9. And you're going to get one 6x6. The kit also contains one of the Durkee cap frames and one of the complete Easy Frame 7-piece combos, which is a great set. I mean, you're getting a ton of frames when you're getting this. Then you're getting that dime exquisite thread assortment 30 pack. And it's all the polyester threads. It's going to be the really pretty colors in that. And you're getting that. And then you're getting our very own Stay Perfect stabilizer that we have. It's our own brand. And you're getting the pre-cut 20-inch by 24-inch stabilizer, 5 varieties in 25 sheets each pack. So you're getting the peel and stick, the medium tearaway, the medium cutaway, sew and wash, no show mesh. And then, what's great about these pre-cuts is you do not have to roll it out or anything. They're already pre-cut. All you have to do is pull them out and put them in your hoop, and it works so well. So let me tell you a little bit about the machine. So everybody always asks, what's the weight of the machine? The weight of this machine weighs 84 pounds. So it will take 2 people if you need to move this thing around, you're going to have 2 people. The maximum embroidery field on this, it'll do a 7 7/8 by 11 3/4. So it's really close to an 8 by 12. So that's the embroidery field on this. And again, guys, this thing has so many features on it. It's, you can, and I think the hoops that come with it, well, it has 126 built-in designs, 50 built-in fonts. It has that IQ intuitive monitoring app, which you can monitor your embroidery while it's going and tells you when it's done or if you have a thread break. It's going to stitch at 1,000 stitches per minute. So it's extremely fast. And again, you're going to get, let me read down them. These are the hoops that come with the machine, not the extras that we're giving you, but this is the ones that come in the machine. You're going to get that, a 1.5 inch by 2 1/4 inch, and then you're getting a 7.85 by 11.75. So you're getting those 2 hoops with it, small and a big one. And then it has the wireless capabilities. It has that positioning laser on it, cross arrow, so you can do the positioning of your garment. So it's really loaded with tons of things for this. So again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We do have that special show pricing on this. We have the 0% interest financing available as well, and you're going to get that free bundle on top of all that. So guys, we got a great price on this today. Don't delay. Give us a call. Kyle just told me we have 14 of these in stock, and they've already been selling already this morning. So make sure if you want one of these, get on it this week, because the price will not be this way after this week. And we're not taking pre-orders for this machine. When the price, these 14 are gone, that price is gone. So guys, if you are interested in one of these, give us a call. I mean, your payments are going to be under $200 a month. And so again, and I also want to throw out there, if you're trying to call in at the call center and it is busy and you're having trouble getting through, Kyle is going to put in the chat, he's going to put that Google Sheets link. And what that does is you just hit that link, it opens up a Google Sheets, and you put your information in, what machine you're looking for, your phone number, most importantly, and it'll update real time in our call center. And as soon as they get off the phones, they're going to look at their screens and they'll see your name, and they'll give you an outbound call, because we know the phones get really busy during these shows. So just be patient with us. All right, guys, we're going to keep moving on. And hey, our next, and I want to also thank Richard Tharp again for coming on. Another great demonstration by him. But guys, we're going to move on. We have got Grace in the house next up, and we have Jarek Irsnoznik, and I think we have Laurel.
Jana.
Oh, Jana?
I think so.
Okay, so maybe
see.
Jana. We don't know who's going to be with Jarek. But they changed the schedule on us. But anyway, we got them coming up next, and we are going to talk all about that Cutie frame. And guys, I'm going to tell you what, the Cutie frame is one of my favorites, and we're going to tell you why. Because this thing, you can use any domestic machine you have at home right now and turn it into a long arm quilting machine, basically. And they're going to tell you all about that this morning. So welcome to the show, guys.
Hi, Blaine. Thanks for having us. I'm
So it is
Jana,
Jana.
visiting
Jana
today.
with me.
Yeah.
It's me and Jana. I was
We didn't know who we were getting
here.
this morning, because
Jana's awesome, so we're lucky to have
guys, glad y'all welcome to the show. Thank y'all for being here, and I know we're all excited to see what we can do with that Cutie frame and what it can do to turn all those domestic machines into long arms. So we're going to let you take it away.
Thanks, Blaine. Yeah, so we like to call ourselves the JJ team,
that's
Jana and
right.
Jarek. So yeah, so we're here with the Cutie frame. I'm so excited to be here and talking about it. Our Cutie frame is our tabletop frame, right?
Yeah.
People will always say to us, like, why did you come up with the Cutie frame, right?
Yeah.
And what are some of the things that you've told people, Jarek?
Well, you know what? I'll just say, when I saw we came out with this, I was like, this is exactly what people are looking for. I feel like we've been kind of solving this with our hoop frame in the past, but then they came out with something that you can put right on a table. It, you know, fits in any space. You can use your own machine with it. So it just makes, you know, longer quilting super accessible. And that's what I really like about it.
Yeah, I know at my house, I don't have space for a large frame, right? Maybe if I cleaned out my whole closet or took out all my storage in my basement or something, but this is the frame that I can fit in my house. And besides the fact that it fits on a tabletop, so it's not a dedicated space, right? You can move it around, but also that I can put it other places, right? Like you can use it on your cutting table. You can put it outside. We've had people say, I'm taking it outside. It's a beautiful day today and I'm going to quilt out on the patio. I also like that people, we had someone tell us that they are a trucker. And so they travel and they quilt on the weekends once they get to the spot.
I've heard people using their RVs too. So it's really just super portable, fits anywhere. I have people tell me, I don't got any space for a quilting machine. Unless I put it in my garage. And I'm like, well, you don't have to go put it out in your garage. You know, if you get this frame, it really fits anywhere. So it's really great for saving space.
Well, and I love that it's like, yes, it's a space saver. It's a place that you can put your machine on, but you don't have to compromise for all that quilting, right? I can do a king size quilt on here. I can do a small quilt. It doesn't matter that I'm limited in space, that I don't have to be limited in my quilting.
Yeah, absolutely. And go ahead, Jen.
I was going to say, so when we're quilting, I wanted to show some of the things we've talked about that we can store it. And I wanted to show how easy it is to lift our carriages off. So people say like, well, where do I put it when it's not being stored? You know, I'm not quilting on it. And so we've had people do it with bicycle clips, right? They've hung it on the wall in their garage, or they've slid it underneath the bed. So I wanted to show really quick, if we take these levers here,
take those on my side as well,
and then you just push down, then it's only 9 inches. And so you're able to then slide it underneath a bed, put it behind something. You're not limited with your storage of, oh, here's the size, and now I just got to figure out the size. But then I noticed you were going to show how to put it up on its side, right?
You can put it up on its side. And I like just to demonstrate too, you know, this is like super duper light. This is going to be way lighter than a machine. I believe the carriage itself is probably, in my opinion, a similar weight to the whole frame itself. Like those two pieces over there, they're pretty similar. So it's a very lightweight frame, because I know a lot of people are worried about, you know, how much does it weigh? If you're going to be taking this down and putting it up, it's super easy. It's not going to be a strain to get this on the table.
And like we were showing with these levers, once you set up the machine, there's no other additional tools needed other than your hands. Easy levers up and down, sliding it side to side, the levers to pull up and down to pull the bars out. So you're not having additional pieces that you're trying to, I put that tool someplace and now I have to find it, or call Grace or Sewing Machines Plus and get it ordered so that I can move my frame around.
Because heaven knows, you know, quilters, we got like a lot of tools and things like that. You know, you put down your cutter, where did that go? Like, we're going to lose track of that. So there's none of that with this.
It walks away with the batting and fabric, right?
People have told me sometimes too, there's like a little gremlin or something that lives in their house that steals all their quilting supplies. So this is gremlin free.
Gremlin-free frame. Yeah, exactly.
Frame. Anyway.
So the other thing about I wanted to show about our handles here. So it's a dual handle. So you can unscrew right here and pull these handles out and then put them in the back. So you can see right there, those holes. So then you can use them for pantograph work, which some people are like, oh, I know how to do free motion, but I'm not familiar with pantograph work.
Yeah, it makes it super easy. It's fun because there's just like these little holes right here where you can mount a laser. And like Jana was saying, you take those out, put those right in the back, and you know, you print it out, put it on here and follow right along with it. And it's super easy and intuitive to figure out.
Right. So you're not limited just because you have a Cutie. You're not limited to what kind of quilting that you can do at the time. So you've got your pantograph work, your free motion, and then there's something else people may not know. What was the third thing that you can do with the Cutie that makes it so much easier for quilting? That's automated.
Oh, well, are you talking about the stitch regulation, Jana? Is that right?
Well, stitch regulation, yeah, you can add if your machine is compatible with the Sure Stitch, then you can add that. You can also add speed control if it's compatible, but I'm talking about QCT5.
Oh, so you're going all the way.
I'm
So
going
I
all
wasn't
the
being
way.
as ambitious as you were.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, you can absolutely throw automation on this frame. And I also like to talk about, that just kind of demonstrates how upgradable this frame is. You can start out with your domestic machine, and then we have 2 machines that will fit on this frame right now. And you can add automation to both of those machines on here, so you can get the full automated computer system on this small space-saving frame. It's excellent.
Yeah, so on Sewing Machine Plus's website, you can go to their automation QCT5, which is Quilting Creative Touch, and you can see the different domestic machines that are compatible, as well as Unique 15 and the Unique 19X that will fit on this machine or frame as well. One thing I wanted to talk about too about this, I'm going to pull this carriage off so you can see a little closer. So on this, you can see here on this carriage, we have these ball bearing wheels, and these wheels are set so that they have a really nice, smooth, professional feel left to right.
Yeah,
so
let me
it's
stop
2
you right
wheels.
there. This is something that everyone always tells me when they come and try the frame. They say, wow, Jarek, this is so smooth. And I'm not even kidding. People will come up and they just are surprised at how easy it moves around. Like, really, it's a super smooth experience. That's something I get told constantly.
Well, and I like to liken it. So when you're quilting and you're doing your quilting with your machine just set up, right? You've got your quilt over your shoulder, you're pushing it through, you're trying to do you stick a leg up, and you're trying to do different things, right? And so when you get that all set, it's like when you're signing your name. You don't take the paper and move your paper around as you're signing. You use the tool and sign that way. And that's this, right? We're signing with the tool. We're using the machine. Our machine becomes the pen now and signs, and then we don't have any issues going back and forth.
I definitely find it's a lot more intuitive, and this frame is great for professionals and beginners alike, because the amount of skill it takes to kind of learn how to use it in that way, I feel is a lot easier for people intuitively, because, we've been writing with, crayons when we're little, and then in school, pencils. So it's all the same motion with your hand moving the tool instead of just moving, kind of like the paper. It's a little bit, you got to get used to that. With this, people pick it right up.
Yeah, and then you don't have that problem of your designs are limited when you're pushing your fabric through that machine. You can't easily do a circle. You can't do other things. You're just kind of limited in the design. So this frees up all that time so that you can design it well. You don't have to worry about, what limitations do we have? Because you can now quilt in a zone, which is a section at a time. So when we're quilting a whole big king size, let's show you how we put it on the frame. So what that means. So we have what you see here this is what comes with the frame, right? You get all these wonderful clips. So I wanted to show you the difference between them. So this one is our back clip. It's got this wonderful lip here for the straps to go on. And this holds all the fabric on the back. So as you clip it on, it's set with that fabric. So you want to talk about the front clips?
So I'll point out a little bit of an interesting fact here on these ones. You can see that they kind of look like they have some ridges on here. And that is for a very good reason. That is because these actually rotate and ratchet to get a little bit more tension on your fabric. Now, one thing I can bring up, little fact, kind of tip here. You don't want it to be super tight. You want it to be kind of be able to bounce a little bit off of, but we're not like bouncing quarters off.
Right. It's not here, military, right? Set up my cot kind of bouncing. Yeah.
It's going to be a little bit looser than maybe some people are used to on some roller frames. So that is kind of just how our frame system works. And that's the kind of the optimal way to do it.
Well, and I was going to say that's why sometimes people have problems with their tension on their domestic machines, is that they have the fabric too tight and the machine can't get that process in, and then it messes up that thread.
Yeah. One other thing, Jana, I was like seeing some people kind of asking about some machines here in the chat. We want to talk about kind of how we know if people's machine will fit on here.
Yeah, let's do that. So first we're going to raise up on the side here, we have different levels. So Jarrett can raise his up and tell me what size he has his on.
I got mine at F right now.
At F. Okay, let me bring mine up to F.
Yeah, it's nice that these are lettered because you don't have to guess kind of like, oh, am I like a little bit up? Am I kind of up? You can know exactly we're matching on all of them.
Yeah. So then they have these levers that just lock in place. So we're not stuck trying to, again, guess where you are. Same thing on the front. There's a number system. So you can say, oh, let's put it at number 7. So we undo it right here and bring it out to number 7.
Mine is on 7.
So then to put our domestic on, we're going to slide these guides out, if I can get mine.
Slide out. Oh, I was going to say they slide out super easy. They usually do.
Yeah, it looks like someone put this one on backwards. So
that's why you got to follow your instructions.
Follow your instructions and check all your stuff.
I've made a mistake following instructions. Well, actually, it was when I wasn't following instructions setting this frame up is when I've made mistakes. So that's just from my experience. Make sure you're paying attention to the instructions. They're really well written. I always, people ask me, how easy is this setup? I say it's really easy, but important. Follow your instructions.
Follow your instructions, yeah. So our carriage here has enough space to hold a machine that is 11.5 inches wide to go on these carriage sewing machine clamps. Now, if your machine is more than 11.5 inches, all you have to do is pull them off and it can sit. It can even hang over the side just a little bit.
Absolutely.
That's no problem. There's some of those embroidery machines that have that bigger base that's about 12 inches. So no worries. If it's that big, it's going to be heavy enough to sit on your carriage.
People ask me, Jarek, is my machine going to be too big? Is it going to weigh too much? There is not a weight limit on this. This is, even though it's a small frame, it's very sturdy and it's incredibly stable. It will hold any size machine on there. And like Jana was saying, if your machine's a little bit too big, you just take those clips off because by the time you're moving your machine fast enough that your machine's going to fall over, when it's that big, you're going to be knocking over your table. And I'd honestly be impressed if you could pull it off, right?
It's true. And if your machine comes over the front, right,
Yeah.
the most important part is your needle, the measurement from your needle to the back of your throat.
Yeah,
So the needle to the back of your throat, you can do any size up to 19 inches.
Yeah.
If you do more than 19 inches, you're just going to lose that additional throat space. But if you go anything less, because you're losing about 1.5 inches, 2 inches with the rail on the back. If you do more than or less than 9 inches, then you're only getting about 7 inches for space. So you might have, if you do 7, then you're at 5. You can keep doing the math. As long as you're aware that you can quilt, right? You're still doing more than you were if you were pushing it through, but your amount of quilting space will just be less.
That's something that I always tell people too. They're like, well, you know what? I feel like I'm not going to have a lot of space. I feel like I'm going to have to adjust my frame a lot. I'm like, well, we have to remember what we're comparing this to here, or we throw in the fabric over us and we're trying to manage all this here, or do I want to put my machine on here? It does take some time to adjust the fabric, but it makes it so much easier to handle. And then plus you're getting the experience of, riding instead of moving. So
yeah, it's true.
It's hard. It's easy to forget when we're just looking at this nice setup. It's like, oh, well, there's some inconveniences here, but let's remember the inconveniencing that we're comparing to.
That's right. So we've got a Juki machine here. We're going to put on this carriage and then we'll show you how we load on the rail.
It just goes right on there. And then like we said, we'll just push these clips in right here, push those down like that.
So now it's all secure, ready to go.
Right
now
on
I'll
there.
put through our throat of our machine so that it can come through.
And let me give a demonstration here about something. What was that? All right. So people always ask, back to the weight thing real quick. People, say, is it going to weigh too much? Well, if we look right here, this bottom table, right, that doesn't seem too stable.
Yeah,
right?
It's a lifetime table.
It's a lifetime table. This is a $40 table that you can get from like Home Depot. Now, like, let's look at this. When I move this really heavy machine really fast back and forth, it doesn't do anything to this.
To the table, yeah.
So, that goes to prove what we were saying about the, really smooth wheels and also the stability of the frame.
Yeah, thank you. So you can see as we come forward, we have got just this section right here where the throat comes and hits the bar. So to make sure that you have that section, you want to make sure where you're quilting, you don't come too far forward, right? So we've got enough space here. And then when we're coming back, you also want to make sure that you're not going to be hitting that back clip and have your foot pedal hit it at all, so that you hear that clacking sound, right? Like you just want to make sure that when you're quilting. Now, so the ways to get around that, if your machine is compatible with the Sure Stitch Elite, which is an accessory you can put onto the Cutie, is you can get that. It has an edge warning that you can get it set up. Again, to see if your machine is compatible, check out under the Sure Stitch Elite on Sewing Machines Plus's website, and you can see what's available and what machines are compatible. Same thing for speed control. All the speed control does is replace your foot pedal, and then the stitch regulators, which make sure whether you're going fast or slow, that the machine will keep the stitches the same. But other things that were not pictured here that come with your Cutie frame is we do have 6 cords that come with the Cutie frame for your foot pedal. It's kind of an extension. So you can see if I'm using the foot pedal here and I plug it into the back, it's got to come all the way down and then around to the front. And how can I, it's like then you're trying to reach it. Do you attach it to the handles here? All those kinds of things. So the most popular brands or types of machines, we've got 6 different extension cords available to try out. Now, it's not all of them.
It's not all of them.
We try and do the most that we
do
can.
Our very best that we can. There's a few that don't work, but with those, sometimes they can get them kind of secondhand if they're kind of more specific. But like you were saying, those are really do like a whole ton. They kind of sweep over the large majority of people's machines.
The other requirements that you have on your domestic machine that you should pay attention to. So the 11.5 inches, if it's more than 11.5, it won't fit in the clips or the clamps, but you can take those clamps off and go from there. Then also your feed dogs have to be able to drop. So when you're doing the feed dogs, make sure that they can drop out so that when you're quilting, it doesn't try and grab that fabric as you're going along.
Yeah, and the one other thing, again, the throat length. Now, this is kind of something that I feel like a lot of people know the term, but I'm just going to go over it again because sometimes people kind of are like, Jarek, what is the throat length?
Yeah.
So that is from the back of your needle. Let's see if we can have this here, like back of here to the back of the open area right here. So that's going to be your throat length measurement. Now, you want at least about 6.5 because that, as we were saying earlier, it's going to dictate, you can see this is how far forward and how big of a pattern I can sew at one time before I need to move.
Yeah. So, and then what do you do when you're having to go to your next section, right? We're going to quilt in zone. So you're going to roll up your fabric, not around the rail, but you're going to roll it up above the rail so you don't lose additional throat space, right? It's not like the other traditional rolling frames that roll it up as you're going along. So you have the fabric up above, and then you're having it wrapped up in front of here, again, with these clips here in the back. And then on the sides, they're just going to float over. So when you're ready to move your fabric to the next section, you unclip, mark first. That's always important. Keep marking, and then slide your fabric down. Now, some people will tie off and finish quilting in that section, tie off the thread so that they can then go to the next section. Others like to leave that needle down inside the fabric. So as they're sliding the fabric along, the machine will go with them, and then they can start in that next section.
Jenna, another thing about what you said, you roll the fabric up here. And why I really like that and why I think it's important is because you're not losing throat space on your machine. When we have a rolling rail, it starts to build up, as you're rolling, the fabric gets bigger and you start to lose more space that you can go forwards and backwards. Now with domestic machines, when we have only 6 or 7 inches, we don't want to use that. That's precious space, because that's our creative freedom in there. And we want to be able to preserve that. So that's nice because this rolls on top instead of on the rail, we preserve that. And also, like you were saying, the zone by zone, some people are still kind of like, what is zone by zone quilting? I'm not really sure I understand. So if you think about like an embroidery machine, right? When we unhoop it and rehoop it, it's the same exact thing here. We're doing zone by zone, section by section. People say, do I start in the top left, bottom right? You know what? It's up to you. A lot of people start in the top left, but it gives you freedom to progress along your quilt as you want. You can do any section whenever you want to do it.
Right. You can go left to right, top down, or you can go left to right and then down and then right to left. It's
Yeah.
just, it
Yeah,
allows you to be free to do your free motion however you want.
Mhm.
The other thing I want to talk about, now we briefly pointed out that we have it on this lifetime table, which is only 2 feet by 4 feet. So as you can see, the frame comes up over the top here and the carriage hangs out in the back just a little bit. But these 2 supports here are at 2 feet by 4 feet. So whatever machine, whatever frame table you have, like your cutting table, your coffee table. I know some people will quilt while they're watching TV. I can't quilt while I'm watching TV.
I
Gotta
couldn't
pay
do that
attention.
either,
Yeah.
but, you know, respect to them.
Right. Or maybe they just like sitting on the couch and quilting. But wherever you're doing that, just make sure that your table space is 2 foot by 4 foot at the minimum. You don't need more than that. So that's really great. The other thing you can do, I wanted to show here, was our extended handles. You can adjust these. So if this is not the level that you like quilting at, if you want to tilt them up, if you want to tilt them down, however you want to show them or move them for your comfort, and they're a nice soft grip. So you don't have to squeeze while you're doing it, right? You know, like that I have to control the carriage. Exactly. No grip like that. It's a nice, easy grip. And honestly, if you can't grip, you can just move it around. As you can see,
like we were saying, it's just so dang smooth.
Yeah. So it's not, I know a lot of people will ask me, like, I can't make a fist anymore, right?
Mhm.
My arthritis is bad. What can I do? Because I can't. It's like, don't make the fist.
Yeah,
Just move
yeah,
it with
you
your
can push
hand.
it around.
No limit. Yeah.
Also, let me mention this too. The positioning of the handles are down low. So this makes it really convenient and ergonomic because when your shoulders are kind of
Mhm.
naturally bent, instead of having a machine up here, we're down here, we're gliding around. So it's actually very comfortable to hold them down there. Some people are like, why are those on the bottom? That might seem a little bit weird, but it's actually really fantastic, especially for
Yeah.
people
You're not
who
lifting
might-
your shoulders up.
You're
Yeah.
not getting any shorter. And because the wheels are so smooth, honestly, it's just a really great, stress-free on the body quilting experience as well.
So we talked about a little bit of the accessories that we could add, right? Like our sure stitch, you
The
can talk this, the
laser,
laser, speed control, the automation. You can also get cloth leaders for this frame if you like. So they would be the Q-zone hoop, because it is a hoop style frame. So that's the one you would get for that. You can also add bungee clamps. Now they don't come with the frame automatically, but you do get these little slides that if you're putting your fabric and it was, say here, you can turn your side clip around, and then this slides on here directly, and then you do your bungees through this way. So that's another thing that you can get, another accessory that's possible with the Cutie frame. Another accessory that people may not think, oh, it's an accessory, but it's the luminous light bar, right?
Oh, yeah, that is definitely something people don't think about. In here, we got some nice light coming on us. We're in the studio. It's really bright in here. But when we're in our corners of where we want to put this, because it's such a versatile frame, we can have this in a lot of different places. So having a light bar that's going to shine down and really give us that light is going to be absolutely fantastic. And I would even argue necessary in a lot of times, depending on the lights on your machine.
Light is so important. And the nice thing about the Luminous is it's a true match system. So your colors are going to be true to whatever you're doing with it.
Yeah.
So Jarek, is there anything else about the Cutie we haven't talked about? We talked about the sizing, the versatility, the storage capacity, the ability to quilt all size.
Yeah, that's one
quilts.
thing I wanted to emphasize real quick. We did talk about it, but I want to emphasize this can do any size quilt. Because we are doing it section by section, this means you can do as many sections as you want, and that means as big as a quilt as you want in that small space. So just again, any size, most any machine, most any place.
Well, and the last thing I want to talk about is that it's affordable, right?
Absolutely.
It's not I have to take a mortgage or get
I have to
super
cut my arm
financing.
off and sell it.
Or like you can't count up, okay, how many quilts do I have to sell in that amount of time, right? It's completely affordable as well.
Absolutely.
Which there's an amazing deal for this frame for Sewing Machines Plus. So we want to throw it back to Blaine to talk about the amazing pricing and package that we've got going on right now for the Cutie frame.
Thanks, guys. Hey, we have got a great price for you today on this, and great demonstration on that, and as well. And I know we're going to see y'all later on in the week, or probably even today. But guys, first of all, we're going to tell you how you can get this. And again, this is the Cutie frame by Grace. And this has been a really popular item for us every time we've had it on a show because of the versatility of this thing. Not only, you can turn any domestic machine you have at home into a quilting machine, a long arm quilting machine, but even like, if you have the 15 Pro, you can always upgrade it to the 15 Pro and put on it by, the Unique. And so it makes it very versatile. So you can, as you get into this more and more, and you see that you love quilting, then you can upgrade your machine. But great thing about this, and I think, Jared was talking about it, you can put it on any kind of fold out table. So if you wanted to just put this on a fold out table, you don't even have to clamp it down. You can put it on there. This thing can also go on your tabletop, your kitchen counter, you can take it in your RV. And the great thing about this, when you want to stow it away, you can just take the machine off. You can put it flat on the floor, put it under a bed. You can turn it vertically, put it in a closet. But this thing is so versatile. And again, you're getting the free light bar with this and the channel locks. And those channel locks, what that does, that locks it in so you can make those straight lines with it. And again, guys, this thing, we have a great price on this. It's the SewFest pricing is $789, free shipping right to your door. And we also have 12 months, 0% interest financing for you. So you're going to get those payments down under $66 a month. And again, any machine you have at home is going to fit on this. Any domestic machine will fit on it. So if you have always wanted to get into quilting and just, really didn't know how, and you're afraid, the fear should be taken away now. This thing, you can put, your domestic machine on there. It fits right in the carriage. It has the handlebars, and basically it turns your machine into a long arm quilting machine. And this thing, it's extremely easy to assemble, and you can get into this so inexpensively. And so if y'all been thinking about that, now's the time to do it. Give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. Or if you're on the website, you can just go to SMPlive.tv. And you can click on that product and it'll take you right to the product page. We have live chat agents standing by as well. Or if you're on the Sewing Machines Plus website, you can just type in the search bar, Cutie frame, and it'll take you right to the product page as well. And you can check it out there. The live chat agents can answer questions for you, or just give us a call at the call center and they can answer any questions for you about compatibility. But right now, almost any machine that it's out there will fit on there. So great machine. All right, guys, coming up next, let's bring Angela Wolf in. And Angela, I know we've got a very special guest coming up next with another great machine to demo.
We sure do. We have Sarah Vetzer, who is an amazing talent. She lives in New York. She's a brother educator. She's been on At Your Side virtually many times with me. I'm so excited to have her. She's going to be showing off the NQ1700E, but Sarah's not only an educator, she has a website where she sells a lot of her makes. She repurposes so many things. I'm so excited to invite Sarah to the party. Sarah, how are you?
Hi, Angela. I'm great. How are you?
Good. It's so nice to see you. So
Nice to see you too.
I saw you like last week. I'm like, oh, I'm so excited. I get to see you twice today even.
I know. We're so lucky.
I know. So what are you going to be showing us today? Because, a lot of people talk about the different machines that Brother has. And as you and I both know, there's different levels, different prices. I think they're going to love this one.
Absolutely. Yes. This is the NQ1700E, and this is one of my favorite machines from Brother for sure. Easy. It is an embroidery only model. And as you can see, it measures about 28 inches wide. So it is nice and compact. And like Angela said, I live in New York. I live in an apartment. So I have very limited studio space. So having a compact machine that I can put away on a shelf when I'm not using it to free up more space is super helpful. So for you guys as well, if you're working in a small studio, if you want to take it with you to class when you're traveling, it is a great machine for that. It's also really great for people who are looking to get into embroidery. Say you've never done embroidery before. This is a perfect machine to learn with. It's very intuitive, and it has that mid-level price point. So nothing too crazy, but it comes with a lot of high-end features that you'll get on some of Brother's higher-end sewing embroidery machines. So great for that. It's also great if you already have an embroidery machine, say you have a combo machine, but you are obsessed with embroidery, just like I am, and you want to do more at once. You can add this to your collection, and you could be getting multiple embroideries done at one time, which is really fun. So this machine comes with 258 built-in designs. So right out of the box, you open it up, you have almost 300 designs to play with and to use with all of the fun editing features that this machine comes with. So I have some really fun samples to show. But before I get into that, I want to show you the frames that it comes with, because these are really impressive. So you'll get your standard 5x7 frame. It's a really nice size, versatile, great for a lot of different projects. You can stitch out things like this. This is my crowd favorite No Problema tea towel. This is one of the designs that comes already loaded in the machine, so you can play with that. And then I use my editing tools to add some punny text below. And then you also get the super impressive 6x10 frame. All right. So I love showing this next to the machine because it's almost as big as the entire machine, right? It's so impressive that a machine this compact can stitch out max 6x10 embroidery area. So behind me here, I have another one of my favorite samples. This is the back of a jacket, again, using one of the built-in designs, and I used that 6x10 hoop, and it gave such a beautiful effect. It really fills up the back of this jacket, and it's just amazing that you can do it right on this machine. Another frame that is not included but optional, and I highly recommend, is the 5x7 flat magnetic frame. And I have a little bunny lovey hooped in here to show you guys how easy it is to hoop really awkward plush items, right? I have this bunny head sticking up here, but you can see my magnet is laying perfectly flat. I'm gonna hold this up with one hand. My project is not budging. Those magnets are nice and strong to hold that project in there really straight while you're stitching out. And another reason I love to show this bunny project off is because I was able to edit all of this text that you see here right on my machine. So you can change certain letters to different fonts than the rest. You can edit certain letters to be a different color than the rest. You can curve the text. You can put it on a diagonal. You can scramble the letters around. You can add multiple elements together, all on this touch screen behind me. And that is a 4.85 inches. So just about 5 inches. That color LCD touchscreen makes it a breeze to look at all your designs, to play with those editing tools, and to create really, really cool projects without any additional software needed. Straight out of the box, you can get to designing on this machine. There are 13 fonts on the machine for you to play with. And like I said, 258 different embroidery designs. So super fun. And the machine stitches at 850 stitches per minute. So this jacket design right here, I was able to stitch this out in an hour. So how cool is that? That is a really fast stitch speed. And it's just great. You can create more in less time. Some of the other high-end features on this machine are the color sort function. So what that does is if you have multiple elements of your design, I'll bring my bunny back out. So I have multiple lines of text in the same gray color. So when I activate the color sort function, my machine is going to group together all of the like thread colors and stitch them out all at the same time, which eliminates extra thread changes and again, makes me able to complete more in less time. I use that feature with my llamas as well. I was able to edit the text color to be the same as this little purple element right here in the llama design. So when my llama stitched out and it was ready for this color block, it also stitched out my lettering at the same time. So I didn't have to go back and switch that thread at the end. So eliminates thread changes. So that's an awesome high-end feature that you'll get on this machine. It also cuts your jump threads in between color blocks. And a really great feature that Brother added recently to this machine is the wireless capability. So I'm going to get up close and show you some of that soon on the machine. But just to explain a little bit more, there's a few different things you can do with the wireless capability. So as you know, Brother is the licensor of Disney designs for embroidery. So this machine doesn't come with Disney designs on it, but you can go to iBroidery.com and you can purchase Disney designs there and transfer them to your machine wirelessly using Brother's design database transfer program, which is free to use for anyone who has a PC. So you can transfer those Disney designs over and you'll be able to stitch out Disney on your machine. This is a fun little example I like to show. This is a little Marvel character that I purchased on iBroidery.com. Transferred it wirelessly to my machine using Design Database Transfer and made myself a little patch. So the back peels away, has a glue backing, and I have a cool little Marvel patch. So I love that. So the wireless function allows you to transfer all of your designs, not just ones that you purchased online, but any that you may have created in PE Design 11 can be transferred directly to the machine. No need to fuss with a USB anymore and try and transfer your files to the USB and eject it. And no need to do that anymore. If you don't want to, you can transfer wirelessly. If you do like the USB or you have certain USBs that are full of designs, you're still able to use that as well. It does have a USB port. The other really cool thing about the wireless is that it will notify you when your machine needs an update. So I actually need an update on my machine right now, which I will have to get to after this show. So you can see right here, this is my wireless button, and it's blue, which means I'm connected to the internet. But it also has that cute little exclamation point down in the corner. And what that is telling me is that it is time for me to go to the Brother Solutions Center and download a machine update. And this is great because I always forget to go on and check for updates. So now my machine is able to just tell me when it's time and I don't have to think about it. So I turned my machine on today, I saw the little exclamation point, and now after the show, I'm gonna go and download the update and update my machine. So I love that feature as well. Okay, while we're over here, let's play around with some of the design categories. So this is your main page when you turn it on the machine, and these are showing all of your design categories. So these are your floral alphabets down here. You have 2 different alphabet options. These are your fonts. Like I said, there are 13, so lots of fun stuff to play with. I have another sample here where I used those fonts. So I was able to, with all the editing tools, change wash to be one color, keep these another color, make that exclamation point way bigger than the rest of my text, and then add this beautiful butterfly design in on the top. And again, I matched the colors in the butterfly to the text down here so that I could use my color sort function. So there's really, with 13 fonts to choose from, there's really something for every project you're going to want in here. Of course, we have our frame shapes, so you can choose any of these shapes, and then you have 4 pages of different frame styles available to you. And then we have our design categories in here. So we have buttonholes, buttonhole decorations. We have seasonal designs. There's 18 pages of designs in here for us to look at. This is one of the new categories. So let's see, here are my zebras. As you can see as I'm poking around, once you select a design, it's going to drop it in your embroidery area here. And it shows you what frames you're able to stitch that out with. So for the zebra, you would have to use a 6x10 frame. Gives you the dimensions up here, and you can press this preview button at any time to get a closer look at the design or to visually preview it inside of your hoop. So lots of designs to play with there. And we also have this category, 14 pages of designs available in here. Super fun to look around. You have so many options. $258 designs. That is plenty to choose from. Okay, so I am going to do some editing to show you guys how easy it is. So I'm going to take my bunny lovey here, and let's go ahead and add a name up top. So I'm going to add my name. I'm going to go in and select a font. I think I'm going to use this script. That's the one that I used in Loves right here. So once that pops up, you have your keyboard. And you can use your arrows on the front of the screen to scroll through to see all the capital, lowercase letters, and then there's the little space at the end. You also have tabs for numbers and symbols and special characters. Okay, and once you start typing, you get more buttons available to you, more keys. So you have your large, medium, and small. I'm going to toggle down to size small because I can already tell that we have a small area to put that name in. Continue typing out my name. Okay. So now it's showing me the dimensions of my word. So it's only 1 inch long, so that's quite small. And it's showing me I could use any frame I want. I can preview it inside all my different frames. So I'm going to use the 5x7 frame. So this gives me another good idea of how small that's going to be inside of my frame. And if you wanted to add multiple lines of text, you can hit that enter button there for a new line. This check button allows you to look at all of your lines of text that you input at once and check any spelling or what you need to type next. When I press set, it's going to add it to my embroidery area. So now we are at our editing screen. So this is where all of our great editing tools are for us to play with and create really creative and unique designs. First of all, because the word is small, I'm going to use my zoom tool, and you can zoom up to 300% here. Might be a little difficult to see on camera, but there is a really nice dot grid that comes up when you zoom in at 300%. And if you're a perfectionist like me, you're going to love that dot grid because it allows you to align multiple elements of your design along the grid to make sure everything is straight and perfect. So I'll leave it at 300. Now I'm going to go into my color palette and I'm going to change to a pink text. Now the color palette here, if I had multiple elements in my design, I would be able to use the plus and minus thread button to advance or go back to all the different portions of my design and edit all of the colors. You have 4 color palettes and you can use the arrows on the front of your machine to move through those. So you have plenty of colors to choose from there. Okay, so our other editing tools, we have Move, which will allow us to move it around our embroidery area. The center dot centers it in the embroidery area. You have your size, so you can size up proportionally, up or down proportionally. You can size by width or length. And again, with text, you can jump between large, medium, and small. You can rotate by as little as 1 degree, 10 degrees, or 90 degrees. Again, that 1 degree is great for people who love to make an accurate layout. It's really precise. You can change your stitch density. And now I'm going to go ahead and go into font edit. And this opens up a whole sub menu of editing options. So if I wanted to make my name multicolor, let's say I wanted to alternate pinks and grays throughout the letters, I can activate multicolor and it turns purple, which lets you know that it's activated. And then I can go back to my color palette and now you can see each letter is a separate color block. So I can use that plus and minus thread button to move through the letters and individually edit the colors. Going back to my font edit, I'll turn off multicolor for now. Array is how you can put the words on a diagonal or curve them. And you have options to tighten or widen that curve to really get the effect that you're looking for. In the font section, you can go ahead and preview all the different fonts available to you without having to go back and retype the name. And in the spacing tool, you can space your letters closer or wider apart. I'm going to space them a little bit wider apart. You can also split your characters. So if I wanted to use my knife tool, so you can see it is in between the S and the first A here. I can cut that letter off. And now back on my main editing page, I can select it with my finger and I would be able to move it up or down. So I would be able to then edit that letter individually. So that's always a fun tool as well. And then in this tool, you would be able to individually size those letters. So because I separated the S, I can size it up to large or medium. And I actually like that look, so I'm going to keep it at medium. But I think I'm going to go back to my move tool and just move it over a little bit. And then it changed my text back to black because we split them apart. So I'm going to go back in and change those back to my pink. Let's make sure they're both carmine. Perfect. Okay. At this point, you can go ahead and you can add another element to your design. So you just press add. It brings you back to the main menu, and you can select from any of these categories to add a design. That's a really, really big one, but you can add more design elements with the press of a button. So I'm just going to add a frame really quick, and then I could just go ahead and delete that if I don't want it. If you absolutely love the layout you've created, it would be a great idea to save it. So you can use the memory pocket here, and you can save it to your machine. You can save it to a USB that's connected, or you can save it to PE Design 11. Now, once we press End Edit, we are moved on to another editing page. And this allows us to move our design around as a whole in the embroidery area. This is also where we can activate the color sort function. So that's that button right there. You press it, it turns purple, and that means it's activated and it's going to group together all those colors for you. So just to show you guys quickly, when we move past this, you can see because I split my S, and the ARA in 2 pieces, they come up as 2 different thread colors. So if I did not have my color sort activated, the machine would stitch out this color and stop, and then stitch out the second color. But with this activated, the machine recognizes that both of these are in carmine, and it's going to stitch both of them straight through. All right, and then I love to show this positioning tool here. So what this does is this is going to allow you to accurately place your items in your hoop. So I'm going to load my bunny into my machine, and I'm excited to show you guys how this works. Just give me 1 second here. So this frame is a really nice slide and lock. So it just slides in on the side. Maybe I'll back out for a second to show you that. So the frame, as you can see, it's called the flat frame for a reason, because it fits right underneath our presser foot. I'm not raising the presser foot at all, so it slides in really easily. And you slide it in and lock it down, and it's good to go. So back to my screen here. What this is showing us is the needle position. So right now the presser foot is positioned right at the center of where my name is going to stitch out. Now I put a pin at the top of my bunny, and that's going to be where I want the top of my word to start. So I'm going to change that needle position to the top. Now I'm going to switch my camera one more time, because I want to show you how this moves around. So the needle is positioned where the top of my design is going to lay. And I'm going to use my move arrows on the screen, and you can see how the frame is just moving up, and I can keep shifting it. Can you guys see that pin at all? There's a pin right here. It's hiding in the plush. There's a pin right here. So I'm lining up my presser foot with the top of that pin. And that way I know exactly where my design is going to lay, and it's going to start right where I put my pin. It also has a trace around feature, which is going to move the frame so that the presser foot lays at each corner of the design. So you can get a total visual idea of the size and how it's going to lay out. So I'm going to do that right now. So it's just a 1-inch design, so it's pretty small when it does that. Do that again. So you can see it's going to the top, the right corner, the left corner, moving all around, so we can see exactly where my word is going to lay out. Now the last feature that I am going to highlight, which is a really cool high-end feature, is the auto presser foot down. Now the auto presser foot down might not seem too crazy to you, but I have to tell you, I love using that on this machine. So once I move past the positioning page and go to embroidery, you can see my start button over here turned green, and I can go back to the front view to show you guys this as well in a second. And my presser foot is raised. So normally we would have to press the presser foot down button before this start button turned green. But with auto presser foot down, once your design is set and your hoop is locked in, it is going to lower the presser foot for you once you press the start button. So it eliminates that extra step for you. It's going to lower that and get to work. Show you from the front as well. This view. So there's my green start button, and you're just going to press it and it lowers the foot for you and starts stitching. So that is just another high-end feature that's on this great embroidery only mid-level machine. So I'm going to hand it back to you, Angela, to tell everyone about the specials today.
I was like, I'm here. Sarah, that was such a great demo. And I don't know if you could see the comments, probably not because you were demoing. Everyone said, thank you so much. The close-ups and how easy it is to use and your camera angles really make a difference. Really make a difference.
I'm glad.
Sarah, this machine, and we're going to see you again this afternoon, but this machine, believe it or not, is flying off the shelf. I just got a message from Blaine. First of all, it usually goes for $199.99. The special is way better than that, but you have to actually call in for that. So 1-800-401-8151. But if you want one of these, I don't think I'd wait because when I talked to Blaine, Sarah, you were only 10 minutes into your spiel and this machine is just going crazy. Everybody's loving it. So for those of you, it's the NQ1700E embroidery only machine. This is a great machine to have next to your sewing machine. It could be embroidering as you're sewing on a different machine. How do you like that? A double duty. So Blaine, I think this machine, I'm very excited for this. Again, it's a call-in special, 1-800-401-8151. They cannot give the price over here, over here live. And I see all of you saying you love Sarah. Yeah, we do too. She does a great job. So if you have questions, make sure you leave them in the comments because the SMP team will be answering you. And Blaine, you want to come back to me because I think you have something coming up as well.
Well, hey, you're right, Angela. That machine, soon as Sarah started her thing, Kyle's like, oh my gosh, man, we're going to sell out of this. It's going off the shelf so fast. So I text you. I say, hey, this thing is selling out. I call brother. I'm saying, hey, we've got some more coming in. Where are they? And Ross goes, oh, we had a system glitch. They're shipping today. I said, well, we're going to need them because we're going to run out of the ones. Oh, Kyle just told me we just sold out of them, guys. So they are out, but we're taking pre-orders. So if y'all want to get the price for SewFest, you have to pre-order it today to get, because we have
8 coming in.
He just told me we got 8 more coming in that they're shipping out of brother today, 8 more of them. So those 8 will only, when those 8 are gone today, if they sell out today, that price is gone. So if y'all want to get in on this, jump on it. The normal price, Angela, is $19.99. We have a show special. They have to call in and get the show special, and it is a great special. So don't delay. This is such a good machine.
Blaine, there was a question that kept coming up, and I waited to ask you because Sarah wouldn't have that answer. But someone was asking, if I get this machine, do you have classes in your stores, or how could I take classes? And you do have classes in your store, do you not?
Yes. Now we do classes in our stores, and then the other thing that we do too, we have so many YouTube videos and things that you can watch on this machine to kind of learn on it. But if somebody is really needing help too, we actually do Zoom classes. So we can do Zoom classes with a lot of our education that is in the store, so they can do it online as well. So it makes it a lot easier for people to get trained nowadays than it used to be. To, if you only could, you could only get trained at the retail store. And, in person is always, to me, it's a lot better if you can get locally, get trained in the store at your own pace. But, the great thing about what's happening with all the streaming and the YouTube and all the different things and Zoom classes that we can do, it really makes it to where somebody who can't get out to their local store or has a store that's not even close to them, they can still get trained.
I think, and you know what? I think that training is probably the most important, and to be able to do it from the comfort of your home, wearing pajamas. I'm not wearing pajamas, Blaine, but I could be. You wouldn't know.
I know it is. It's like, and I always think back. When we first started doing these shows back, it was we had our first show was called Quilt Fest that we did 2 years ago, and I'll remember an email I got. And I shared it with our team and just told them, a lady from Pennsylvania, and she may be watching today, she had sent me an email and she said, look, I'm an elderly single lady. I'm confined to my house because of a disability. She goes, I've always dreamed about going to a quilt show. And she goes, I've never been able to go. And she goes, you have brought the quilt show to my living room. And, awesome. I told the guys, I said, that just really hits home that we are making an impact by bringing this to people's houses and where they can watch it from their home. And so, because there's so many people out there that can't, go. And, now with the the gas prices and having to walk all these shows, I mean, you can just sit and watch it at the comfort from your house and at your own pace. You can watch the replays, you can watch it live. So it's really a good thing.
It doesn't get better than that. You are like the sewing QBC top 10. Love it, Blaine. Love it. All right. So who do we have next? I think we got more coming up, don't we?
We sure do. We actually have Jane. We need to bring her back in because she's going to have a really special educator coming in, Angela. And I know Angela's coming back here in a little while, but let's bring Jane back to the show because Jane, we have got one of the best educators in the business coming in. One of everybody's loves this next presenter.
Absolutely, they love her. By the way, that NQ1700E, a fantastic machine. We love Sarah Betzer. But we'll keep things moving with our first education session of the day, and a wonderful educator. Everybody loves her, Joanne Banco. She is an author. She is a teacher. She's a true expert on all things sewing. You can learn more about her. You can follow her on her blog, letsgosew.com. She is also a fellow Brother Ambassador, and I think she's the longest running fellow or longest running ambassador, or she's been ambassador for the longest period of time. Well, we'll get that cleared up. Joanne, come on the show.
Oh, wrong camera.
Hey,
Hey, I don't think you want to look at that.
Hi,
Let's fix
Joanne.
that.
Sorry
about that.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great, Jane. How are you? Can
I'm
you hear me
so-
okay?
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly. So I was trying to say that you are the brother ambassador that's been
Yeah.
there the longest.
I am celebrating my 20th year with Brother this year. I've been connected with Brother in some capacity for 20 years now. So
That's amazing. I mean, I absolutely am so proud to be a brother ambassador, as I know you are. I can only hope to work with them for the next 20 years, which would be, or I would say 16, because I've been doing it for 4. But I just love it. So today, though, let's talk about some education, because you are going to talk about zippers, all things zippers, tips and tricks. And if we want to know about it, we're going to ask you. I do want to show you one thing, what I did with zippers, because we can use them for fashion over function. I made this little bracelet.
wow, that is gorgeous. I love it, Jane. It is gorgeous.
I just deconstructed the zipper. Now, I know you're not talking about this type of zippers. You're going to talk about adding them
a little more nitty gritty today, but it just goes to show you, you take one topic in sewing and you can expand it to this huge, beautiful world of things that we can do, and we can all make our own choices. That's the great thing about sewing today. It's never been a better time to sew. So with all these great specials, I encourage everybody, treat yourself to some new equipment, because it makes all the difference in the world.
I mean, it is the time to treat yourself, because I say more is more and less is a bore. We want to fill up our craft rooms. We want to fill up our sewing rooms. We want to be able to get creative. And by the way, I love adding zippers to all of my garments and to all of my projects. But when I have so many of them, I'm like, well, what else could I do? And so I love this idea that we're talking about zippers for function today. You're going to show us how to do that, but think about it in fashion as well. So Joanne, I'm going to let you take this away, because I know you've got a lot to teach us. So I'll see you in 30.
I'm ready. Okay. First of all, hello, everyone. It's so good to have you here. I'm so thrilled to be back on SewFest again and see all my friends here. I know I've got lots of Let's Go Sew friends here. And I want to encourage you right away that the things I'm going to be showing here today, I always like to follow up my appearances on these live shows with a special blog post on my letsgosew.com website. It's always the weekend following whenever the show took place, because there's just never enough time for me to share all the wonderful things I would love to share with you. So that's a way to get more resources and more information, and information that you can, hold on to and really grasp. So let's talk zippers today. I'm going to help you. I hope I'm going to help you zap your fear of zippers. Raise your hand if you've had some zipper anxiety in your sewing life. It happens to the best of us. And yes, there are so many different ways you can sew zippers, whether you're doing garments or crafts or bags or all kinds of different things. There's zippers involved in lots of things. So today I want to get kind of into the nitty gritty, and I want to give you a great overview of zipper feet, because we know it's all about the tools. And when you choose the right tool for the task, you are on your way to sewing success. So let me show you just a few samples first, and then I'm going to switch over and show you some meet the feet, so to speak. So I want to kind of encourage you. First of all, I'm going to be showing you some ordinary zipper applications, but zippers don't have to be even functional. Look at this crazy thing I did here on this sundress. This is a zipper that leads to nowhere, but it functions as a wonderful, wonderful trim accent on this sundress. Of course, tied in with some decorative stitches and a whole different color scheme. What I love to do with zippers in applications like this, or even if they are functional, is add either fabric strips or ribbon trims. Grosgrain ribbon is my favorite ribbon to do decorative stitching on. I just stabilize it with a little bit of stiffener, and it makes a great base for decorative stitches. But when you do that, you can, widen the look of your zipper, make it look a little bit more like something special, and you wouldn't be able to find a zipper like this in the store. So think about customizing your zippers just by adding either strips of fabric or strips of ribbon, covering those with decorative stitches, and then applying those to your garments or crafts. So now I'm going to move up the dress a little bit and show you another idea here. So all I did here was, this time, these are functional. So let me zip this open, put my hand in there and prove it to you. I just took an ordinary patch pocket and I traced the pattern for that patch pocket and added just a little bit more interest to it by creating a facing. So I just basically created two pieces and created a band, but instead of that band being just straight across, I made it at an angle, again, to give it interest, and then added those decorative stitches to stabilized fabric. And when I sewed that to my garment, like any ordinary patch pocket would be, I just closed up the top edge. And again, I was able to tie together the color scheme. This dress fabric has just a little hint of that lime green dots, and by using that contrast fabric and then matching that color thread, I have something really, really special and something very, very unique. So I hope you'll consider some ideas like that. Now let's just take a look at, of course, I dropped them on the floor. You got to drop something on the floor while you're doing a live show. And a couple other of my favorite zipper applications. One of them is an invisible zipper, and just look at that. You can barely see how that zipper is sewn in. Now, when you do an invisible zipper, also known as a concealed zipper. So if you're looking for a zipper or zipper foot, you may see it called a concealed zipper foot. Why is it concealed? Because it's basically hidden. That's another word that's used for it. So invisible, concealed, hidden zipper, they're all the same thing. And what they actually mean, if you're not familiar with it, I know some of you are, but what it means is that the zipper is actually sewn right to the zipper coils are sewn at the point of the seam allowance. So it actually functions as the seam, meets the seam that would continue on as the rest of your garment, and all you see is that tab. So when you shop for an invisible zipper for any of your garments, even crafts, I love to use the zipper application on pillows because it's so simple to do. And again, it remains hidden. But what you want to look for is just, you want to match that tab as closely as possible. Sometimes that's a little bit tricky, so don't fuss too much over it. I have known people to buy nail polish in a certain color and paint their tab, and that certainly will work. But if you can get a tab that matches, that is all the more the better. So just look at how this opens up just very easily, and then it stops right where my seam then begins. And I'll show you a little bit more on this when I move over to another spot here. So another common zipper application is what we would call a slotted zipper. And this kind of an old-fashioned zipper application, but it works well for the center back of a skirt or a garment. It's an easy one to sew, and it lays nice and flat. So it's a good beginner zipper. Now, there's a method to my madness here with this safety pin and the tape sticking out here. So my very first big tip for you today is to always purchase a zipper that's a little bit longer than what you actually need. If you're installing it in an area where it's going to have to stop and have a waistband or another seam cross it, you do not want to have to fuss and fiddle with those zipper stops that are up at the top edge. So by simply extending your zipper a little higher, you're avoiding all of that area, and it saves you from having that little bump that kind of forms when you're trying to stitch around that point of that zipper stop. So now, why do I have a pin there? That's because eventually, once my zipper is in and it's going to be time for me to sew across that, I'm going to have to cut that zipper. And I like to place a pin across there until I get to that point, so I don't accidentally cut it without thinking and then zip that right off, because you're not going to get that kind of zipper tab back on there. Okay, so just keep that in mind. It'll just give you your mind an extra little like, uh-oh, I got to make sure that I'm covering that up before I trim that zipper tape off. Okay, the next one that is very common, and that is the lapped zipper. So this one, again, I do the same thing. I purchase a zipper that's longer than what I need. And this one is another really beautiful zipper to learn how to do. Now, you're going to see when I talk about the zipper feet, there's a zipper foot that is absolutely perfectly geared for sewing this zipper. And it's probably one of the best secrets kind of in sewing. And it really does make a difference when you choose the right foot. So I'll give you some more tips on that. And before I move over to the machine, again, I just want to tell you, I've got videos on installing an invisible zipper, installing a lapped zipper, and installing that slotted zipper. So those videos and the coordinating instructions that you'll find with the blog posts that I do will take you step by step through those, because Blaine would have had to give me about 3 hours today if I were going to do each one of those zippers for you. All right, so let's move over and let's meet the feet. I want to show you the zipper feet that can make all the difference in the world for you. Okay, so we're going to start with the standard zipper foot that comes with your machine. And what I want you to notice on the feet that I'm showing you today is the characteristics of how the feet are designed. They have very specific engineering, so to speak, for both the top side of the zipper and the bottom side of the zipper. So if we look at the top side of the zipper, you can see that it's got a hole or a slot or a spot for the needle to go on both the right and the left. And then it's also got a place for the zipper foot to snap onto your machine. This is a snap-on foot. And remember, I'm a Brother ambassador, so I'm working in the Brother world with Brother accessories. But pretty much everything I show you is available for various machines and various machine models. So, check to make sure what works with your particular machine. So we could snap it on either to the left side when we need to sew the left side of a zipper, or the right side when we need to sew the right side of a zipper. Very simple, very easy. Now, one of the things that you want to realize about this foot that's extremely important is you always want to choose a center needle straight stitch position on your machine when you're using this foot. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't tweak your needle position to move it a little further to the right or a little further to the left, but this foot is designed for when it's snapped on, for your needle to be in the center position. So you can, like I said, you can tweak that a little bit, but if you don't start in the center, you will run the risk of having your needle hit the metal portion on the foot. All right, I'm going to do a little flipperoo here and flip this under, and I think you're going to be able to see this pretty good. What I've got on the bottom of this foot is a deep groove or a channel on both the right and the left. And that's where it comes into play for sewing that lapped zipper. A lot of times what we're trying to do when we do a zipper is stay, stitch close to the teeth, but stay away from the bulk of the zipper. Well, let me tell you, this foot is actually designed for these grooves to ride directly over the teeth so that you can sew very close to them when you're doing a lapped zipper. So if I had to say that this foot was specifically engineered to sew one zipper perfectly, it would be the lapped zipper. And again, my video shows you step by step how to do that. That's why we have these grooves. One of the things that we observe with this foot is the wide back end. And that, again, is because it needs the space for those grooves, and the width is perfectly determined to coordinate with a standard ordinary zipper. So a dressmaker, what we would call a dressmaker style zipper. So that width, though, at the back makes it tricky when we're trying to sew other types of zippers, decorative zippers, sport zippers, zippers in bags, because that back end just doesn't let us get to the point that's close enough. And again, I told you could tweak a little bit by moving your needle position, but what you really want to do is switch feet. And in my sewing world, you can never have too many sewing feet because they're all a special tool for the task. So the foot that I would use, and in fact, this would be the foot that I would use if I had absolutely only one to choose, it would be this one, because this is a very standard sliding zipper foot. So again, it has the hole on the right and the hole on the left, but it has a back mechanism that allows you to slide from side to side so that you can perfectly position that foot to form as close or as far away as you need it to be to the actual zipper teeth where you're stitching. Now, this foot is actually a low shank screw-on foot, so it will work on any machine that has a low shank. If you happen to have a high shank, and again, in the brother world, there are several models that are in the higher end that have a high shank. In that case, you need this adapter. So this adapter comes with the high shank machines, comes with this little screw. I'm going to take it out, take it apart, and show you what it looks like. And this shank. So when that is added to the foot, it raises it up to a height that matches a high shank on your machine. So then you just use your standard screw that's on your machine to screw that part in, and then this would attach to the foot. So that's a little known fact that people don't realize when they see that. So look for that in your package. And of course, it's also available as an accessory. All right, let's take a look at another foot here that happens to be a favorite of mine. And this one is kind of the new kid on the block. This is called a narrow-based zipper foot. And it is one that I reach for again and again and again. It functions a lot like this sliding foot, but it has the ability for the needle to get a little bit further in there with that little bit more space, and we don't need to adjust the foot. Instead, we choose either a needle position on the right or on the left. So in this case, we do not want to use the center needle position. We do for this foot and we do for this foot, But when we put this foot on the machine, we want to choose the far right needle position for the right side of the foot. It only snaps on in the center, or we use the far left position for sewing a zipper on the left side of the foot. So make sure you double check that before you start to stitch. If you're on the right, your needle should be on the far right. If you're on the left, your needle should be on the far left. And you adjust that with either your stitch width key or your needle position key that does a plus and a minus and sends your needle from side to side. When we flip this foot around, it is perfectly flat on the bottom, the same thing as this one. And they both have that characteristic narrow toe and with a little bit of a turn up edge on the toe. So it gives you more visibility when you're stitching. And that super flat bottom allows tremendous contact with your fabric, because remember, this zipper foot that has the grooves is not designed to fully contact the fabric. It's designed to ride over the zipper coils. But this foot is designed to fully make contact with the fabric. So there's a lot of times when I'm making something and I need to sew up the rest of the seam after I've put the zipper in, and I can use this foot because it's so nice and flat and makes such good contact with the fabric and the area that I'm stitching that zipper. All right, let's take this one off and let me show you the last one in my batch. And again, in my world, I need to have all of these. This is the invisible or concealed or hidden zipper foot. And this foot is specifically designed to sew nothing but invisible hidden zippers. This is a relatively new foot for Brother. They had an earlier model, and as Brother is known to do, they like to improve and make things better. And this foot makes sewing those types of zippers even easier, because what they've done is they've changed the grooves that are on the bottom, and they've added this little piece in the front. So prior to this foot, and with other feet, so check yours, zipper sewing for concealed zippers is all the same, except that if you are if you're using a different foot, you may need to actually press your coils open prior to sewing. But Brother made it easy by allowing you to just simply finger press the coils on the zipper, because this foot does all the work and does the rest. So again, if I'm sewing on the right side, I'm going to use one groove. If I'm sewing on the left side, it uses another groove. And I'm just going to unzip my invisible zipper here for a minute and show you how those coils just ride right in that groove and make it really, really easy. Okay, let's talk about preparing for your zipper. And I got a couple more tips here to show you. One of my best tips is that whenever I'm going to insert a zipper in, I always, always, always apply fusible interfacing to my fabric. That stabilizes that area, it stabilizes the grain, and I won't have trouble with my zipper being wavy on one side or the other, because all of my fabric then is going to be consistently firm. What about keeping your zipper in place before you stitch it? Well, there's a great little product known as double-sided wash away sticky tape. And if you're doing something where you want to keep that zipper in place and not have to baste it or pin it, I never pin my zippers because it can cause them to become a little bumpy or bulky. Then you can use this tape. When you peel it away, it leaves a sticky little strip of glue. Sometimes you got to poke at it a little bit in order to get that separated. But that is now a little tacky part there. And when I put that on my fabric, that will stay in place until I'm ready to stitch it. And of course, it's repositionable as well. So that helps a lot. Now I do, sometimes I will baste my zippers in place. So I like to say there's a time and a place to baste. And I know there's people that like handwork and other people try to stay away from it. But By doing that, again, it avoids having to use pins. Maybe I don't want to have to wash something out afterwards. Well, a little bit of basting goes a long way and can keep that zipper in place for you. Let me move this out of the way. I want to show you just one last trick because I know my timer just went off and told me my time is just about up. But have you ever had a zipper that was too long and you needed to add a stopper to it? Well, if you have a machine with a button sewing foot or you just have a simple zigzag, you can set that up and do a bar tack. Your presser foot needs to be down. I like to use a button sewing foot when I have the opportunity. Move this a little closer. And then if I have a button sewing stitch, it will automatically lower the feed dogs and set it for a zigzag. If not, you just lower your feed dogs, set it for a zigzag that will skip from side to side. Go ahead and run that. And that makes a perfect stopper. When I pull this zipper down, it is not going any further because it is stopped by that. Another place I like to use this is for sport zippers because sport zippers are very hard to find in the right length and they have this wonderful stopper at the end. How in the world do you replace that? Well, you can do the very same thing. You can place that right under the foot and stitch right between the teeth there and make a perfect bar tack, and your zipper will not go any further than that. So let me switch over, see if we have any questions and see what Sewing Machines Plus has for you today. I did bring some zipper samples too, just to show you mine. There's all different kinds. And again, having the right foot for the task will just give you the easiest way to do whatever type of zipper you are trying to do. There's so many. So length is always an issue. So remember that trick for setting it for a bar tack, just a zigzag with the feed dogs down, several stitches in place. Then you can trim away the rest of your zipper if you don't have something crossing over it in order to create a barrier there. So Jane, you got any questions for me?
Hey, Joanne, that was fantastic. So much great information. Like I'm writing down notes just as everybody else is. So yeah, we have a couple questions. But first of all, I want to read this comment because it's hilarious from Marsha. Basting zippers, brings back memories of Miss Eisenberg, my 7th grade sewing teacher, who insisted we baste our zippers before stitching them. That was back in 1959.
Well, I'm sorry. I hope it didn't bring up a bad memory, but I do like to say there's a time and a place to baste, and it's so easy. You just take a long needle with thread and go, long stitches, and within minutes you've got something in place. I do that a lot for trims and different things. Sometimes pins just get in your way. So
pins and zippers are not super fun. I pin, but I'm going to use some of your tips and tricks. Okay, so tip number 1, always buy a zipper that is longer than you need. Is that's going for home decor items as well? Because again, we're keeping it.
No, it's really for things where you're going to have, I should have clarified that, where you're going to have like another seam cross over it, and you want to avoid having the bump at the top. So it's more for dresses and skirts and things like that.
But great tip. I love that. And then one of the other tips was adding the tape to it. The one question said, does the needle stick after using the tape?
I haven't found a problem with it. That's a great question. And it brings up one other, one thing leads to another, right?
Right. Yeah.
I always recommend that you keep this in a sealed little baggie after you open it up, because depending on where you live, the humidity can kind of either dry out or make that glue a little bit more sticky. So
yeah, that's fantastic. And then how many zipper feet did you show us today?
I showed 4. I showed the standard one that comes with machines. Very often it's the standard one that you get with the machine. I showed the adjustable sliding zipper foot, and then I also showed the narrow based zipper foot, and last but not least, that I can't find on my table, was the invisible zipper foot, or the concealed zipper foot.
But
So there are
great
4.
idea to try them all and practice on them all. Michelle wants to know, can you show us the finished sports zipper with the stop you sewed in?
Sure. Grab that out of the machine. It's going to have thread attached to it, but
that's okay.
Yeah, bring that in close to the camera. And I didn't do a good job of getting right between those teeth. There's one thread that's a little bit askew, but this is really one of my favorite tricks, because look at how that just stops now.
Yeah.
And try to find this zipper in the right length and the right color. Good luck.
But that's so true, because I've so many times forgotten to put a pin or like a little stitch, and I lose the zipper, and then you're trying to put it back together. I've done it. So thank you for that.
So this would be another case where you would go longer, because you can always go shorter by adding that bar tack.
It's so important. All right, so you're gonna wrap this all up. You're gonna give us a follow-up blog on your blog, letsgosew.com, and everybody can go and rewatch and relearn, and you'll have those tips up. Yeah,
I would say that's essential, because there's always so much more, right? There is always so much more to see, do, show, and talk about. So yes, please visit letsgosew.com. I will have a new blog post this weekend with lots of zipper resources, and the information that I gave today repeated as well in a little bit more detail. So, I want everybody out there to just enjoy SewFest and not have to be, too worried about taking notes. Of course, you can always watch the replay, but it's nice to have some written material to connect with that video.
Absolutely. And if you're like me, I can't remember anything, so I have to write it all down. Joanne, you are the best. It is so good to see you. Thank you so much.
Happy sewing, everybody. Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks, Joanne. Have a great afternoon. She's just the best. We love Joanne. Go check her out at letsgosew.com, or go back later on and rewatch what she does for us in this 30-minute education session. But hey, let's keep the day moving. I like to call it So Much Fun Fest, right? We love that. All right, Blaine, come on back in so you can keep the train going.
Hey, we are, Jane. Thanks so much. And hey, guys, we are going to go right into our next session, and we have Handy Quilter in the house. We have Sarah and Denise. Hey, and they're going to be here today, and they're going to talk all about the Amara. So let's bring Sarah and Denise into the show. Will y'all welcome them? Hey, guys, how are y'all?
Hello. Good. Can you hear us
great.
okay?
We can hear you just fine. Hey, we're going to let y'all go, because I know you got a whole bunch of stuff to educate everybody on. So we're going to let y'all get going, and I'll see y'all back in about 25 minutes.
Great. Thanks so much. So I'm Sarah, and I have Denise, one of our in-house educators here at Handy Quilter today. We're here to talk about the Handy Quilter Amara. It is our best-selling long arm machine, and it's probably one of my favorite machines that we have here today too, or that we sell, period. Let's see. We want to talk to you about some of the main features and how easy it is to use. I think a lot of time people are really, really intimidated by long arms. And they are different.
They are, absolutely. There's some differences, but you don't have to be scared of it, because we have excellent training and support. We will teach you how to use them. And we're going to start today by showing you some of my favorite features. Sarah, they're probably some of your favorite features too.
Let's see. I'm going to think of my absolute favorite feature, and you think of yours, and we'll see if they're the same.
Okay.
I have mine.
Okay, I have mine too.
I have my top two. I couldn't pick one.
That same here. I have two also. Let's see
I have
if they're
mine
the
too.
same. Okay.
My top two favorite are the lighting.
Okay.
And the pinpoint needle laser.
Okay, I share one of those, because the pinpoint laser needle is one of mine as well, because it gives us that really fine, precise red dot right where I want to stitch. Shows right where my needle is going to be while I'm stitching. The other thing I just love is the handlebars. They are adjustable and programmable. I can actually set some of my favorite features up just with the touch of a button on the handlebars, but I can move them too, because I do a lot of different types of quilting. I can do ruler work. I can do free motion. I can even set it up for computerized quilting, and my handlebars can be adjusted for whatever way I'm stitching. So super easy. So
great.
I really want to do some free motion today and just start off with some simple, easy stuff. So to do that, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to adjust my handlebars.
Denise, is this machine, I already saw a couple comments, how difficult, how heavy does it feel? How difficult is it to
Oh my
move?
goodness, look how easy this is. So look, I don't even have my fingers clamped around. I have 2 fingers on there.
I
And
think
I
this
am
is a
just moving
common
that around.
misconception.
Yeah.
They are large, so they do
Mhm.
take up some space in your home or your studio. But as far as actually having to physically move the machine around, it's a lot easier than you think
really,
it is.
really is. And honestly, just for camera work today, I have this is set up pretty high. I have it set up a little lower in my own
Yeah.
studio. But it's so easy, so well balanced that even while if I'm doing ruler work even, I can just guide it with like 2 fingers while I'm doing my rulers.
Great.
It's so nice and easy to use.
All right, well, talk to us about some of your favorite handlebar features
Okay,
here.
so I am going to be doing some free motion today. So I don't want to be driving out like this. Like that could feel a little stressful on my shoulders. I want to be just like cruising along. So I am going to change. I've got one guide here that allows me to actually pull my handlebar in or out. I can make that adjustment there, but also I can rotate it. And so I'm going to rotate that down and then lock it back in there. And then I've got another one here. I'm going to move it down. So look at the difference between my 2 handlebars here, Sarah. Isn't that just so nice? And it's very easy to manipulate that. So every time I'm quilting, I might even adjust them while I'm even in the middle of quilting, just to help my comfort level. Because the more comfortable I am, the longer I can quilt.
Yeah, we were actually talking before we were getting going about arthritis, and I do have some early arthritis. I played a lot of sports and I have some in my wrists as well. And I find a little bit curved is more comfortable for me when I'm doing free motion for hours and hours and hours.
I agree too. I have arthritis in both of my thumbs. It's not a fun thing.
Yeah.
But you notice this, I can actually guide the machine up here. It's actually one of the reasons I like to adjust the handlebar is there's really no strain. And even with my thumbs not having a lot of strength, I can still manipulate these clips here. But now I can steer and drive like this, and it just glides along. So
okay, great.
So I'd love to start doing some stitching.
Let's do
what
it.
do you think?
Let's do
okay.
it.
So I teach a lot of free motion classes, and one of the first things I have people do is try writing their name in cursive because we already have muscle memory for that. Another thing we have muscle memory for is doing cursive E's and L's or just little loops. So I'm going to start off doing that today.
Okay.
And first I'll just stitch a little E, then I'll come up and do an L, another E, another L. And you'll notice today I have this grid stitched out in the background. I like using grids because they help me monitor the size of my quilting. Typically, I would use a stencil, but I really wanted it to be visible on screen today. So, you know, I use that
if you're using
contrasting
a stencil,
thread.
what's your favorite medium? Is it a chalk? Is it?
I really like chalk. I like iron off pencils. Matter of fact, I have one of our iron off pencils today that I'm going to be using. You know, really whatever will remove easily is my favorite. So I always like doing a little test off to the side of my project and making sure I can remove that that easily. But so I really just don't have to think much about this shape. And again, these grids are helping me change my sizing. But because I already have this design down, I am just going to use my little handy marking pencil here. And I am going to keep this shape going, but I'm going to do it a little differently now. I am going to cut my block in half. I like pausing at points, changing directions. Look how easily I can change directions. So the exact same design, super easy. It glides effortlessly. Now I'm going to just come back down and repeat it again. And it's going to make kind of a lacy looking design, which I really enjoy. So I got a little loopier there, but you know, because these marks will disappear with this iron off pencil, once I remove all of the marks, nobody knows if I got off a little bit.
Right.
And it's just one of the
right.
beauties of free motion stitching. I like that they're a little irregular, a little bit
Yeah,
imperfect.
if we
Isn't
wanted
that
perfect,
fun?
we might look at more of a computerized option, but
That's
is
true.
part of the flavor and the joy and the fun of
Mhm.
handwork is that it's not always perfect. And I think we need to embrace that too.
I think so too. And I really, really enjoy doing that. The other thing I like is I can actually use other feet if I want to.
Mm.
Today I have our standard closed toe foot on. It comes with the machine. It also comes with an open toe foot. So I like that I could switch back and forth between those if I wanted to. And Sarah, actually, if you want to reach over to that table there, I brought our micro foot. This is an optional accessory. But I've noticed when I start stitching really, really small, and I want to go even smaller now, I like having the micro foot on there because that micro foot is going to allow me to even get in there. Like, there's nothing to this foot. I almost call it the nothing foot.
It's yeah, not much there.
There's not much. Matter of fact, let me take the standard closed toe foot off and let's compare them just side by side so you can see. There's quite a difference. I'll move the machine out of the way a little bit. But if you look at these two feet.
Oh, that's a good angle.
You know,
Yep.
There's quite a difference. There's almost nothing to this foot. Our engineers actually determined that was the least amount of foot that you needed to still be able to make a stitch.
Right, right. To hold the 3 layers together as you're moving
Yes.
the machine around and the hopping foot is going up and down.
So, and even with my arthritis, I can easily change the feet. So, and I'm just going to push up on that foot there at the end as I tighten that down. The Amara also comes with this amazing Allen driver,
This quick
which I
little guy.
love. I can get a really great handle on that. Okay, so I'm going to come over here and bring up my bobbin thread first. Got my micro foot on there. And I'm going to do the same exact style of stitching I did before. I'm just going to come in and do it a little smaller now. So look at that. The exact same loops I did before, they're just smaller. And it's something I really like sharing with beginners, that you don't need to learn a whole lot of fancy different design ideas. We can just come in and play with the same design over and over.
That's great. So that smaller profile of foot or less profile of foot
Yes.
really allows you to see where you've been. So you're not overlapping and you can really get in there into those detailed moment spots, which I think is fantastic.
Yeah, how fun is that?
So I've seen some comments about how easy you make it look, which you do make it look very easy. Talk to us about how you got to making it look so easy.
So how I started making it look easy, Sarah, was really one simple word. You probably know what it is already.
Does it start with a P?
It starts with a P.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. So I like sharing with people that practice makes proficient.
Oh,
I'm not worried about being perfect.
No, you're right.
I am
like
worried about getting better and increasing my skills. So
that.
I actually tell everybody, practice 15 minutes a day, 5 days a week. And if you do that and keep track of your progress, you will see in about 30 days, comparing your stitching from, the previous week and weeks before that, you will see some improvement. And even if you can't do it on your quilting machine, practice drawing. Drawing is really, really helpful.
And just never lift up your writing utensil, because that's mimicking not having to stop your stitching, tie off your thread, and move your machine and restart somewhere.
That is really, really true. You want to practice different ways that you would travel your stitching like you would on your machine. You're going to do that when you're drawing as well. That's a really good point.
Yeah. When I first got my long arm, I had all of these quilt tops that I had ready to go, and then I was too nervous. I didn't want to mess them up. Any advice for that?
Well, not really, because I actually had a quilting machine for 6 months before I even started using it. I was
So you were
scared
guilty
to
of
death
this
of
too.
it. I was so scared of it. I was actually so worried I was going to hurt the machine or ruin my quilt. And my husband's like, really, what's the worst thing that could happen? It's just fabric and thread. And I'm like, that's a really good point.
That's
So
true.
I put on some muslin fabric and started practicing, and I kind of got bored. I got bored really fast with just
Okay.
muslin. So I moved
Okay.
into fun printed fabrics and panels. Like
yes.
I didn't want to do it on anything that I had pieced yet.
Right.
I was a little worried about that.
Okay.
But I have found, going back to that practice about 15 minutes a day, it takes about 15 minutes to fill a fat quarter.
Oh,
And so
okay.
I would just load a big piece of fabric and piece of batting over that, and then I put a fat quarter on top of that.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Basted
idea.
it in place and just filled that fat quarter, whether I was tracing around polka dots or just tracing fun little motifs in the fabric.
Oh,
That
okay.
was really a lot of fun, and
Yeah.
it wasn't a huge investment in my time or in my fabric stash to really go through and find some fun things.
Yeah, I think panels are always great. So you haven't spent the hours of cutting and piecing it together.
That's true.
I like that, but I hadn't really thought about just finding some fabrics in your stash, some scraps or some extra fat quarters, and practicing kind of drawing over those shapes just to get that muscle memory going.
That's true. And even before I'd start stitching out those shapes, I would just trace them with my finger. And I keep my wrist locked while I was doing that. Just trace those shapes with my finger, and then I would jump in to start stitching them. So you'll find with practice, it becomes a lot easier with time. But it's about consistency. If I tried to put in 2 hours of practice one day a month, I probably wouldn't see a lot of progress, and I might get frustrated with that. And by might, I say I would, because that's how I tried to do it in the beginning, and it didn't really work very well for me. But between putting in the practice and having a machine that made it so effortless to really get in there and not have to really think too hard about how am I moving this and what's the weight of the machine. Like, it just does it.
I think one of the nice things too about coming from a long arm, when I first started quilting, I would finish on my home sewing machine, but I was moving the paper, so to speak, the quilt, your quilt sandwich, instead of the needle, which is your writing utensil. In addition, I didn't have any sort of stitch regulation on my home sewing machine, so I had to coordinate my foot with how the foot pedal, with how fast I was moving. Well, I was trying to kind of move the paper backwards. And so one of the things I love about when we get into a traditional long arm here is now you're moving the needle, the pencil, your needle, instead of the paper or your fabric. And these are fully stitch regulated. So you don't have to have that other thought about keeping up any certain speed or tempo. As you move faster or as you move slower, the machine is going to detect that, and it's going to move the needle slower or faster. So you have a really good, consistent stitch length.
That's really true. And better fat. I'd like to go back to the beginning of our conversation when we were talking about some of our favorite things about this machine. It has amazing stitch regulation.
It does.
I really love it. And it stitches at speeds up to 2,500 stitches per minute. I don't stitch that fast, but I'd really like to know that I could if I wanted to.
Right. Or if you get real excited coming in or out of something, or somebody surprises you and comes into your room, you're not going to get those long stitches.
Yeah,
is
actually,
what we
let's
prevent.
play with that for a minute.
Let's do it.
So what I'd like to do is I'm just going to draw myself another kind of little grid here. Can you tell I like grids?
Grids are fantastic.
That's not a real even grid, but I'm okay with that. I'm just going to stitch my way over here. And I actually want to start at the bottom of this box. I want to play with some little clamshells.
Okay.
And I might not stitch exactly to the grid, but it's there to kind of just help me with my sizing. So, but I am going to stitch some little clamshells. Now, I ran out of space there, so I just ended it at the halfway mark. That's okay, because watch what happens when I go backwards. And watch the stitch quality as I'm stitching. Even though I'm swinging and I'm speeding up on these curves, the stitches keep up with me. I'm at 12 stitches per inch. No change at all in the consistency.
So you can 100% focus on the shapes that you're attempting to create.
Exactly.
And not having to worry about your speed or your foot pedal. That's just a lot going on.
That's true. Let's keep this going because it's just fun. Look how effortless that was. You know, I love that all of my curved stitches have the same exact placement. They're very, very precise. They're very tiny. If I wanted to do bigger quilting, I could just easily, with a touch of a button on my handlebars or on my touch screen, I can change the size of the stitch that I do too. So, and when I'm stitching smaller like this, I tend to like finer thread and smaller stitch lengths, but I can use really whatever kind of thread I want on here. If I decide I want to use like a real pretty shiny specialty thread, then I'm going to take the time to increase my stitch length. It takes me just a second to do it on the screen or the handlebar, but that way I can see the thread. The thread becomes the star of the show, and it's just a lovely thing to have all of that control available, that I get to personalize my quilting and make it whatever I want it to be.
Yeah. We do get some questions occasionally about thread and what types of thread work with our machines. Any high quality thread is going to work just fine. Some people will prefer cotton, some people prefer a poly. That really comes down to personal preference. As long as it's produced by a quality manufacturer, you're going to be just fine with our machines.
Absolutely. And I kind of have a little secret about my thread.
Okay.
I have an embroidery machine too.
Oh,
and I can use the same thread that I use in my embroidery machine in my long arm quilting too.
That's fun, particularly if you want to match some sort of bright colors or do some work that really emphasizes something.
Absolutely, I can use the exact same thread, because embroidery machines work at high speeds as well. So it's really, you're able to use that on the long arm, and it's just so fun to be able to focus on my stitching and go look at the threads I have for my embroidery machine and my long arm, because they're all stored together, because they work the same in the machine. It's really, really a lot of fun. This machine has allowed me to personalize my quilting and really make the decisions based on what I want it to look like by pushing a few buttons on the screen and customizing the handlebars and the lighting. And oh my gosh, the lighting. We haven't really talked much about the lighting.
It's hard to
amazing.
show on here. Maybe if we can go ahead and zoom back in on the quilting area.
I could even turn off the lights.
Yeah, let's turn it off. So this is kind of with our lights on, and then that's with our lights off. I don't know about you. My first long arm was in our basement, which was a little dark, and currently mine's in our dining room, our formal dining room, which doesn't have good light either.
Yeah.
And I don't even turn on what there is above. I just turn on the lights on here. So we have lights all around the needle area, as well as they go all the way back down that throat.
Oh, yes,
so that
because I can control them independently even. Isn't that great?
And then here is, if I don't know if you'll see if it lit up more, but we also now lit up all the way to the back. So
I know
lighting is fantastic. You have to be able to see what you're trying to do where you've been. So that's a great feature as well. Another question we get asked a lot is, what sort of maintenance do these things require? These are new machines for some of you out there, and that can seem intimidating as well. And I'm just going to say it's not intimidating. It's not that bad.
It's really not.
What do you recommend for just kind of regular maintenance on
For
these?
regular maintenance, you are going to be able to use the stitch counter on your machine. It'll keep track of things for you. So I recommend every 10 million stitches or every other year, whichever one comes first. For myself, I'm usually doing it once a year because I like to quilt. I like to put stitches on
quite
there.
often.
I am. But in the meantime, all I do is I spend about 90 seconds each morning. I dust off my machine. I dust off my tracks, check all of my cables, make sure everything's secure, plug my machine in. And when I am changing my bobbin, I look in my bobbin area for lint and I clean that out. On this particular machine, I can even use canned air to clean that all out, keep my bobbin area clean. And then between bobbin changes, I add one tiny little drop of oil.
Dab of oil.
To right to the bobbin race.
Right to the bobbin. And that's it. That is the only spot you will be dabbing oil, is just one little dab on the hook of your, on the race part of your hook. And that's it. That is the only spot for oiling. And then we ask that you clean that out kind of every time you're down there changing your bobbin.
Yeah,
and
absolutely. Yep, that's all I need to do.
I always do recommend change a needle with a quilt. I know we spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars on our fabric, hundreds of hours piecing everything. Every quilt deserves a fresh needle. They're like 50 cents.
Yeah.
So
And
just do it.
We even have counters on the machine that will let you keep track of
Yes.
time.
Yes.
I change my needle about every 8 quilting hours.
Oh, okay. That
Yeah.
would be
So, and that's about,
because some
it's about a
quilts
queen size
might
quilt.
not have very much. It might be a little baby quilt and you're just doing some really loose loops, or you might have a king size quilt with really dense quilting. So that's a
very true.
good way of keeping track of that.
Yeah,
as
that
well.
really just makes sure I'm getting the best quality stitches I can.
Right.
And then my service technician takes care of it for me, you know,
Yeah.
in between those other things. So I don't
Perfect.
even have to worry about it. It's a worry-free machine.
We have a question about what size needles do we use?
That is a great question.
Yeah.
That goes back to what kind of thread
Thread.
do you like to use? So I like to use a lot of 40 weight thread, and there's actually a place on the Amara screen that will tell me what size thread and what size needles go together. So you're always going to pick your thread first, and then you can go into the information tab on your Amara console and look at what's weight thread you're using, and it'll tell you, oh, here's the size needles. So I know with my 40 weight thread, I'm going to use a size 18 needle.
Great.
Yep. I love that.
All right. Well, I think we are getting to the end of our time. Is there any last minute things we want to talk about?
Really quickly, I just want to talk about threading this machine and how easy it is. But going back to that same information tab, Sarah, there is information available on the Amara console that will walk me through threading the machine.
Yes.
So I don't
on
even
the
have to
display,
remember.
You can go to a little help info tab and it will bring in screens, and it will have numbers on an image that just looks just like the side of your machine, and it will help you thread. I think most people, after they've been long arming for a while, they don't have to use it, but the first few times it's nice just to know that you are on the right path. So you're able to do that without having to pull out.
It's so
a big
nice. It's
user
so
guide.
easy. You don't have to think about it. This is literally like one of my very favorite machines. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Okay, great. Let's see, do we have Blaine with any other questions? Like I said, this is our best-selling machine, and I bet if you contact Sewing Machines Plus, they will be happy to give you pricing information, as well as some different frame options as well to help potentially fit it in your house or in your sewing space.
We do, guys. Thank y'all so much for the great demonstration. I know we're going to see y'all later on in the week as well, but we got to tell everybody how they can get this great Amara. Again, guys, this is a 20-inch long arm quilting machine from Handy Quilter. And guys, I tell you what, this is a great machine. If you want to step up and start getting into the bigger type long arms, this is a fantastic one to get into. Right now, it is $11,795, and that is with the 5-foot little frame. We do have other frame options that you can move up to a 10 or 12 foot. But again, that $11,795 is the normal price. We do have a show special. You have to give us a call to get the show special, and we're going to throw in that free $500 thread bundle along with the purchase. So no matter what combination you get frame, you're still going to get that $500 thread bundle, and we're going to give you a great price on it. And you can get this thing. We're financing it. We have Synchrony financing available, 0% interest for 60 months as well. Get that payment under $200. But guys, this is the Amara. It is a 20-inch long arm machine. Has the 7-inch color touch screen. You can actually, it's robotic available. You can put the Pro Stitcher on this too if you want to add robotics. We have that option as well. It's menu controlled. It has the Quilt Master LED lighting package on it. For the throat, that needle bar and the bobbin area. It has the Quilt Master front handlebars. Independently adjust all both of those handles so you can get them to be ergonomically correct just for you. It has that servo-controlled switch regulation, programmable handlebar buttons, stitching speeds up to 2,500 stitches per minute, and you can do 4 to 24 stitches per inch. 2 modes of stitch regulation. You can do the precision or the cruise, and it has 5 convenient built-in tie-off switches, the high-speed rotary hook with the large capacity M-class bobbin, and then you can do the manual mode with 3 customizable preset speeds. And guys, again, like I said, this is Pro Stitcher ready. You can actually get the robotics and put right on this if you want to have it. It comes with a great accessory package as well. Unbelievable warranty on it, 10-year on the casting, 5 years on the mechanical and electronics. And so guys, again, We have great support. Our team at Sew Machines Plus, our quilting experts, they can all help you with this. So if you want to give us a call right now and talk about the combinations we have with frames, give us a call at 800-401-8151. If you're on the website right now, you can go to smplive.tv. You'll see the Amara. Click on that product. It'll take you right to the product page. We have live chat agents on the website standing by as well that can help you. And if you just are on the SewingMachinesPlus.com website, you can type Amara, A-M-A-R-A, in the search bar, and it'll take you right to that product page as well. So a lot of different ways to get there. But again, guys, this is a great, great offering we're offering today from Handy Quilter. And guys, we're going to ship this to you free right to your doorstep. And so if you're wanting to get into a long arm quilting machine, this is the way to go. So, hey, let's keep the show rolling. Let's bring Angela back in. And guys, we're going to talk all about some more cabinets today and some chairs, Angela.
We are. I'm very, very excited. We have Harley Thomas, which we've renamed John Travolta, and Sarah LePage from Aero Cabinets. And if you missed yesterday's episode, you might want to go back and check that out because the cabinets were amazing. The Kiwi cabinet is absolutely must go with everything, I think. But let's invite them up here from Aero Cabinets. I can't wait to see what you have in store today, guys. And I did learn, Blaine says, don't put chocolate in the chairs when it's 100 degrees outside. It could be bad.
He did mention that the chocolate in the chair might be really bad if we're shipping it. But it's still chocolate, Angela.
There's an easy fix for that. You could do M&Ms.
There you
or
go.
If you're a peanut butter lover like Blaine, Reese's Pieces. I mean, we have workarounds to make sure that you get your sugar high.
We have workarounds, and I just have to share a cute story with you. Last night, my husband said, "So, what was some of your favorite things from the day?" And I said, I'd like kiwi for my birthday. And he goes, "Oh, that's easy." I'm like, "It's a little more expensive than the food you're thinking of, but it's very cute." Love the
Angela,
name.
that's great.
All right.
That's
Take it away.
great.
Let's see what you got for us today.
Okay, we've got some exciting things for you viewers today. And I'm glad everyone's saying hi.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody. So folks are saying hi, Jerry. So we actually have Sarah and Jerry. Jerry is absent right now. I see lots of chocolate going on too. So what we have today is we have a special deal on what we call the Norma Jean cabinet.
Mm-hmm.
But before we get to that, everyone's going to ask, and I already see comments about it. People always want to know about the chair. So this is a teaser. Chairs are coming up in a little bit, and the chairs have excellent storage underneath and inside. So you can actually store things in here, and it goes up and down. Ethan, you got a sec to show them the inside? I got to go back. All right, will do. So we've got a little storage inside. It's got a, see right there, you can see inside. And then it's got a 5-star base, so it's really sturdy. We'll do a demonstration in just a little bit. You got to watch. I did John Travolta yesterday. Today I might do, I don't know.
Please do Baryshnikov.
No, it's going to be something racing related. Maybe
Okay.
Talladega Nights.
All right, I like it.
We'll see
I like
what
it.
happens. I'll be Will Ferrell. So we've got chairs coming up in just a bit. They are on sale right now, Sewing Machines Plus $299. So great. They come in 5 patterns and 5 solid colors. Anything to fit your current studio. So we'll get those kind of off to the side a little bit. And you heard about the Kiwi. We have a great Kiwi here today for you to see. So we're not really talking about her today, but we'll get to that. So the Norma Jean.
Here she is. This is the Norma Jean. She is a full-size sewing cabinet. And, you know, this particular piece of furniture is really perfect for those of you who have your sewing furniture up against the wall or up against the wall sewists.
And so this cabinet, unlike some other cabinets, it doesn't have a quilt leaf built into it, which means it pops up off the back. Mm-hmm. There is one available for additional purchase that you can buy at SewingMachinesPlus.com. But for a lot of people, they don't need that. They have room and space limitations. There's also a nice place to keep your items, right? Organized, little organization here on the top, so they're easy to grab. What really makes a sewing cabinet, Sarah? That's the
Wow.
real question.
The real answer to that, Harley, what makes a sewing cabinet and not just a table that you throw your machine on, is a lift so that you can have your sewing machine in a couple of different positions, including storing it. Should we show them how it's done?
We should show them how it's done.
All right.
So we have a plastic acrylic insert in here right now.
We'll go over that in a minute.
We'll go over that in a minute. But the storage, so this is what we call flatbed because it's very flat. And storage, when you want to store the unit, just push it down like that. There it is. You could fold it up. We'll fold it up at the end. Fold it up and your storage. You've got 10 minutes, 20 minutes. You drop the kids off to school. Your husband is left to run errands. You can sneak away a little bit to your she shed. And you can say, hey, I'm going to spend a little time. Boom. You can be sewing just that fast. Just that fast. The Norma Jean's great if you have a multi-purpose room. Let's say it's in a living room or a family room area because of the design of it. So it looks more like a piece of furniture and the door does close. So it's got storage in the door. So when you have the door closed, it looks more like furniture. So it's very versatile. Very, very versatile.
That's one of the things I really like about this design. It's got kind of that classic look to it. It really goes well in just about any home.
It goes great all sorts of places. So the sewing lift is, let's talk, because this is the number one question we get. How big is it? How wide? How big does my machine fit?
Well, this is an A7 size opening. And what that means is that from the front of your machine to your back of your machine, this area here, this measures 23 3/4 inches. And from front to back, it measures 12.5 inches. So as long as your sewing machine, when you measure it, including any protruding knobs or cords or anything like that, as long as it's within that 23 3/4 by 12.5, it's going to fit on this lift.
And it will fit most sewing machines.
That's right.
Is this named after Marilyn Monroe is a question I'm not at liberty to say, but let's just assume it is. This has been in the cabinet, in the line a long time, the Norma Jean. It's been great. Some people said they wanted to see the lift again, but what's really neat about this cabinet is the size of it. So when it's open, when it's completely open, it's 7 feet long, about 7 feet, and about 20 inches deep. So lots of workspace.
Also, another thing that can be said about the size here, while it does have such a large, expansive work surface for you, when you fold this little baby up, it basically shrinks to half in size. When it's open, it's 7 feet long, and when you close it up, it's only 3.5 feet by 20 inches deep. So, I mean, there's really a lot of sewing surface available to you with this cabinet.
And it's a perfect height. It's 30.5 inches tall, which is a normal working desk type height for you. And Sarah can show how you can actually sew, what that flatness really does. This is what makes a sewing cabinet a sewing cabinet. And Ethan will try to zoom in a little bit. He'll have a shot. I'll close the door. I keep opening and closing the door.
Okay, I'm going to bust out my fat quarter here because, like I said yesterday, everybody carries around a fat quarter in their back pocket, right? It's not just me. All right, so on this machine, I just got to make sure that my presser foot and my needle are up so I can show you this. Okay, as you slide your material through, check it out. This nice flat acrylic insert here allows you to glide all the way through with no strain to your wrists, no pulled stitches. It's just, it glides.
And that's what the lift on the sewing machine really does, is it puts it at the perfect height. So your whole work surface is a single level. Everything's on the same level, which is really what we're going after. And what we do, you put this down. There you go. Now you're
like
almost ready for
disappeared.
storage.
Yeah.
And if you really wanted to do, let's say you want to do garment sewing or something, you could have it up here. And a lot of us might put this on a dining room table, right?
Right.
And you want to sew, you have to go in the closet. You've got to get it out, drag it out, find a place to plug it in, grab your project boxes, and then you're sewing with your wrists going up and over all the time.
You know, you're just asking for some pulled stitches and wrist fatigue.
You really need an ergonomic chair with great lumbar support.
Gosh, if only there
If
was an
only there was
ergonomic
a
chair with
great-looking
great
chair, right?
lumbar support. We'll
And
get to
then
that later.
You've got this guy. So the nice part about this, someone asked a question. Yes, there are other sewing tables out there. Arrow is the #1 sewing cabinet, period. We sell more cabinets than anybody else. We have more options than anybody else. So there's an option for every style. This one, if you're looking for a cabinet for a mid-sized cabinet that can handle a lot of machines, this is your cabinet. Blaine has a smoking hot deal on it. I know we're going to talk more about it. Let me fold it up real fast, and then we're going to flip back and go back to Angela, and she's going to tell you about the great promotion on this cabinet. So this folds up just like this. Boom. That's it. Done.
Look at how cute that is.
All folded up.
It's so
Nothing to
little
worry
and
about at
cute.
all. So that is the advantage of the Norma Jean cabinet. Again, opening's 23 3/4 by 12 1/2. Has a 3-position hydraulic lift. When it's open, it's 7 feet wide and 20 inches deep. But when it's folded up, it's only 3.5 feet by 20 inches. It's one of the longest running products in our Arrow Classic Sewing Furniture line. So it is tested and tested. Angela, do you want to tell the folks at home how they can get one of their very own at SewingMachinesPlus.com?
I would love to do that. By the way, before you go, someone asked, do you have to order the inserts special, or how does that work? Someone was just asking, and I know this would be with probably any of your cabinets.
Yes, the inserts are custom made to your machine based on your model, and you can do that online at SewingMachinesPlus.com or call one of their friendly operators. Nicholas and his crew can take care of you.
All right. Well, I'll take it away for a minute while you revamp everything. So the Norma Jean, I'm laughing at all of you talking about the name. We will have to ask them where they came up with the name. It was not Marilyn Monroe, and Norma Jean was her real name. But it is going for $6.99, and you can call in right now. The number is 1-800-401-8151. So the Norma Jean is first. This is the first table. You can see, you saw how easy it was to set up. You saw how easy it was to take down. It comes in black, oak, cherry, or white. Actually, I love this black one on here. I didn't even notice that. It retails for $1,599, and the show price is $6.99. I love how Sewing Machines Plus puts in there $58.25 a month. That's always a great way to see this. So you save $900, and to get this special pricing, you do have to call in. They have their people on the phone waiting for you. Does it come with pockets? We'll ask them when they come back. I just saw that comment come up, and I saw a few of those. We'll ask them when they come back. All right, the chairs are special for $2.99, and if you missed yesterday, they showed quite a few other colors in the chairs. So I think, if I remember correctly, it was 10 different designs, but don't quote me on that. The chairs are on special for $2.99. The Norma Jean is $6.99. That is a huge discount. And if I'm correct, Blaine, is it free shipping to your door? I better double check that, but I'm pretty sure everything else you have is.
Hey, Angela, it sure is. We're going to ship it nationwide, right to your doorstep, absolutely free. And again, you know, this is a great price. That cabinet is fantastic. 4 colors to choose from, $699. Angela, call me, give me your credit card, and I'll get you 1 cent.
You know, that black color is so striking. I had not seen that before, and that's so trendy.
I love the black. Absolutely love that black color. It just really looks rich, and I think it's awesome. But every color, you know, just looks so good. You know, when you see them in person too, the teak is just a very vibrant wood color. They're all just so good looking. And so, you know, hopefully we can match it up. You know, if you want one of these cabinets, it'll match up with stuff, maybe things you already have in your sewing room. But guys, this is a great addition. I tell you, I absolutely love the Arrow cabinets.
And that really good quality. I've seen them at many shows. Quality is absolutely beautiful. And also, what a heck of a deal you're offering.
Yes. Great price. And I mean, it almost costs us that much to ship it. So think about how much it would cost a cabinet to ship. And we're shipping it absolutely free. And then that low price of $6.99. I tell you, that is a great, great price. Show special price today, guys. Y'all need to get on the phone right now. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. Or, Angela, they can just go to smplive.tv and click on that product, the Norma Jean. It'll take them right to the product page. They can order it right from there. And they also have live chat agents standing by if they have any questions. And like you were talking about that insert, if they want the insert for their machine, they just have to give us the make and model of their machine, and it'll get custom cut just for that. Now, it will not ship with their cabinets. The cabinets, they'll get it first, but because they have to be custom made, those inserts, but it'll be a few weeks right after they'll get the insert for it.
Absolutely. And Blaine, do you remember off the top of your head how many chairs, different designs? I thought you said 10 yesterday, but I could be wrong.
I think there is. I think there's 10 different design colors that you can get. And we have every single one of those on our website. And they're going to go over the chairs here after this next cabinet. The next one coming up is the Outback. And I tell you, it is a great cabinet as well. But Harley's going to talk about those chairs. And those chairs, again, great product. And I absolutely love the chairs. And I think if anybody ever buys one, they'll buy a second one because they're that good.
They're so cute. I actually have a little sewing party going on over here. You can't see everyone. And one of the girls has one of those chairs, and she's using it for her vanity. So it doesn't have to be just for sewing.
That is true. That is true.
Love it. Love the deal. And also, I think you heard them. They said M&Ms. They're going to do M&Ms from now on. Forget the chocolate.
All right, Angela, I'm going to let you take it back and get them back on here and show that Outback.
All right, let's see this Outback. And then we have a couple questions for them at the end, but that was the Norman. Oh, look at this color.
But before we get to that, because you love the black Norma jeans so much, it used to be called the Maryland, that cabinet. Okay. And then we made it with a bigger opening and we couldn't keep it the same name, so we called it Norma Jean. So that's where the Norma Jean got its name, Angela. And yes, the chairs come in 10 colors, 5 solid and 5 patterns. You can see them all on SewingMachinesPlus.com. Plus, I think they spin around online. You can see them from all angles on 360. So the Outback, people love this color. This is a new gray color, and the Outback is our newest addition to the Kangaroo sewing furniture line.
That's right. The Outback cabinet, this is definitely a full-size sewing cabinet. Guess how many feet of sewing space you have from side to side?
I don't care. It's a dream. It's a dream. This is a dream cabinet.
It's a 9-foot-long dream, 9 feet long. And when it's fully extended and everything is all pulled out for your use, it's 4 feet deep. I mean, it boggles the mind how much you could.
We have a few people in the office here that have enough fabric that could cover it and bury it. It's not many because it's so big. So this is our flagship cabinet, the Outback. It is designed to fit the biggest machines on the market.
That's right. It is an A14 size opening. And that means that from side to side, you have 30.5 inches. And from front to back, you have 14.5 inches. This will hold machines up to 65 pounds. So the largest machines on the market.
It'll hold
you can put anything in here.
You just remove the embroidery attachment. It'll hold all of them.
Absolutely.
And then you get a custom insert. Ethan has the photo up there to show you the size of the opening. It's as big as the cabinet. So the cabinet is a monster. And there's some really great features about this cabinet. And as you can see in the picture, we have a place here to put your hoops. Your hoops can go here, hoop storage. We have this great little caddy on the side.
Oh, this caddy
we'll talk about right now.
Cool.
Why not?
I can't wait. I have to talk about the caddy right now.
Because right now it's in kind of close.
It is kind of close. So let's say you're here, you're working in your work area, and you feel like you just want a little bit more elbow room here. This caddy is so sweet. It slides out, and I don't know if you can see them from where you're at, but we've got these little anchors here on the inside of the door that you can just attach your caddy to this door.
This cabinet is so big it barely fits in the TV frame.
It's so big.
So it can be moved in and out, and then the caddy also stores conveniently.
Oh my gosh, I love the storage in this thing.
There's lots of storage.
We have, of course, we have the soft close drawers here. Again, you can really slam it hard, and it's just going to close real softly for you. And I love this feature. These thread boards are just so great. You can pull them right out. Look at how much thread that holds. Oh, I got to get in the frame. There we go. That's a lot of thread. And we have not one, but two of them. Now, because they're removable, that means that you have plenty of versatility with this cabinet. If you don't have enough thread, I mean, like I say in jest, because who doesn't want to hoard some thread, right? You can take your thread board out and just use the drawer for regular storage. The bottom drawer is really nice and big. It's nice and big. Oh, who's in here?
Oh, there's Pockets Pal.
Hey!
So there was a question about how do I get a Pockets? So Pockets is standard with all the kangaroo cabinets that have a lift, because Pockets goes up and down, right? Because it's a kangaroo and bounces. Oh, the lift on the cabinet goes up and down.
That's right.
So why don't I demonstrate that again? So you've got this giant quilt leaf here off the back, which is gorgeous. Oh, I forgot to mention this cabinet doesn't just come in gray. It also comes in a white with a wood grain, and
it comes in teak,
with a wood grain. So something to fit all your interior styles. Ethan's got the teak up there. Let's see if I can do this again today. Not so well. I have to go over here.
You have to be
and do that.
Do the John Travolta over here.
Got a little teak right there. And then also the white. And of course, this gray. The gray color is great. It's very popular. It's a new color for Era. Well, new. We've had it for months and months, but it's new in this cabinet. This cabinet is new. And as you saw from the sewing demonstration earlier, having everything on the same level of your work surface here is great. I mean, your fabric flows nicely, flows right through the machine. You're going to have straight stitches.
I don't think I raised my needle for that one. That's my fault.
So that's all right. Here, so it goes right through. Helps that the needle's not in the way, right?
It does.
Going through metal. I don't know if physics still work here at Arrow. So we go right through that. So everything's nice and smooth. Comes off the back. It's great. An item that we're not really talking about, what we should talk about, is something called a quilt block. If you look at SewingMachinesPlus.com and look up Krista quilt block, you're going to find this great little thing that goes on the back that'll keep your quilt from falling off the back. They're amazing.
And they come in enough colors to match any Arrow or kangaroo cabinet you might want to bring into your home.
You might want to take a look at those. This cabinet is a deal any day for the price that it is.
Mm-hmm.
And in working with SewingMachinesPlus.com, we've come up with a special show deal, call-in pricing only. And then the other thing about this cabinet, besides the great storage in that, it's really about work surface and having the work area.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is amazing. Here, I'll put this back up so Ethan can do an aerial.
It just boggles the mind how great this is. Can you imagine 9 feet of sewing space here? And with this leaf extended in the back, there's plenty of room for your large quilting projects, anything that's going to come quite a ways beyond the back of your machine. This quilt leaf is going to help keep it up and off the floor.
Right. And we've talked to a lot of people about the length of the quilt leaf. What's the right length? So we've got it right now. Used to be a little bigger, and then people said it's too heavy. So we're balancing the heaviness and the versatility of it. It's still the width of the cabinet, which is great. And if you put a little fence on, you put a Krista quilt block on, it will keep it from falling off the side. So again, what's nice about a sewing cabinet is you can actually put it down into what we call storage position, and you can close it all up.
That's right.
Everything is all tucked away and safe. This cabinet does come with a filler plate that goes in where the insert is. I'll grab it and show you.
Just on the off chance that you're not going to be using the table for sewing, but you're going to be using it for something else. Maybe you have a Cricut machine that you want to use on
Maybe
this
you want to
cabinet.
lay out a whole bunch of patterns at one time. Now you have this giant work surface that's just yours.
That's right.
So I do think that's a nice advantage to have this, and then the cabinet can close up with this on top. Or this also comes out and does have a storage location in the back inside there. So it is very versatile.
Should we show them how nice and small it folds up?
We can. I'm trying to read questions to see if there's something else people want to know about the Outback XL cabinet. XL because it is extra large, holds the biggest machines on the market. And this is a pretty heavy machine. And it comes up, I mean, I say I use one finger. It's an air lift assist. So We call it an assist, but it comes up virtually on its own.
It does. And this is the largest lift that we offer. And again, it holds up to 65 pounds of machine. That's a lot of machine.
And because of that, the cabinet has heavy duty casters.
That's right.
Really heavy duty caster. I don't know if Ethan has a picture of the heavy duty caster. Sometimes we have it, sometimes we don't. But the casters on this are heavy duty. It will work. Denise says heavy duty. The whole thing is heavy duty.
She's not kidding. Absolutely.
It is great for those machines. It's great if you want to spend time sewing. You could set this up in a room and it is your spot. Yesterday we showed a Kiwi, which is included with some cabinets, but it's a great add-on to the Outback cabinet. If you want to make yourself a little studio, put a little Kiwi over here. The gray Kiwi here in the background matches, can go right there. Then you take your chair, which is off camera. Put your chair. This is the buttons chair. How are we on time? Oh, we got a little bit of time. So this is the Outback. We're going to put it down. Then we're going to talk about these chairs because people keep asking about chairs. And thank you for the comments about a great cabinet. This is a great cabinet. If you place your order with SewingMachinesPlus.com, it will ship out today or tomorrow and be at your house within a few days. Everything shows up FedEx ground. Sarah did the assembly manuals.
I did.
And has put together every cabinet once, if not twice.
Mostly twice.
Mostly twice. So she's got it down to where she can put these cabinets together herself for the most part. You might need help flipping something over if anything's got to be flipped, but it is, it's easy. It's as easy as it can be.
It is very much so. And you do not need to be afraid of putting together a ready to assemble cabinet. Our instructions have been revamped so that even those of us who don't have engineering degrees can go ahead and put a cabinet together.
Yes. Sarah, you don't have an engineering degree, do you?
I do not have an engineering degree.
No, but so we've tried to make it as easy as possible for people to put things together. So this, and actually we don't really have to close this up, but we will for a moment.
We're just going to close it up just so you can see how small it gets. Oh, and another thing that I really like about this cabinet, and a lot of my cabinets do have this feature, is this little lock and key set. So if you're storing some very, very important fabric shears in here and you want to keep your housemates, your family's grubby mitts off of them, lock up your cabinet, keep everything safe.
The only other things we've missed on it, it comes with a lifetime warranty, which is great. It has a very durable finish. The caster's locked, so once you put it in place, and you saw it didn't move, and we're on a hard surface. So if you get it on a carpet surface, it'll move easy enough if you want it to, or you lock the casters, not going to go anywhere, which is great. So we talked about fast shipping. Buy it from SewingMachinesPlus.com. Let's talk
Denise
about chairs
says, or your chocolate stash to keep that safe. You're absolutely
stash.
right, Denise. We are keeping that stuff safe.
And everybody needs a good chair to sew on.
Chairs.
And stop using an office chair.
Ugh.
Don't use an office chair. This chair is specifically designed for the sport of sewing. So, which is really great. So the chair has a 5-star base, great lumbar support, and storage on the inside. I mean, it comes in 10 fabrics, 300-pound weight capacity. This ships in 2 boxes. Super easy. Should take about 10 minutes to put together. And I promised earlier I would do Talladega Nights to show you how sturdy it is. So I can take this, and if I drop something and try to bend over, the chair's not going to fall over on me. I might fall out, but chair's not going to fall over. And it rolls really well.
We need to install a 5-point safety harness on that chair for you, Harley.
And well, Kyle at Sewing Machines Plus has a great graphic that he's going to put up of the chair of Lynn, who's one of our educators, who's wheeling across the floor. And I think Kyle's going to show that in just a bit. Angela, that's what we have to tell you about the Outback sewing cabinet. Oh, there's the graphic right there. There's Lynn twirling around in one of the 10 colors. So she's on the Princess Purple chair. Angela, that's what we've got for you today. Great price every day. Sewing Machines Plus. Blaine and I texted all weekend and came up with a special deal for the viewers today.
Yeah, the price is so special that you have to call in for it. We cannot say it over the air. So you have to call. So, by the way, you had so many comments. They love the cabinets. You people drooling. You might have to give like a tray to go with this as we're watching the show because we're all here watching as well. So anyways, There's a great special on this. Let me see. Blaine just sent me a message. The regular price is $2,199, but this is a call-in special. So you have to call in to get it. They can't tell you the real price here until you call in. So that's not the price they're offering it to you. Let's see. What else do you have on here, Blaine? Free shipping nationwide, 0% internet financing, available for 24 months. And that is the Outback. It also comes in teak, white, and gray. So this is an absolute fantastic deal. You saw the quality. I love that you can put all your hoops in there. I'm looking at that going, that would make it so much neater, wouldn't it? I mean, wouldn't you all agree with that? And again, the chairs are $299. They come in at least 10 colors. Blaine, you have so many people asking about this cabinet, and I'm just loving the organization of it, really.
Well, you know, Angela, this is, I call it the Big Daddy. If you want a really great cabinet, this thing, all those people out there that have the Solarises, the Luminaires, you know, the Icons, the big Bernina 880s, all those bigger machines, the combo machines and things, this will accommodate those bigger machines. And that's what's so awesome about this. And then lifts them. So, you know, it's got that hydraulic lift on it. So it's a really good cabinet. And I tell you, if you compare the pricing on this, Angela, to at $21.99, if you compare that to any cabinet on the market, it beats them pretty bad. But our price on this today is incredible. It's so good. We cannot disclose it on air. So you have to give us a call at 800-401-8151 to get it. And like you said, we have that nationwide shipping, and we're going to finance it for you. We have 24 months, 0% interest financing from Synchrony that we can help you out to make those payments low. So great offering today. And then we can't leave out the chairs. Those hydraulic chairs are so awesome. And again, you know, they have the seat lifts up, and you know, where you can store things. And you know, I don't know if you store things under the seat of your sewing chairs or not, Angela, but that is a great place to put, you know, little tools, or I always tell people to put their manuals for their sewing machines and things in there.
I was just going to say that the manuals for the serger, the sewing machine, the embroidery machine, everything you have around you, when you just need to know how to set up the serger a certain way, the manual will be under your chair, and the sewing machine, the same. Maybe your extra feet, all of that stuff in one spot, and your M&Ms.
Yep. Yeah, you'll never lose your manuals or your M&Ms if you use that. But you know, the chairs are great, and you know, the thing is, they have a capacity all the way up to 300 pounds. And you know, and if you've ever, you know, a lot of sewers out there know this. If you dropped your spool of thread on the floor and you know, lean over to bend down to pick it up, there's a lot of chairs on the market that will go right out from under you. This thing with that 5, you know, pedestals on it with the wheels, it is really solid. I mean, you know, I'm a pretty big guy, and I sit on this thing, and I can put my feet flat on the floor. Still, my knee, you know, my knees are at 90 degrees, my legs, you know, and everything, and it's very comfortable for me. And I'm 6'3", so, and then somebody who is extremely short, you know, below 5 feet, they still can lower all the way down, and their feet will be on the floor. So it has this big wide envelope. And then it has a really nice wide seat on it too. So you have plenty of area to sit on it. So I just love these chairs. And for today at $299, oh my gosh.
You're talking about ergonomics, like how high you want your chair, how low you want your chair. And then not only that, to be able to sew with a flush surface instead of like going over and under. Number one, we were talking about ergonomics, but just the quality of your sewing will be so much better if you have one long table to sew on instead of going up and over the hump.
Yep. Well, you know, you think about it, as big as that Outback cabinet is too, you've got so much storage for everything, including your hoops if you're an embroiderer. And the thing is, everything, the way it's all the things slide out, and it's, you know, so modular, everything's right at your touch. And all you have to do is, you know, pivot your chair around to get to everything and not have to move and get up and go walk. So I think it's just going to increase productivity for people when they're doing that, and their comfort level.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a great deal. I was reading all the comments. People are amazed that when that gets closed up, how small of a footprint it makes. It's unbelievable.
It is. All right, Angel, well, thank you so much. I know you're going to be coming back here in a little bit, but next up, hey guys, let's bring Jane in. And Jane is going to be introducing our next presenter. And Jane, you've got an icon in the sewing industry coming up next, and we are always so excited to have her part of SewFest. So I'm gonna let you take off and go introduce her and get this next session going.
As we do have an icon coming up next. I'm so excited. Now, our next guest shares her wealth of sewing experience to create products for sewers just like you and me of all skill levels. And that's what I love. Her talent, creativity, enthusiasm really distinguish her from others in the industry. Just like Blaine said, she's an icon. Eileen Roach is also the author of several books, and she holds patents on many clever machine embroidery products. I'm so excited to welcome Eileen Roach from Dime to the show. Eileen, how you doing?
I'm doing really well, Jane. Thanks for having me in. It's a pleasure to speak with you today.
Yeah, absolutely. Some would say that this whole entire SewFest is a machine because it just keeps chugging right along and we're having a blast.
I know. I love watching those cabinets that we just saw and the chair. Boy, people are just eating that up. And I don't blame them. That Big Daddy looks very enticing.
Big Daddy looks amazing. I certainly do love those chairs. And yes, I do store some of those manuals in the chair. Now, Eileen, before I let you off and telling us about the products you're talking about today, do you remember your very first sewing project?
Well, I kind of remember my first embroidery project. How about that?
Okay.
Because my first sewing project was probably a skirt, and that turned out all right. But my first embroidery project was a casserole cover that was instructions handed to me from a representative of a machine company. And so I diligently created that casserole cover. 15 hours later, I had this casserole cover that I am never putting any food into. So that's what really inspired me to, create my own projects because, that was just too much. Overkill, 15 hours, right?
15 hours is a little bit much. So today you're talking about some really cool sewing and embroidery projects.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is the Emma Grace bag. And this bag is made, I want to say it's made totally in the hoop, but it's not in the hoop as many of you think about that, but it is quilted. The shape of the bag is created by an embroidery file, and the straps are held onto the bag by embroidery stitches. Wait till you see the details of this. It's a whole lot of fun and something that you can do in a 6x10, 8x12, 9x14, or 10x16 hoop. So if my friends at SMP would bring in my PowerPoint presentation, well, I'm just going to walk you through the steps so you can see exactly what all is in the Emma Grace kit. And so I'm hoping Blaine and Jane and Kyle, somebody's there to bring in the PowerPoint presentation, because if not, I'm going to be doing a whole lot of talking without any visuals. So let's just see if we can get our friends there to bring in the Dime PowerPoint. So just bear with me while we get some of these technical difficulties going.
Hey Eileen, they're working on it. Didn't want to leave you out there. I just want to make sure you have one of us here. So they're getting your PowerPoint together so you can show us. I love somebody wrote here, sing and dance, Eileen.
Okay, so well, the Emma Grace comes with a fabric panel. There we go. And here's our first one, this beautiful floral. Yes, it also has that eyeglass case, and it has a tartan fabric panel. So you get both of these fabric panels in the kit. Now take a really good look at it. All that fabric is coordinated, and I actually designed the fabric myself. I had a whole lot of fun designing that panel. So you'll see you have the body of the outer bag, you have lining, pocket fabric, eyeglass fabric, straps, and also pockets and inner lining. And on the tartan, you have a similar layout, right? You have the outer, the lining, the pockets, the eyeglass case, straps, and the bag bottom, and of course, lining. But each of these things are not going, you're going to look at this piece of fabric and say, where do I start? So we used a clever identification system by putting a little tab with a alphabetical, with a letter on it connected to that piece of fabric. And then there's a key printed right on the fabric that tells you, oh, A is the outer front and back fabric, B is lining, and so on. So very easy to follow along and know what to cut out and use for what. It also comes with 2 packages of Sally Tomato zippers. Now, if you're like me, you rely on the very best supplier for hardware, and in my preference, that's Sally Tomato. So we have a 3-yard zipper in black and one in the khaki, and you also get feet because you're going to want to elevate your bag just a little bit. It also comes with a yard of the Sew Any Shape foam, which is a brand new product here at Dime that I resourced to find a foam that was machine embroidery friendly in the sense that it would hoop well in a monster hoop and possibly some standard hoops. It's a little thinner than the foam that's currently on the market. It has a polyester core with a whisper weight fabric lining on both both sides of that foam. So you'll really enjoy using that. And you get a lot. You get a whole yard. It's 36 inches by 58. So you can make numerous projects from that. Now, the digital files are everything in this project because you're not going to get a paper pattern to, trace and draw and cut out the fabric. Everything is going to be done by your embroidery machine. So we have thought of, all size hoops, starting with the 6x10, the 8x12, 9x14, and 10x16. All the bags come out the same size, but, depending on your hoop, you may have to do 1 hooping or 3 for the front and the back. Now, when you get your kit, you will have instructions to go and download the files. And they're clearly outlined by hoop size and also the embroidery or the instructions. The PDF files are also named according to your hoop size so that you don't have to print all these unnecessary pages. You'll just print the 6x10 if that's the hoop that you're working in. So first, you're going to cut that foam. Now, the beauty of this Emma Grace kit and bag is that the foam is not in the seam allowances. It's actually just cut a little bit smaller than the actual seams that you'll sew. So you get digital files for stitching the foam. The 10x16, of course, is 1 hooping. And I like to conserve my foam and hoop it close to the edge, stitch the very first outline for, let's say, the bag back, and then just advance the foam to stitch the bag front. And that outline, I'm going to cut out right on that outline. 8x12 is going to be 2 hoopings. 6x10 is going to be 3. Now, you could also opt to just print out these files and cut out the foam, but I find it so much easier to just let the machine do it. And now here's your foam. Notice it has center marks that are stitched right on the foam, and they'll stay in the foam. They'll be hidden by quilting later, but you'll use them to make sure you land your foam in the proper position on the stabilizer. So that's what's up next, is to stitch the actual bag. So let's take a look at a bag file. I spent a lot of time digitizing these files so that everyone would have success. Some of those alignment marks, all of those alignment marks are there for a specific reason. Of course, the center, the vertical center, is the same on every piece of fabric. But if you're using the floral fabric, then you need a horizontal placement mark that's in a different position than the alignment mark for the tartan, because that has that black stripe at the bottom. So let's go ahead and take a look at the 8x12. Same idea, same placement guides, and of course 2 hoopings, and again same placement guides on the 6x10. You'll take your fabric panel and cut out the outer fabrics. and then just fold them in half, marking the vertical and horizontal centers, whether you're using the tartan or the floral. And then the very first thing you'll do is to hoop a piece of no-show light stabilizer and stitch your outline. And that outline is going to have those placement marks that I've been talking about. And then you'll position your foam inside that inner outline. And you can tape it in place. You can stay with the machine and hold on to it, whatever you desire. And then it will stitch some foam tack down stitches. And those stitches that you see on the foam right now will be hidden under the quilting stitches that are applied on top of the fabric. So you don't have to worry about any of that, being visible later on. Then you just take your fabric, fold it in half horizontally, align that fold with the placement mark that's on the stitched outline. And of course, align your vertical center with that placement guide. And then open up the fabric. And I like to stay with my fabric. Now you'll see I have a little bit of painter's tape over to the right side, holding down a section, that back section of the fabric. But frankly, I really just stay with the machine during this process. It stitches so quick. It's just, channel stitching, channel quilting. So this segment takes about 3 minutes to stitch, no time at all. And I just smooth the fabric with my hand as the needle travels towards me. Next up is a placement guide right on that outer fabric. And it's going to stitch a rectangle. Good idea to stitch it in a contrasting thread so you can really see it. And then take your prepared strap, and all of those instructions are, of course, in all the details on how to make the prepared strap are in the downloadable instructions. And you just position the strap end right over that placement guide, and then you will stitch the tack down. And there you have it. And now it's going to advance over to the other end of the strap and do the same thing. It will do a placement guide, and you'll take the other end of your strap, one strap on the front and one strap on the back, right? Think about a handbag. You don't have two straps going, from the front to the back and right. Just follow the instructions. It's clearly outlined. And then that will be complete. This is what it looks like before you take it out of the hoop. Looks a little funny, right? Looks a little funny. Doesn't have a lot of character right now. But when we take it out of the hoop, remove that excess stabilizer and cut it out, there's your bag shape. And it is has that elegant silhouette of that curve on the top. I love that shape of a handbag. A soft structured handbag is so comfortable to carry because it's lightweight and it's usually very roomy. And because of the foam, it has that structure. So the bag will stay open when you unzip it, instead of like a slouch bag where it is always caving in on itself. So next up would be lining, pockets, and the purse feet. And of course, all the instructions for that are in the downloadable instructions. And you just place the bag front on the lining, cut that out, pin it in place and cut it out. You'll repeat that for the bag back. The bag front and back have a little bit different shape. If you notice here on the sides of the bag is a little bit of an extension, and that is what encases the end of the zipper. And when I have some great tips on the zipper that you'll see when you purchase the Emma Grace kit. So, and here's my bottom of my bag. Now that is the actual fabric that you'll have in your kit. Doesn't have the larger flower on the bottom. This was just a sample from earlier in the process. Okay, you're going to receive instructions on how to make the pocket, how to apply the pocket to the lining, and then you'll be all ready to piece the bag parts together. Before we do that, we want to add the feet to the base of the bag, and that's what gives a really elegant lift to your bag, protects the bottom of your bag because now it will stand on just the feet. All right, the zipper is easy to do. And I have a great tip that I'm not going to share here with you. It's in the downloadable instructions, but I use a dessert fork, and that's how I get my zipper pull on the zipper tape. So much fun. These clips, you know, I'm sure many of you have those clips in your sewing room. Use them when you're making a bag. That's the ticket to success, because pins can be cumbersome in bag making. You know, you handle the parts of a bag an awful lot. And, you know, I find if I use pins, not only may it be difficult to insert the pin into a zipper and a bag, you know, outer bag and so forth, but you often hit the pin with your hand and, you know, hurt yourself. That makes a very unpleasant experience. Okay, so once we have our zipper tape clipped to the bag front, then we're going to sew it to the bag front. We use a zipper foot. This first pass, you're basically basting the zipper tape to the bag front. You're not really inserting it at this point. So you can use a longer stitch length, and you don't have to get the needle to butt right up to the zipper teeth. In fact, you don't want to be so close to the zipper teeth, because that line of stitching could be visible after the bag is complete. So you're going to be making 2 passes. The next one is when we add the lining. So after we have our zipper tape pinned and basted to our bag front, we then place the lining, and you can't see it right now because it's on the back of this bag section. And then I'm going to sew from point A to point B. And again, I used the clips, right? And sewed all the way around from that edge. And then once that's complete, you'll repeat the steps for the other side of the bag, which is the bag. I call it the bag back, although they're interchangeable. When you are carrying the bag, there is no front or back of the bag. You're going to find the centers of both the bag base and also the bag itself. And you'll mark that with pins. And when you pin it together, then you just use those clips again and make sure that you get all of your centers aligned. And then it's time to sew it together. And you're going to do that with either a zipper foot, or I was actually able to just use a standard sewing foot. And you're going to stitch as close to the foam as you can. And when you come near the corner, you'll remove that last clip and clip right into the corner. So you don't want to clip in beyond the seam allowance, so don't snip that stitching. And that stitching was all created in your embroidery file, so you don't have to worry about, you know, where do I place that line of stitching? It's already there for you. And then you're just going to clip into that seam allowance and sew to the corner. Raise the presser foot, leaving the needle in the corner, and pivot the fabric and come around the other edge. So let's see. Somebody wants to know, do I use regular thread? Oh, I sure do. I use regular sewing thread for that step there, but it wouldn't hurt to use embroidery thread either. What you do want to do is have the same thread, needle, and bobbin. And if you, after you purchase the Emma Grace kit, and if you feel you're struggling, I have video that's available for you to purchase at a very reasonable price to kind of walk you through some of this. And let's see, Linda Brooks, you want to know, can you serge at this step? You sure can. You most certainly, you could serge it all together. And I like to finish the edges of my bag in that fashion. Yeah, so it's, I love the Emma Grace kit. You know, I started making bags in 2007. And through some of my first book on bags that I did was in 2007. And then I teamed up with Nancy Zeman, and Nancy and I did 3 different books on hand bag making. So I've done a lot of bags over the years. But, you know, what I really loved about bag making with an embroidery machine was the ability to get the tricky parts of bag making perfected. And I let my embroidery machine create the shape of the bag, right? So I don't have to worry about my sewing capabilities of stitching a perfect curve twice. I just let my embroidery machine do that. And I also let my embroidery machine stitch the strap to the bag. I love that technique. I don't have to worry about stitching, you know, or sewing a strap to a bag. You know, I always seem to break needles or so forth when I do that. But when I let my embroidery machine do it, it's absolutely flawless, absolutely flawless. And then, of course, with the hardware from Sally Tomato, you're going to have professional results. That zipper is, it looks like it's metal, but it's actually nylon, but it looks so metal. It looks like it's metallic. So maybe we could bring my face back up on camera and then I can show you some of these bags up close. Like, take a look at that. It looks like it's, you know, hardware, right? But it, of course, the pulls are metal. But that zipper is just nylon. And look how pliable that is. It's so comfortable. So comfortable. And of course, I didn't even show you the steps or talk about it, but the kit also comes with an eyeglass case. It actually comes with fabric for 2 and the clasp itself. You'll get 2 of these because we want you to make both of those bags. And so that's the tartan. And remember, this is custom fabric that was created. So this stripe is already on the fabric. I didn't have to seam that on there. But the floral is a panel that, you know, a fabric that I designed so that it would have this really pretty flower in the center of the bag. And everything is, you know, positioned just the way we want it. And I used a dark green fabric that I pulled from the floral design because, you know, that's where we're going to get all that wear and tear. I know we didn't want a really light colored handle, but what if you, after you make them and you really love the pattern, you want to do some others? Well, you can, you know, seam your own fabric. Like this is kind of a fun camo that I purchased, and I seamed it with a dark fabric and then also use that same fabric for the strap. But maybe you would like to have a vertical panel, and you could do that. You can change the quilting, just use the same outline, everything. Instead of doing the quilting stitches, you can, you know, use some of the features on your, maybe your Luminaire or your Solaris to take it into the design feature of your software, of the machine, and create a whole new quilting pattern. And here's another version that I did. I love this one. This one I carried most of the summer, and it's just delightful. What you're really going to like about these bags is, you know, I carry them, I use them. So I know that to have a bag that is really usable, you want to have a light colored interior so you can see, you know, in the dark what's inside, right? That's always such a problem. You know, a black bag always has a black interior and you can't find anything. So we just did a really nice, fun, light colored print to make sure, you know, it was usable and workable. The shape of the bag is, it's very feminine. It's really nice. And you know, that Sew Any Shape foam, let me take this out. So let's see, the price is $169.99, and that's for both bags. Everything I've just shown you is included, the foam, the hardware, everything. Yeah, so Chantel, you're asking, can we purchase additional straps and hardware for future bags? Well, you're going to have enough hardware in that kit for several bags, more than 2. And the straps you will make from your fabric that you purchase. Now, you'll have strap fabric in the kit for the 2 bags, but if you want to make a 3rd, 4th, and 5th, then just make sure you buy strap fabric. But I wanted to show you how that Sew Any Shape foam is so nice. So you can bundle it up like that, and then when it comes out, look, what do you see? It holds its shape, and it just looks beautiful. It goes right back to how you wanted it. Could you press it? Sure. I would probably press that now that I've scrunched it all up, but oh, I love it. It's so lightweight, so comfortable. Maybe you're wondering how I came up with the name Emma Grace. Well, you know, you have to name product, right? And handbags are often named after women, and they're often named after very famous women. Well, this handbag, Emma Grace, is named after a brand new little lady, and that is Emma Grace, my granddaughter, my very first granddaughter daughter of my daughter's first child, Emma. So she was born in April, so that's why I named it the Emma Grace, and it's just been a joy. Working, with it and talking about the Emma Grace, it's at some point it was like, it's a lot of Emma Grace. But now that the product is out and so many people are enjoying it, you're just going to love it. You get a big kit. I mean, everything is in there that you need. This is just the fabric portion, but it'll come in a big box that has the foam, the zippers, the feet, even the decor bond that you'll use for making the pockets and the straps. So I hope you take advantage of it. What size is the finished bag? That's a good question. So I know we have a minute, so I'm just going to measure it real quick. I have a ruler right here. I should have done that prior. You're not the first person who asked. So the base is 10.5 inches in length by 4 inches. So it's 10.5 inches here and 4 inches on the bottom. And then the height is, let's see, 8 inches. It's really a nice bag. I carry a large iPhone, an old lady, big iPhone, so I can say it. And I have a large wallet and my keys and my lipstick and all that. Is the foam the new Sew Any Shape foam? It sure is. That's what's inside my bags, on my eyeglass case, my bags. That's the foam that's in the kit. So I think you'll really enjoy that. Yeah, it really is very nice to use. It's a great size. The bigger the bag, the more stuff you put in it, which is not, we may not need to carry all that, right? And I know as I age, I don't need to carry a really heavy bag. If I have a smaller bag, I edit down what I'm carrying, and it's better for me. And let's see, is it washable? It sure is washable. You most certainly can throw that in the wash. I would put it on a gentle cycle and maybe air dry it, just because, you got a zipper in there and so forth. So that's what I would do. My mother used to carry a handbag that was about this size, but boy, was it heavy. And my father used to say, Betty, are you carrying bricks in there? So it's a bad habit, right?
That's hilarious. Eileen, I absolutely love this purse. It is so functional. It's so cute. It's washable. And you take really like the work out of it, because now I don't have to think about it. I can just do it.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, really, your embroidery machine does all the hard parts. That's what's so cool about it. I love this bag.
I love that you carried the one all summer long. That's so much fun. And I love the different prints and the idea that we can then use the same pattern with other fabrics is really fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
fantastic. And congratulations on your first grandchild. That's great.
Yeah. He's 5 months old already. Boy, it goes fast.
Time does fly, as it is flying with SewFest this week. Eileen, thank you so much. I'm going to put up that full screen so everybody can go buy their bag, their Emma Grace cut and sew kit. Let's get that up on the board there. The floral and tartan bundle, guys. This is so cool. It's the Emma Grace bag, cut and embroidery and sew kit. You see it right there. You get everything with it. You're getting includes the downloadable embroidery designs and step-by-step instructions to guide you through the creation of the 10-inch by 9 by 4-inch handbag, and also the clutch and the 6 by 10 and larger hoops included. So really a fantastic buy here, and a fantastic little bundle, because look at what you're getting out of it. And then after you create with the hardware and everything that you get there with the fabric, you can make another one. You can use the same pattern over and over and over again. So you'll see it right there. Call in to get yours right now, 800-401-8151, or go to the live chat. That's super easy, or smplive.tv. I saw in some of the comments, Christmas is coming. Holidays are coming. What a great gift to give to someone you love. Make one for yourself. Give one to somebody else. That is fantastic from Dime and our friend Eileen. I'm going to bring Blaine back in so we can keep things moving along. Hey, Blaine, I love this product.
Hey, Dime's got some great products. And, like we were talking about Eileen, she's such an innovator. And, we were talking one time, she told me most of the ideas of products that she's come up with is out of necessity.
Right.
That she's been needing something to do this. And so she creates it. So I love her products. And we have some great products today. And, again, guys, they're all the prices you see on the products that you saw for Dime today. You have to call in to get that special quilt or a SewFest pricing. So make sure you give us a call at 800-401-8151. And Jane, thank you so much. But we're going to continue our show.
Hey,
and coming up next, we're going to see you back here in just a little bit. But we have got Sam Fung. And guys, we had Sam could not come on live today. So he did a video for us. So we're going to show a video. Now, I got to tell you a little bit about this machine you're going to see next. Now, this is an Elena, and it is a 780 Plus. Now, what's significant about this machine is a lot of people don't know this, but Janome makes a lot of the Elena machines. So this is one, it's made by Janome, and it's exactly the same machine, Kyle, isn't it? The 9850? So I think it's the same machine. So that, I think we'll get that correct number for you. But the great thing about that is that machine is only available in the retail stores. So this is the identical machine to the Janome, but it is under the Elena. So you can actually order this online and we can ship it straight to your house nationwide. But this is that 780 Plus. This is a fantastic machine. So we're going to go ahead and roll that videotape, and I'll see you back here in about 25 minutes.
My name is Sam. I'm an educator here with Janome. Today we're going to talk about the Elena 780 Plus. It's this machine right here.
All right, guys. Well, I guess Sam video is not playing, so we're not going to get to see the demo of the 780, and we were all looking forward to that because it is such a great machine. But I'm going to tell you a little bit about the 780, and again, we were talking about we're going to look for. Kyle, can you find out what machine it is exactly like the Janome? So all of our Janome fans out there, you'll know what machine I'm talking about. But again, if we can put that overlay up, Kennedy, I'm going to talk a little bit about this and tell y'all all about this 780 Plus. Now, again, this is a great machine, and we have an unbelievable price on it already at $45.99, so $4,599 on it. But we have a show special on it. You can call us and get a SewFest special on it today, and we're going to ship it free to you nationwide. And we have financing available, 0% interest for 36 months. Now, again, I'm going to tell you some features on this. This is a great computerized sewing machine, and it has 350 built-in stitches, 11 buttonholes, and 2 alphabets. The maximum sewing speed is adjustable all the way up to 1,060 stitches per minute. The maximum sewing width is 9 millimeters. It has a full color, high definition LCD touch screen on it, automatic presser foot lift, dual feed system, automatic foot pressure adjustment, easy guided bobbin threader with the built-in thread cutter, automatic and programmable thread cutter, 9 high illuminated LED lights within 4 areas, and then it has that 1 retractable front light. So again, it has the USB port on it. And guys, this thing, it comes with a ton when I tell you accessories. You're going to get so many accessories with this. It comes with all the different feet. You're getting the standard foot. You're getting that rolled hem foot D, the zipper foot, which is foot E. You're getting the satin stitch foot F, the open-toed satin foot F2, the blind hem foot G, the overlock foot M, that 1/4-inch seam foot O, the 1/4-inch seam foot without the quilting guide O. You're getting the closed-toe darning foot, the PD-H, the open-toe darning foot, the PD-H, free motion quilting closed-toe foot, it's that QC, the free motion quilting open-toe foot, the QC, the free motion quilting zigzag foot, which is the QV, the variable zigzag foot QZ, the ruler work foot, which is the QR. And again, you're getting that automatic buttonhole foot R with the stabilizer plate, and the button sewing foot, it's the foot T. And I mean, that is a ton of feet right there. And the dual feed foot AD holder, which is the wide type, and you're getting that professional grade 1/4 inch seam foot HP. And it just goes on and on and on, guys. I'm telling you, I was just sitting here looking at the list of things that come with this machine. It is action packed. And so again, this is the Excellence 780 Plus computerized machine from Elena. And again, what a great price on it we have. It's normally $45.99. We have a show special on it. You have to call us. And guys, we're going to finance this for 36 months. Even at the regular price, it makes it under at $128 a month. With that special show pricing, you can even get it better than that. So guys, again, give us a call at 800-401-8151, and we can talk to you through the options on this. But this is such a great machine. And Kyle, did we find out what? All right, so it's the 9450. So all you Janome fans out there, this is the exact same machine as that Janome 9450, and it can't be sold online. You can only buy that in the retail stores. So this gives you the opportunity to basically have the exact same machine and get it shipped nationwide and buy it online. So we're super excited about that. And guys, we so apologize for the video not working. I know that we were excited about Sam being able to show that. But that's technology for you. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So anyway, let's see is Jane still around? Let's bring Jane back in if she's around. And so Jane,
hey,
far,
Blaine, I'm right here.
so far, what has been your favorite thing you've seen so far?
Do I have to really pick a favorite? I'm still trying to get through those bags from Eileen because those are pretty cool. And I'll tell you why, because a lot of times I'm thinking about the pattern making, what fits with what. I'm always designing in my head. And so she's taking that part of it out of it for me. I'm getting it. I'm able to use her patterns. It's right there. I can just make it. So, and I mean, it's kind of like half the battle for me, right? I don't even have to make a pattern. I'm using what I'm getting from that design, which I absolutely love. I love the round tip of the zipper, but that brings me to Joanne. And I love going through all the zipper feet and knowing the different ones to use in different situations. Now, a lot of people were writing in the comments like, oh, I'm just used to using one zipper foot. Me too, right? Just because I'm lazy and I don't want to change them. But Joanne said, hey, let's just try this, use this one. So that was really interesting for me as well. And of course, I love the Arrow furniture, those chairs. What's not to love?
Well, it's funny you're speaking of Arrow chairs. Just right after our session with Arrow, I get a text message from Harley, and he's like, you're the #1 retailer in the world with just the chairs. So we sell a lot of chairs. And, again, the reason for that is because of the quality. They're so good and so awesome. So, we've had so many great products. But you know what, Jane? We got a great lineup coming up. Next up, we're going to have Emily Thompson. She's going to be in here with one of your educational classes, and you'll be hosting. Then you and I are going to give some stuff away right after that.
And who doesn't love good giveaways?
Oh,
and I'm
my
really
God.
excited, by the way, for Emily's education session, because she is talking about neck bands versus neck binding. And Emily, literally, she can cook, she can craft, she can sew. She's a mom. She can do it all. And I'm excited to hear what she has to say about differentiation between the two and when to use them.
You're exactly right. And the thing too, she is so good, and she did such a good job last year. That was why I had to have her back, for this year. And then, right after our giveaway break, hey, we're going to have Grace is coming back in the house, and we're going to talk about some frames with Grace. Then we're going to have Sarah Vetzer coming right back in. She's going to talk all about that N7 or NQ or NS 2750D. We're going to talk all about that. Then we got Handy Quilter back in the house. I'm going to talk about Pro Stitcher. So if anybody wants to know about robotics, then we're going to have Bernina in the house. We got Megan Friese coming in, and we're going to talk all about that 720 Bernina. And then to round out the day, guys, we've got some great products this afternoon. We're going to have the Cutie, that Ricoh printer, that direct-to-garment printer coming. And so we got, and I think the King, is a King Quilter after that? Is that it? So that's it. Okay, yeah, so that's the end of the day. We're going to have the giveaways, and then we'll announce, Jane, what's
so
so
much
awesome.
Fun Fest day 2 is going so fast, and it always does, because you're just like glued to the stream. And sometimes, and I think people will agree with me here, I'm listening, right? So if I have to leave away from the screen, I still have it, and I'm listening to it on my phone. So and I have to go back and watch it. I mean, it's just like, you want to hear, you don't want to miss. Day 2, flying fast. We're going to have giveaways coming up soon. And then you're going to wrap it all up with more giveaways because you're Blaine.
Yeah. Well, we try to put the schedule online. So if people want to see each day what they're going on, they can actually just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. On the very front page, there's a big banner. It says SewFest. They just click on that. It'll take them to that product page. And if they scroll down a little bit, they're going to see the schedule. You just click on what day, and you can look at all the schedule of what presenters are coming up. And that way, if there's something, if they're busy, they have to go to work, they have to, errands they got to run, they can kind of plan their day around, maybe they want to see just a certain item, but this way they know what's coming up and what to expect. And so we're trying to do that to help them out with their schedule. But, there's a big core group out there, Jane, that watches this show
all the
from
time.
Monday morning at 8 a.m. all the way till Friday afternoon at 4 p.m. And they're not going to miss a single minute of it.
That's
and
right.
We love that.
That's right. And so that's why I get excited about what's happening for day 2, because I get to do more education classes. And again, Becky Thompson's coming up tomorrow. She's doing cutting paper applique patterns with your scan and cut. And then I love this one, picking the right fabric. That is so important. I will learn from picking the right fabric. That's happening tomorrow. But I like to just throw any fabric together whenever I'm
something
sewing.
too, Jane, we haven't really talked about yet, but we still have signups available for our Scan and Cut University that's coming up. And that's going to be coming up in October. And I think the date's on it, the 13th, 14th, and 15th, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, Kyle? Yeah, Kyle's saying yes. So it's the October 13th, 14th, and 15th. We have Scan and Cut University, and we have the 3 best Scan and Cut instructors in the world. As you know,
the best.
Julie Fee-Fan Balzer, we have Cindy Hogan, and we have Heather Banks. And y'all have seen them on our shows before. They are incredible. And we're going to have 3 full days of Scan and Cut University, them instructing. It's all done by Zoom, so you can watch it from your house. You do have to have a certain type of scan and cut. The SDX models, it will only work for the class. And we have a special, if you buy a SDX model scan and cut from us online, you'll get $100 off your class fee right now for it. And then we have a cutoff date, so we're going to be able to send all the projects out there to you, so you'll be able to follow along. And then we're going to have instructors in our classrooms as well, because we're going to have a watch party. So if you signed up for it locally and you want to come to the store and have people help you there and watch it around in the San Diego, Southern California area, we're going to have a watch party, and they're going to help. And then we're going to have a lot of people on chat helping them with chat. And so it's going to be a great event. We're looking super forward to it.
Especially when you have those 3 instructors all right there. Everything's hands-on. I mean, it really is a tremendous event, because the wealth of knowledge, if you combine the 3, it's fantastic. Now, if somebody wants to attend and buy a ticket, can they do that on SewingMachinesPlus.com?
Yes. You can actually just go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. At the very top of the page in the header, you'll see Classes and Events tab. You just click that tab, and it'll take you to the events page, and you'll see a big thumbnail that says Scan and Cut University. Click on that. It'll take you to the product page where you can actually sign up and pay for it. And it's that simple. And we'll handle the rest from there. We'll get you, send you out. If you buy the Scan and Cut, we'll get the Scan and Cut sent to you. If you already have the Scan and Cut, you can just go ahead and sign up, and we'll get you the project sent to you.
Got my roller feed right here.
Well, I'll tell you, they're going to learn everything you can do with the Scan and Cut. They're going to learn in these 3 days, because a lot of people buy these things, and sometimes they just leave them in the box because they're intimidated by them. And we're going to force you to open your box and play with this, and I think you'll get a lot out of this. So we're looking forward to that.
Sometimes
And
that's
then,
all you need is when you get so excited to get something and you use the basics of it. And that happens a lot with the sewing machines and sergers and scan and cut. But you learn a little bit more, you take the next step, and then you're more comfortable doing it. And the more practice, the better you get at it, because there's so many features that you're like, wow, I didn't know it did this. So really and truly, this whole week is really great to learn about those. But also the Scan and Cut University will be fantastic if you have a Scan and Cut. And Blaine, you said it's with the SDX models?
yes, you have to have an SDX model to participate, because some of the projects they're going to do is based on that type of scan and cut. So you wouldn't have the capability to do it with some of the other older type scan and cuts.
But if it is an SDX model, they can use it during the class.
Yes, that is
Perfect.
correct.
But if they buy one from you, they get $100 off the purchase
class.
of the ticket.
Yep. So they get a discount if they buy the scan and cut all at the same time, and so it's going to be a great event. We're looking really forward to it. And we're going to have some prizes and things, and I think Candace Trevino is going to help host it, and I'm sure Kennedy and Deb Donovan will probably make an appearance, and I will probably show up too. You never know.
You're going to show up. There's a question over here wondering if we're going to talk about Scan and Cut during SewFest, and we are actually Thursday. Heather Banks is joining me, and we're going to talk about Scan and Cut. So look, I would say mark your calendars Thursday. That is 11:30 a.m. Central Time, 9:30 Pacific Time, 12:30 Eastern Time is going to be Heather Banks and Scan and Cut right here in SewFest.
Yeah, you don't want to miss it. And Heather uses her scan and cut a lot with fabrics and things because she's a big quilter. So it'll be a great event. And then we've got some really good specials on scan and cuts too, while everybody's on this week. And speaking of shows too, Jane, we've got, everybody needs to mark their calendars down. For November the 28th, we're going to have our Cyber Monday show. Yeah. And I tell you, it is such a fast-paced show. Every 15 minutes, you're going to have a different presenter up demonstrating a product, and it is just nonstop all day long. And
I mean, it will make your head spin. It's so fun and so fast.
Yeah, I think we were looking at it the other day. I think we have 30 presentations for Cyber Monday.
It's gonna be great. Because, and I'll tell you why. Because it gets you. Well, by the way, all of our holiday sewing and craft should at least be started by now. Mine's not, but it'll get you more excited to make more and do more and buy more, because it is the holidays and it is so much fun, especially the weeks leading up to Christmas and all the holidays happening in December, January.
Yeah, and and then right after the Cyber Monday show, then it's gonna be just a few weeks, and you're going to be joining me, helping me co-host our countdown to Christmas again, like we did last year. And it's going to be, again, 5 full days, 7.5 hours a day of nonstop demonstrations with products. And we're going to have some really great things, really good giveaways. And so you can get that last minute shopping over with if you need to. And, what we try to do is we plan. What's that?
Or making.
Oh, that's true.
When I was talking about the fast, like you're doing it and it's fast and you're getting excited because it's that countdown to Christmas. And, what I love is, wow, this gets me so enthusiastic about getting creative and sewing and making, that when we're doing the show, I'm going to be sewing over here.
Well, a lot of people do that. I've had emails from customers say that, they watch SewFest or Quilt Fest or whatever we're doing, they have it playing on their TV in their sewing room, and they're over there at the sewing machine sewing and watching the show. So it inspires them to get sewing when they see everybody else doing all these demonstrations. So that we love that. And, and Countdown to Christmas is going to be a great show. Again, we've been working on that already, putting some great specials together for everybody. So they want to. And the one reason we picked the dates too, Jane, is if we do it between the 12th and 16th, we still have time to actually, get people their items shipped to them in time. So what happened to Jane? Oh, I just saw, I heard her go away. I was like, okay, what happened to Jane? All right. Here. All right. So is Jane back yet?
She'll be back in just a second.
Okay.
We've got our camera set.
All
We
right.
can
So,
go to us real quick.
but so let's talk. Hey, yeah, we got the camera fixed over here. So let's give a shot of there's
It's zoomed in.
Big Daddy Kyle
There
and
it is.
Roger. Oh, there we go. And Roger and Kennedy over there. So y'all say hi to them. And so, and I also got to say, like today in our chat, if you are on Facebook and YouTube, on the chat, during the day, you're going to be talking to, Candace and Deb are on chat along with Melinda and Rhonda are all manning the chats today in YouTube and Facebook. So if you have questions, they're trying to watch for those questions and they're going to try to help answer those. And again, guys, if you don't get your question answered, just ask again because the chat is going by so fast. A lot of times they have trouble catching all of them, but we're doing our best to answer your questions for you. And so they're running the chat. And then we have Nick's team, his whole call team, center team over there. They're all manning the phones today and trying to take all your calls. Now, again, I think I mentioned this earlier, but Kyle will be putting throughout the show today, he'll put in it's a link to Google Sheets in the chat. And what that does, if you click on that link, it opens it up and you can put your name, what you're looking for, what product you're interested in with your phone number. And what that does, that gets updated real time over at the call center on their screens while they're talking on the phone and working with other customers. So instead of you having to leave a voicemail and getting buried, that'll come up in your priority. So they're going to give you a call right back as soon as they get off the phone and try to take your orders or help answer questions for you. So that's kind of how that works. And then we have Laura Cook and her customer service team is all over there manning the phones to try to help out today. And the warehouse, we had a big day yesterday. The warehouse is slammed busy out there today. They're all working hard, trying to get the orders processed and get them all out for you. So we're here. We're going to be shipping hard and working hard all week for y'all to get your products to you that you're ordering. And Jane,
sorry, Blaine. I had a little tickle in my throat. You know how that happens sometimes, and then all of a sudden you're like, "I'm not going to cough." I got so worked up over the countdown to Christmas that my throat got tickled and I started coughing. So I thought I would spare you that.
Hey, that's okay. It happens. And but again, I love what we're doing here with everybody. And when we love the input too, Jane, is we get a lot of our ideas and inspiration from our customers.
Yeah.
They tell us what they would like to see. So again, guys, if there's something that you would like to see on all of our festivals or our regular YouTube shows, Jane, we do a show. We tell everybody 9 a.m. is the place to be at SMP.
10 a.m.
I mean 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
10 a.m. is SMP is the place to be at 10 a.m. That's kind of our saying, and because at 10 a.m. Pacific time every single day of the week, you can find a YouTube and Facebook show that we're doing a live show on, and we are constantly looking for content to do. So anybody has suggestions of something they would like to see, just like some of these classes that we're doing today, Jane, were actually inspired by customers said, "Hey, I would like to know more about fabric, or I'd like to know more about waistbands and neck bands." And
you're literally your own network at this point. Like we just, instead of watching television, we just watch SMP because this is where you've got all the programming every single day of the week at 10 a.m. is perfect. Can I promote my November 8th Tuesday takeover?
Yes.
Yeah, Kennedy's over here jumping up and down.
So November 8th, everybody, Tuesday takeover with Jane Klaus in the house. We are talking holiday decorations, everything from the tree to the mantle to garland and your tabletops. I'm going to be making a couple of different fabric banners that you could add to your mantle. And then I'm bringing my friends in from treetime.com to give you some tips and tricks on how to decorate the tree. Now, I get it. We're not sewing, but I know, Blaine, that everybody here, if you're sewing, you're creative, you love to decorate. So I think you're really going to love the presentation that I'm working on for you. So thank you, Blaine. Thanks for letting me take over your Tuesday on November 8th.
Hey, that's what it's all about, Jane. And then again, we're going to have, I think Angela kind of gave a teaser today about a new reality show.
Do you know anything more?
Well, she's going to come on our show and announce it to everybody. So we're going to get that scheduled, and we'll bring Angela Wolf on. We'll let you know about that huge announcement she's got, but we're going to schedule that. So y'all will have to stay tuned and watch our shows to find out when she's going to be on to spill the beans but I can't wait. It's going to be pretty awesome, and we're looking forward to that.
I'm going to text her and find out what she's going on so I can get the scoop ahead of time. I'll keep it off the record until she announces
I
it.
think
I'm
she's
so
tight-lipped.
What? You already know?
I think she's tight-lipped. I don't think she's going to spill the beans.
I know. I don't think so either. But I like to think I might be able to get the scoop.
There you go. You might be. So hey, why don't you go ahead and take it over? I know you've got an exciting guest coming up next, and I'm super pumped to have her back on the show because she was a huge hit last year when she came on and did some education, and I know the neck bands and neck binding. People always want to know the difference between that, and I think she's going to help explain it to everybody. So I'm gonna let you take it away and get our next guest on.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Blaine. All right, everybody. I'm super excited to welcome to the show Emily Thompson. She is a brother ambassador. She is a blogger. She is a mother of 3. Her and her husband have finally settled in Colorado. They were living all over the place for a long, long time. She loves to cook. She loves to sew. She loves to craft, and she loves to come up with creative ideas and things that you can sew for your family. You can learn more about her, and you could visit her at lifesosavory.com. Let's bring her in right now, Emily Thompson. Hey, Emily. Oh, are you there? Oops, she's on mute. That's okay. Lifesosavory.com and Emily Thompson. Oh, not yet. We can't hear you yet. Nope, not yet. Maybe the guys in the back can help you out with the settings, and you'll get, oops, everybody says, oops.
Uh-oh.
There you are. Yes, score. You got it, Emily.
Can you hear me now?
You're perfect. We can hear okay. Your voice is absolutely beautiful. Yay. Right, everybody? Hey, Emily, how you doing?
Hi, I'm good. I have no idea what was going on. I used a different microphone maybe last time I was streaming, so I don't know if it was set on something weird, but I'm glad that was a relatively easy fix. So I'm so sorry.
No, you're totally fine. It's what happens when you're doing live programming. Like you get all these weird glitches, but we just work through it. We're all just regular people, right? We're not IT savvy. Yes. By the way, you got the blue shirt memo because Angela and I and you, Al, brother ambassadors, wearing our blue shirts, right?
Nice. Yeah.
So you were traveling and living all across the world, and now you finally settled.
Yes. So we've been here for 5 years in Colorado, which has been great. But before that, yes, we were living in Hong Kong and traveling and doing all kinds of things. So, but so glad to be here. And yeah, it does feel like very settled now and fully established here. So it's great to be here and great to have more space. We were in an apartment before, so, it was a lot more crowded, but
I get it.
I have more room for sewing and all the things that I've
got. All the hobbies. This is why I love you. You cook, you sew, you craft, you're doing it all. And probably all those travels just got your brain engaged to be more creative and more inspiration for you. And you and I got to hang out a little bit at the Back to Business for Brother, and that was super fun to see you in person.
Yes.
Today you're talking about neck bands versus neck binding.
That's right. And I find that even myself, sometimes I use those terms interchangeably, just whatever I'm talking about, or when I'm doing a neck, I'll say band, I'll say binding, but there is a difference. And there's actually 2 ways to put on your neckline. And so today I'm going to be demonstrating those 2 different ways, or I mean, there's more than 2 different ways. There's probably a million. But the 2 probably main ways to put on your neckline and to finish your t-shirts or your pajamas. And so I'm going to be demonstrating those 2 different ways today. And I'm working on a PJ set for my daughter, which will have a t-shirt that has long sleeves, one that has short sleeves, then a pair of shorts and a pair of long pants. And then they're all made from similar fabrics, so they can all coordinate, and she can sort of pick with whatever the weather is, she can choose her pajamas. So here is the 2 t-shirts that I'm working on. And this one I've already quartered the neckline, which is why you see some clips hanging off of that. But I have this fabric that I'm going to use. And this one we're going to put on the neck binding. And then over here, I have this one. And the only prep work I've done is to sew one shoulder seam. This is my preferred method of sewing on a band. And that's to leave one of the shoulders open. So I've left this shoulder open and I've got my neck band here. And both the binding and the band, I just went ahead and cut 2 inches wide. You can make a more narrow binding if you want, but it is a little bit easier to work if you have it a little bit wider. So I thought for the demonstration purposes today, I would leave it just a little bit wider. And we're going to start with the neck band because I think it's the simplest version. And for me, it's just easier and quicker. And so it's the one I normally default to. But whenever I do sew a binding, I always think, oh, that looks so nice. I should do that more often. But I don't always do that. So we're going to start today with the neck band. And like I said, I've got 1 shoulder seam sewn. So let's take a look at this shirt. And we have the back of the neckline. And then here's the front of the neckline. And so we're going to sew this band along this open neckline. Now, you totally can sew both shoulder seams and have a circle. And you'll see when I do the binding, I am going to have both of those shoulder seams sewn. But when I do this band, it's easier and quicker. And I like to sew it on an open neckline. There's probably some of you who would argue that it's not really correct to do it this way. And you're probably right. But this is still my preferred method, especially if I'm trying to sew something really quickly. So I'm going to take my 2-inch band. I'm going to fold it in half, right? So the wrong sides are together. So it's about 1 inch. And then we're going to place it on the edge of the neckline. Now you can go ahead and stretch and pin this all along the neckline. And what you want to do is you want your neck band and your binding to be between 80 and 90% of the distance of your neckline. So if your neckline measures, I think I measured this one and it's 19 inches around. So my neck bands and bindings will be about 17 inches. So we're about 90% of the length. So you have to maybe do a little bit of math, but here's the thing I also love. If you've sewn this a lot, you actually can kind of just do it by feel, which is what we're going to do right here, where I'm going to gently stretch the neck band as I'm sewing just a little bit, just that 10% of stretch as we're sewing it along, and I'm not having to pin or clip or measure anything. So after you've sewn a number of bands, just give it a try, this sort of guesstimate method, but I really do love it because it eliminates any measuring, it eliminates pinning or clipping, which if you follow me, you know that I just love the quick sewing projects. And so pinning slows me down. And so if I can avoid it, I do. And so as I'm going along this neckline, I am making sure that I'm not stretching the t-shirt. I'm only stretching this neck band fabric that's in my hand. So I'm just stretching it along, approximately that sort of 10% stretch. But again, as I've done this many times, I sort of know the feel of how much I have to stretch the fabric and then how much just to let the fabric sort of go through the machine. So then you can open up the neckline, take a look here, and you can see how we've sewn on a really pretty neckline. And it's, camera's wanting to focus on me and not the shirt there, but you can see how it looks really great and it's laying along there really, really nicely. So the last step in finishing that, and then we'll go on to the other version here, is to top stitch. Now you can choose to top stitch with a knit stitch on your sewing machine. You can choose to top stitch on your cover stitch, which is what I'm going to demonstrate here. So I've got 2 threads here on my cover stitch. What we're going to do is we're folding this seam allowance down towards the main shirt. Okay, so over here towards the shirt fabric. And then on the front side, we're going to try and stitch along on the shirt fabric, not the band fabric, and do that double needle top stitch. So on my sewing machine for years and years, I used a twin needle or a double needle, whatever you want to call that. and recreated this stitch just on your regular sewing machine with that twin needle and some stretch thread in the bobbin, and it's beautiful. So since I've gotten my cover stitch, I do love it and use it. But if you don't have one, that's okay. You can create this sort of stretchy looking professional top stitch just on your regular sewing machine. So if you haven't played around with a twin needle, double needle, whatever the name you want to give it, and you sew t-shirts for kids or any clothes for kids, I would highly recommend checking that out and trying to play around. There is a bit of a learning curve, but trying to figure that top stitching out so you can create really great looking necklines without any fancy equipment. Now, if you're going to be sewing a ton or you're really wanting it to be easy, is the cover stitch easier? Absolutely. But can you do it without? Absolutely. So take a look here. Let me see if I can get this to focus a little bit different. But so you can see here, I've got 2 needle lines and it's stretchy. That's the beauty of the cover stitch, is it creates that stretchy stitch. And then on the back, you'll see the black is actually from my serger when I sewed it on. And then that white is the looper from the cover stitch, which we just did, and creating that nice neckline. So now we've got not only a sewn on neckline, but we've got a top stitch neckline. And then in order to finish that, all you would do is sew up that other shoulder seam, and then you'll have a really cute, let me flip this to the right side here. You just have that really cute and easy neckline there on your PJs. Okay, so that is method number 1, the one I use the most often. Again, this time I did cut a 2-inch band, and I will often cut anywhere between 1.5 inches for a really thin neckline to this 2-inch if I want it a little bit wider. So it's totally a personal preference, I think, on how wide you make it. There's pros and cons to both. Wider is a little bit easier to stretch. If it's narrower, I think it looks a little bit nicer, but you can have some trickiness along the way. So just kind of up to you on that. And again, play around with what you think. And so I will have this neckline finished when I sew this other shoulder seam. All right, so on to number 2. Let's take a look. We're going to go back to the serger and take a look at this binding and band placement. Okay, I'm trying to actually take a look at the picture of how I did it, because sometimes I'm like, how did I sew that on? Okay, so I do actually on my, and Jane mentioned this, but my website is lifesewsavory.com, the sew being spelled S-E-W. And on that site, if you search binding versus band, I actually have a written tutorial giving you all these details, but I love seeing it in video version myself. So you're getting the free video version, but if you're just wondering or want to go back and check something that I said today, or you think I said something wrong, which I can sometimes totally mess that up, then go ahead and check my site and double check that I was in fact giving you the correct information, or that was I confused as I'm trying to speak and do this project here at the same time. Okay, so what we're trying to do now is we're going to, this is already sewed into a circle on the neck binding. And so I'm going to do the same thing with my binding fabric. So I already pre-cut this. It's 17 inches, which is approximately that 90% of the neck opening measurement. I'm sewing it into a circle here. And what I already did do is I quartered the neckline so that we can easily match those quarters on the band and then be able to stretch in between. So I like to quarter the neckline. I like to quarter this band. Okay, so I'm marking from where I sewed the other half, then I'll mark those 2 other edges. Okay, and on this one, let's see if I can lay this out here where you can see this. Let me just lean the camera down just slightly here so you can see what I'm doing here on my counter. Okay, so I now have this neckline open here on the counter. And we are actually going to put the right side of the fabric to the wrong side of the shirt, because if we think about this, then when we flip the neckband over and fold it, the right side will be on the right side of the shirt. Okay, so just, you know, imagine this in theory, but it's going to actually, in actuality, work out. So I have my quarters on here. I have my quarters on here. I'm going to put this seam on the back marking. So the back half of the t-shirt. Then I'm going to take the front quarter mark and put it on the front of the t-shirt. Okay, so I'm just matching up these quartered marks. Then I'm going to take this one and put it on the side. And then you take the other one and put it on the other side. And this is a child size shirt, so it's a small neckband, which is good. So now I'll take off the extra clips that we're marking those. And we have this edge here that we'll have to stretch a little bit. Again, just that 10% we're going to stretch as we sew it, but it's not a lot to stretch. You want to make sure you stretch the binding and not the t-shirt. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and stretch and sew this in place. And then I'll show you what the next step is. And this is where this one is slightly more complicated. It's just because there's an extra step or two involved in the process. You can, I don't know if you can see, but I'm not really trimming off a lot of the fabric. I'm mostly just sewing along the edge of the neck binding and the neckline of the shirt. And it is weird and counterintuitive, I think, to be sewing the wrong side to the right side of the t-shirt. We don't sew like this very often, but trust me, when we turn it to the right side and we flip it over, you're going to see how it all comes together. Okay, so I'm stretching that binding. If your binding is too long, so common mistakes with necklines is that they're stretched out, wavy, they don't lay nicely. And that's where you have to figure out the fine line between making your neckband long enough so that you're not overstretching it on the neckline, but making it short enough where it actually holds the neckline in place, right? If it's not long enough, if it's too long, what you will actually do is have that stretched out neckline, and it doesn't look good. It doesn't lay nicely, and it really doesn't make for a good t-shirt. So that's where you're kind of, that's where that 80-90% is that sweet spot on the length and kind of just the standard. However, different fabrics lay differently, and so it's not always a guarantee. All right, so now you can see here on my table, I have the neckline laid out. This is where we're going to need a lot of clips. Okay, we have that neckline laid out, and we're now going to create a double fold, which is going to create that binding on there. So what I like to do is fold it over once, maybe sort of a ½ inch, and then I want to tuck up that serger seam allowance, okay? And then I'm going to fold it over again, and I'm going to clip it. So the seam allowance that we just sewed on the serger is folded up towards the neck binding, and it is now enclosed in this new folded over hem. And let me just pin and clip this around. I love these clips for things like this because you don't have to distort the fabric with your pin, and it really holds everything in place. So this is my preferred holder is the clips, but if you are a pin person, go right ahead. And you can see I'm going a couple inches down and putting a clip, and then I'm actually going back and putting a clip in between. So this method, the more clips, the better, really, to hold everything in place. So I'm doing that sort of ½ inch fold over, folding up the seam allowance, and now we're enclosing that seam allowance in our fold along there for this neck binding. And it really is a beautiful finish, and one that, again, we're going to top stitch You could use a double needle. You could use a zigzag. That's probably a narrow zigzag is probably your most simple way to finish this. You just want to make sure that whatever stitch you are using to finish this, it has some stretch, because necklines stretch over kids' heads, and kids' heads are big, as well as adult heads are bigger than our necks. And so it needs to stretch. So make sure that you're stretching that over, and you are giving it room to stretch in there. So a zigzag, your knit stitch, your double needle, or the cover stitch are all great ways to finish that. So we're back around to the beginning now. I'm just going to put one more clip on here, and let's just take a little bit of a close-up look to see how this neckline is folded over on there. So you can see on the outside it looks really great, and here under here is that seam allowance, and I use the dark thread so that you can see those seams really easily, and it's folded up, not down towards the fabric, folded up towards the neck binding. All right, and so this is how it's laying all along there with lots of clips holding it all in place. Okay, so let's sew this on, and then I've been sewing fast and furiously, and I have not been really taking any, looking at any of your questions. So I'll get this sewn on, and then maybe Jane's probably been keeping better track of what you guys have been talking about, and then maybe we can have a couple minutes to just chat about how you sew on necklines, what you liked about what I did. I'm sure some of you had some things you didn't like about what I just did, but we can take a look at those and some questions along the way. So now I've got lots of clips on here. So getting this under here takes just a little bit more maneuvering. But what I like about this is I also have the fabric in the back to start pulling it and maneuvering it through. So, okay, so let's talk about when we top stitched on the other shirt, I was actually top stitching on the shirt fabric. Now I am top stitching on the neck binding fabric. Okay, so we're stitching that binding down. We're enclosing the seam. I am stretching the shirt and the binding just a little bit so it lays flat as I'm sewing. Because I stretched the binding when I sewed it on with the serger the first time, we have to maintain that stretch this second time when we're sewing it on, and then it should lay flat when we're all finished. So I do have both of my needles of my cover stitch stitching right on the edge of that neck binding. And I'll give you a close-up here when I get back around. Going over the shoulder seams or other wider seams, you sometimes have to give a little tug from the back just to keep it moving. But just be aware. And then I'm trying to take the clips out before my foot hits, because sometimes I don't do that. And then the cover stitch foot is like trying to ram into it and it has nowhere to go. And I've forgotten to take those clips out. So, all right, so I'm almost back around. I'm going to cut off the tail from where I started. So finishing a cover stitch in the round is a little bit trickier because you can't back stitch on this machine. So the manual actually says just to overlap a couple of inches and then pull it off, and that should be secure. I like to tie off my stitches just a little bit as well for some added security. So I've just overlapped the stitching by, say, 1.5 inches. Now I'm going to lift up the presser foot. I like to pull out some of the needle threads, give myself a little bit of room, pull the fabric out from under the needles, and then go ahead and let it chain off a couple of stitches. So then when I go ahead and cut these, I have these great loops right here from the needle threads, and I can pull them to the back. So now on the front, I've got no threads. And then on the back, I've got these 2 needle threads and 1 looper thread. And I just go ahead and I give that a little knot. And I feel like that is just a little extra security. You could also add some like fray, non-fray, whatever you use to prevent fraying on there. Or you could go ahead and use a needle and thread those threads back through your seam. So lots of ways to do this. But let's take a look at this finished neckline. It is so cute. And look at that, stretchy. And we've got the two fabrics put together. If I hold it by the shoulder seams, you can see how the lower neck, the front neck is a little bit lower. Looks like we got a long tail on there. And then that seam is in the back, and that actually helps my kids know what's the back and what's the front of their shirts, because that's one of the main problems they have with homemade things if I don't stick a tag on it. So there you go. We have two different ways to put a neckline on to a t-shirt, and these shirts will be turned into pajamas here really soon. But we should I sew up this? Let me sew up this other shoulder seam really quick so we can kind of get a better view of how this one is going to look when it's finished too. So, and then there's one additional step when you sew the neck on the open neckline like I did. You end up having a serger tail right on your neck. And so there's a number of ways that you can finish that. My favorite way, so we have this right here. We have this, right, this serger, and then you have this seam right here on one of your shoulders. And I really just like to take, I have this sort of large darning needle, and I just thread it right through those stitches. And then I put all the serger threads in there, and then I pull those right through. And then you have a beautiful, see if I can make it focus on there. You have that nice neckband, and it actually finishes really nicely as well. So here's another one, holding the shoulder seams and seeing how this neckband looks as opposed to the other one. Okay, whew. That felt like I just talked solid for a while, but I did. So I guess we're seeing, are there any questions or comments or things? Jane, I didn't know if you wanted to pop up in and talk about this, but yeah, there we go.
Oh my goodness, girl, that was so good. I'm so impressed. You're so amazing. By the way, for somebody who can, you're literally sewing and demoing and speaking exactly what you're doing all at one time. It was like amazing. It was the best thing I've ever seen in my life. It was so good.
Yeah.
So
now I need a glass of water, but yeah, there we go.
Good. So I did take some notes.
Okay. Yay.
Interesting. I love the two techniques. I do the second technique all the time.
Okay. Yes.
A lot of people do the first technique all the time. I'm going to try the first technique because I typically do the second.
Yes.
But really cool because you did different things differently than I do. Let me ask some questions. Is the second binding 2 inches wide as well? The second and the second one.
Yes. So this one is 2 inches, and I've probably done it maybe a 1/4 inch more narrow. But this one, because you're sewing it, you're folding it, you're sewing it again. I don't like to short myself on that fabric because then I feel like I don't have anything to work with. Now, I will say I have a binding attachment for this cover stitch that just does this for me in one step. So I will often use that, and it like stretches it. I mean, it puts it on at like the perfect tension. I don't have to measure. You leave your neckline open when you're sewing it on, and it's beautiful. So I do often use that. I was going to see if I have it right here. So this torture device, it just attaches right on here. And you thread your binding, and then it just like puts it right on. It's a beautiful thing. So that's great too.
That's awesome. Okay. Is the second one a sturdier neckline finish than the other? I thought that was a good question.
That is a good question. I don't know. I mean, I guess because, well, it's about the same amount of sewing and then top stitching. That's a really good question. I don't have an answer.
I don't think one would be more sturdy over the other because you're sewing it on and then you're sewing it on top again. Yeah. Right. The difference.
And I will say the first one I generally do all the time. And my kids are not gentle with their clothes. I mean, the boys are like ripping it off, and putting it on. They don't pay any attention. And that is not like a place on clothing that I have trouble with seams breaking or having to do repairs. There's other places where sometimes I feel like I'm fixing things, but not really the neckline. So yeah, I don't know that there's a big difference in the durability.
And then they want to know, let's see, you're using a Brother cover stitch machine. Do you know what model that is?
Yeah, it's the 3555 or 3550. So it actually is the one that can do the double cover stitch. So it has a top looper and a bottom looper. So if you want that sort of sporty top stitch where the loopers on the top and the bottom, you can thread an additional thread on here. So this one you can sew with 1, 2, or 3 needles. I was using 2 needles, which is kind of my favorite for the top stitching. And then you can have just a lower looper or a lower looper and an upper looper. So you can have up to 5 threads going on this thing. And I only had 3 at the moment.
Oh, okay, cool. And then they wanted to know what needle do you have on the cover stitch machine? Were you using the stretch jersey needle?
Probably not, because it was just whatever was on there. I don't find that this machine is as picky about needles and fabric as, say, like your regular sewing machine behind me, where if you don't have the right needle, like it really doesn't work. So I probably have a universal needle on there.
Okay, that's good. And then basting first. Some people, would you ever baste ahead of time?
I don't, but like I said, I kind of like to skip steps when I'm sewing. I don't iron unless I have to. I don't pin unless I have to. And I do pay for that sometimes. So don't think that this always works out for me. But I would not baste on a neckline, but you absolutely could.
Well, and that's fine because we all have our own little ways to save time and our own little like dirty secrets, if you will. And it's fun for me to find out what other people do too, because I'm like, oh, okay, I'm not alone. This is good. I'm always like a little embarrassed, like, well, I didn't do this, but good. We all have to find ways to do it. Someone else said, well, I'm afraid that I'm going to cut the wrong fabric when you were using the serger. Remember when you were doing? I think it was the second one.
Oh yeah, I think when you're in there, it's not as confusing as it might look on the screen, because you really do just have those 2 layers, one of the shirt and one of the neck binding. And as long as you're just making sure you're only cutting those 2 layers, and I did clip it in 4 places to make sure everything was where I needed it to be. I'm not usually concerned about cutting. I get concerned about cutting wrong fabric when I'm like doing all these gathers and ruffles, and then there's just like so much fabric. That's just
pull it under, make sure.
Sometimes.
You got to make sure it's not getting cut in. So Emily, your website is lifesewsavory.com.
Yeah.
And you've got more tips and tricks on there as well.
So many.
Yeah.
And in fact, these shirts are made from a free sewing pattern available on my website. So it's just a fitted girls t-shirt, and I've got loads of free sewing patterns available. And I'm sewing up these pajamas all from free sewing patterns available on my site. So check those out, and loads of things to take a look at.
You are inspiring so many people. They're like, oh, I think I'm going to stop quilting and start sewing clothes now. And then, so many.
It's a different thing, but I have so much fun with it.
It's so fun. And finally, the last question. This is my favorite one. Can we just send all of our garments to Emily? All of our stretch garments to Emily?
Yeah, I don't have my pricing on just sewing necklines worked out. So right now I'll pass on that.
Emily, you are a fantastic instructor. Thank you so much. It's great to see you.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're so great. Emily Thompson, everybody. Life So Savory. Wow. That is a rewatch if I've ever seen an educational rewatch. So many great sessions here today. Blaine, I'm loving SewFest day number 2. I like to call it So Much Fun Fest.
Hey, Jane, it is. And, Emily is so good. I got to meet her in person at the Brother Convention this year in Nashville. And just, it was so great to get to talk to her and meet her and finally in person. And like she said, the 3D version of ourselves. And so it was great. And we loved having her back because, after I saw what she did last year, I was like, man, she is so good. We have to ask her back. And I'm so happy she agreed to come back and teach. So it's awesome. But hey, Jane, we're going to continue to roll along. We got our next, presentation coming up. And it's, again, we're going back to Graceland, not in Tennessee, in Utah. All right. So next up, guys, we've got Laurel and Allegra Erznosnik, and they're going to talk all about frames. And you're probably saying, frames? We're going to talk all about quilting frames, guys. We're going to show you some of the really cool frames that Grace is offering. That way, if you've got a machine that you want to upgrade to, your frame, we have it for you. So welcome back to the show, Laurel, and welcome to the show for first time, Allegra.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. We're so excited to be here. As you said, I'm Allegra Erznosnik.
And I'm Laurel Erznosnik, and we both are account executives, and I actually just hit my 2-year mark a couple weeks ago or so, and then Allie, I think, or Allegra, hit a 1-year mark, right?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we love being here. We're excited to have you guys here. We do have a question for our viewers here. How many UFOs or unfinished objects do you guys currently have now? Drop a number in the chat and let us know.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure, Allie, when we've done this before, if you've ever watched SMP before, and joined on these fun Sew Fests that they do, I'm sure a lot of you are looking at getting into quilting, and so really as you're trying to get into that, oftentimes you've maybe pieced or applicator or whatever, a lot of different tops. And so again, I'm curious to see how many different UFOs you have. And then I do have to say this, just for those that maybe don't know, it's unfinished objects, so unfinished projects, whatever, because I have to admit, when I first got into what the Grace Company was, and even, Sewing Machines Plus, I was like, UFO?
Right, yep. I was like, unfinished. Yeah. I got the first part. What does the O mean?
Right. Oh, they're coming in perfect. Miss K Scraps 2. Karen Butler had 2. Oh, Lisa has 21.
Wow. Ooh. All right. LJ, do you have any UFOs?
No, which I guess is a good thing. I don't have any, but yeah, look, a lot of them are coming in, at least 10 from John.
Over 30, all right.
Ooh, long arm, that's a lot going. Probably at least 50 as well. Gail, wow, that's a lot going on. That's a lot to do, and we're really excited today to kind of bring you some products that really are going to help you complete some of those UFOs that you have. So Blaine kind of mentioned it, and I don't know if you guys were able to watch it earlier, but actually we had Jana Matthews and Jarek Erznosnik on earlier talking about the Cutie frame. And so that is another frame that can help you finish those UFOs. But Allie, why don't you go ahead and tell us, what is it that we're going to be talking about today?
Yeah, so we're going to be covering 2 specific frames today. We're going to talk about the space they take up, maybe mention where they sit in your budget. And so we'll go right on into them. We're going to talk about our Q-Zone Queen frame over here, and then our Q-Zone Hoop frame over here.
Right, so a couple different things as well. So Allegra, sorry, Allie. So I guess just so you guys don't know as well, this is Allegra, or Allie, my cousin.
Yep. Hello.
So we're excited to be here together with you guys. And then I know just all these ones coming in, again, Vicky 20, Mary 10. And so again, kind of go back to what Allie had mentioned, is really, these are some great things if you're looking at budget. And we'll go back to kind of what that pricing is here with Blaine in just a couple minutes, so you guys can really see the amazing specials that we have on these 2 frames. But right now, we're really going to talk about the 2 different frames and then kind of what the difference is. Because right now, as Allie had mentioned, is they do look like the same size frame, and that is because this one is set up as a half size. So this one is our Q-Zone Queen frame. So this is a rolling rail frame, and it is a 2-rail system. So what we say when we mean a rolling rail is it means to advance the quilt, you actually will turn the rail. You can hear it there, and that's again how you actually advance the fabric there to go, advance there. And then part of this that's actually really nice, that's an additional feature that we do have with it, but it's what we call table insert. So it's this black portion here. And so this is just nice, again, gives you a different way to do a different type of quilting, but really going back to the queen frame, it's really nice because it actually usually sits at about 8 feet. So with it, it helps you be able to finish those smaller quilts if you tend to do lap size quilts, or in a full size or even queen size you're able to do with this. So I know, Allie, have you ever had anybody or a customer tell you about the queen frame and them using it?
I personally haven't, but I do know that a lot of customers really like it because whether maybe they're not quite ready for a larger frame, or maybe they're only really working with queen size frames, this 2-rail system makes it quite easy to understand how to use the frame, kind of brings that learning curve a little bit lower. And again, it makes it simplified, and it is on that lower end of the budget for you.
That's right. And we really like to say that these frames are kind of what we say a gateway or really starting frames for you because one is they are lower cost on your budget, and then they also don't take up too much space. So a lot of times, part of the reason you have those UFOs is because you just don't have the space for a thing, right? You don't have the space for a long arm or whatever. And so that's where actually both of these frames have the ability to use a mid or long arm or even a domestic machine on them. Yes. So again, really helping you kind of go into the quilting world, we say, and start your quilting journey, where again, lower cost, you don't have to go buy a new machine. Again, you can use a machine you have, so something you're comfortable with. You've already kind of invested the money in that. And then Allie, actually, kind of speaking on how you're able to use a domestic machine. I know behind you, we have our Q-Zone hoop frame. Do you want to show me
absolutely.
Kind of how you put a domestic machine on that?
So I'll scoot over here for you guys. This is the top plane handles that would come with your frame. If you are wanting to put your domestic machine on there, like Laurel said, you've already invested in a machine and now you're just looking for a frame. That's exactly what this is for. This top plane handles is where you'll put that domestic machine on there. It will have these sewing machine clamps that will slide in, hold your machine tightly on there, and then you're all set to go. It comes with these handles, you just move it back, and that gives you the ability to do that free motion quilting you're looking for.
That's wonderful. I know that, again, it's just really amazing. Think about it, right? Because quilting is just expensive, right? So whether you already are just using your own machine or if you have a long arm, not only that, but you got thread you got to pay for, you got batting, fabric, any tools you may use. So if you're doing ruler work with it, pantograph. So it just, it kind of is an expensive hobby. So that's why these frames are just fantastic because, again, way lower budget coming into it. And again, you have the ability to use your own machine. And then it can grow with you is what we love to say is really, there's different points that everyone's going to need to get started on their journey. So if you're ready for a machine and a frame, great. You can do the same with this. If you're ready for just a frame and you want to use your own machine, you can do that as well with it.
Exactly. Now, Laurel, the rails on this one are a bit different. You want to explain that to me a little bit?
Yes. So Allie, that's a fantastic point to bring up. So again, with the queen frame, it's what we call a rolling rail system. This one, and it's kind of in the name, but we call it the Q-Zone hoop frame. The reason for that is the style. As Allie had mentioned, the rails are a bit different. So I do just want to show it here, just so if you can maybe see. So this rail, you'll see is fixed on the frame, and then it is actually square. So the reason for that is that when you go to put your fabric on, you'll simply actually drape it over the edge here, and then these clips come in and they clip over that fabric for you to help hold it to the frame. And then it's one thing that's really nice as well is that, again, kind of going back to the shape of the rail, but with it being square, and with these, you have the ability to kind of have a built-in ratcheting system where you can see, again, it just rotates. You can see that again, just to really give you that movement of how it's able to actually pull that fabric and keep it nice and tight for you.
Exactly. And and with that hoop design, it allows you to make projects, quilts of any size. You're not limited to the size of this frame of only 4.5 feet. You can make anything larger, anything smaller that you want to, and all you have to do is rehoop, or rezone your fabric as you continue making your quilt.
Exactly. So that's where, again, these frames are really wonderful that really kind of fit two different things that you're looking for. Again, both fantastic frames for getting into your quilting or starting your quilting journey. This one, again, is that Q-Zone cream frame, which is a rolling rail system. So again, it is nice where it kind of brings in the feature of what tends to be on those larger size frames, where again, you simply will roll the rail, and again, it'll ratchet for you to advance your fabric. The one thing though that Allie kind of did mention is that with that Q-Zone hoop frame and the style being a bit different than this one is meant for usually queen size or smaller projects just because of the style of it. Whereas the Q-Zone hoop frame, again, being the design that it doesn't matter of it simply are draping the fabric over, you're able to do any size quilt with it. So that's a really nice feature. And then just to kind of, Allie, you'd mentioned this as well, but again, the sizes are different. So remind me, what size is the queen frame typically set up as?
Set up in an 8 foot.
Right, and then remind me again about this one.
4.5 feet.
Perfect.
So yeah, this is a great leadway into the conversation about maybe how much space you have in your room or anywhere when you're looking for a quilting frame.
Right, perfect. Well, then let's really quickly, before we kind of go into a little bit more about these frames and really the possibilities with it, let's see if we can actually go ahead and bring Blaine on just so we can tell you guys, or you can really keep an eye out for the amazing prices that we really have for these frames. Because again, they are nice because they art can be, considered for a smaller space if you don't have the room for it. And then again, does have that ability to use your own domestic machine or grow
Which
it
one
through
they
with
doing
a mid
first?
or long arm.
All right, girls, great job on that. We're going to tell everybody how they can get some of these frames. Kennedy, if you're going to put that overlay up there for me so everybody can see what we're talking about. And we've got some great specials on all the frames today, guys. And again, this first one is this Q-Zone Queen quilting frame. And again, it's a show special pricing for you. It is $11.89. And we also are offering synchrony financing for 18 months. So that's just a little over $66 a month if you wanted to get one of these. And then the next frame that we showed was that Continuum 2 frame. And if Kennedy will put that overlay up, there's that Continuum 2. Now, this one is a really versatile frame, everybody, because you can do it in an 8, 10, or 12-foot configuration. And what a great, this one, great price on this. This is $23.99. You're saving $600 on this. And again, it's just a little over $99 a month. It's under $100 a month for 24-month financing on that. And again, 2 great frames that we're talking about today. So let's go back to the young ladies at Grace and wanted real quick. Hey guys, thank y'all so much for coming on the show. And again, all the products this week. And y'all been playing a little bit of musical chairs to us. We don't know who to expect every time, so we have to kind of wait and see. But
we're
anyway,
just trying to
glad
keep
y'all are
everybody on their
here and
toes.
keeping us on our toes. Is that what it is?
Right.
That's
yeah.
right.
All right.
Yeah,
well, I
and
know
then
y'all got a few
well,
more
I just
things
was
to
gonna
show us.
say-
We're going.
I was just
I
gonna
was
say
gonna
really
say
quick,
y'all
Gwen,
got
if
a
it's
few
all
more things
right.
to show us. I think we keep talking over each other, don't we?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, y'all got a few more things to show us. We're going to go back to you then.
Yeah, that's perfect. Because I was just going to say, part of it here is I know you guys had showed the Continuum frame. So we don't have the Continuum frame here, but it is a larger version of what this Queen frame is. So that Continuum frame is still a rolling rail frame. That frame is really nice as well because it actually gives you a third rail that tends to sit a bit lower here. So that way, if you wanted to put your batting or anything on it, it's really nice for that. And then really the Continuum frame is really probably one of the most versatile frames out there on the market because it can be an 8, 10, or a 12 foot. And then does have an ability to have some additional pieces added depending on what type of quilting you're wanting to do. So with that one, it does come with table inserts. So this Queen frame doesn't. We just have it here so you can kind of see what those are. The Continuum frame, again, does come with those pieces though. And then there is even what we call an idler rail that can be added to a Continuum frame. So really, again, there's quite a bit that can be added to that frame to really help fit, again, what you're looking to do with your quilting or maybe even where you're at with your quilting journey. But this frame, I don't know if you guys have pricing ever, but this frame behind Allegra here is that Q-Zone hoop frame. And so this one is a bit smaller. So this is where I said it sits at about 4.5 feet. Typically we recommend having about 5 feet of space for it though, just to make sure you have enough clearance on the sides there. But this is a nice one. Again, lower end cost to get in on frames. And then again, it really comes down to space, right? Because even this Queen frame, it sits at about 8 feet, or the Continuum frame that starts at 8 feet and goes up from there. This Q-Zone hoop frame is super nice because it is low budget. You can use a domestic machine. And then again, it just is so nice because you are not limited by the size of the frame on the size quilt. So as Allegra had mentioned, you can do any size quilt with it.
Exactly. So if you're wanting to do larger projects, but maybe you don't have space in your house or a sewing room for a larger frame for that, this is a great option. Allows you to do those larger projects like you're wanting, but it doesn't take up as much space.
Right, and then I don't know I don't know, Blaine, if you guys might have any pricing or whatever you might be able to put up though, but again, really right now what we're talking about is that Q-Zone Queen frame and then that Q-Zone hoop frame. And again, really it's in the name of the frame there, but that's kind of the style of the frame, hooping style versus a rolling rail system that Queen and Continuum 2 frame is. So again, I don't know, but let's see, maybe Blaine, is there pricing on that for that, again, that Q-Zone hoop frame? Because I know right now, just seeing the pricing on that Q-Zone Queen frame and the Continuum frame, it's got to be a really good deal that you guys have for it.
All right, so I guess I knew had what was wrong on which frame that we're going, but I think we got it straightened out now. We are going to be showing you on overlay on the Q-Zone queen frame and the Q-Zone hoop frame. And we got some pricing on that as well. So Kyle's going to put that overlay up there. So again, guys, this is that Q-Zone queen frame. This is the first one we showed you a while ago. And again, guys, we have the price at $11.89 for this. And again, we have some special financing. And this is a special show price that you're seeing on the screen right now. And we have it's just under just a little over $66 a month for 18 months on this. You're saving $610. So if you've already been using like a Cutie frame or something, or even a Q-Zone frame, and you want to upgrade and get to a little bit bigger size of frame, this will be a great upgrade for you. Now the Q-Zone frame, this is what makes this unique, is how it's going to clamp that fabric on. And so Kyle, if we could put that overlay up for that one. And so this is the Q-Zone hoop frame. And again, guys, if you look at this reminds you of that Cutie frame, only it's on a bigger carriage, and it has, it's the way it sits on there. You're going to be able to clamp your king size quilt on this, and just all you have to do is advance the quilt side to side and back and forth to do it. So you can actually do a king size quilt on this. And again, what's unique about this, again, it'll accommodate just about any machine out there. And then if you've already got this frame set up, and you've got or you've had another set up, and you want to kind of upgrade to a Q-Zone frame, this would be a great reason to do it right here. It's because we have a fantastic price on it as $1,089 right now. And again, it might be one of those things where you've had a Cutie frame, and you decided you've got a permanent location that you could put this size of frame in there. You'd have to do is upgrade your frame and just put your current machine that you have right on it. And I think we'll ask Lauren and Allegra, but I think that you can put all the way up to a 19-inch throat space on this machine. So you could go up to their brand new 19 Elite and put it on here, and it would accommodate that. So what this does, this really gives you a lot of expandability basically with your machine and with your frames. So that's the great thing about Grace. And again, guys, some of the really great features about this, the Q-Zone hoop frame, if we can go back to that overlay, Kyle. Some great features about this Q-Zone hoop frame. Again, it comes in the versatile different lengths, the 9, 10, and 12 foot. And then it expands to 102, it's 102 inch left to right, expands from 34.5 inches to 42.5 inches front to back, and adjusts the height from 37.5 to 45 inches tall. And then the maximum quilting area on this one is going to be the 84 inches. So it can be broken down to all the way down to a 4-foot frame, and it works with a lot of different machines too. It even works with our King quilter that we have. The head, it will work on it, but it works with a lot of different machines. All the Grace machines are compatible. And so this is such a really good frame on it, guys. And again, we have a great price on it for you today. All righty, so let's go back to the ladies at Grace. And Laura, I guess I don't know where we got our wires crossed up with y'all with which ones we had, but tell us a little bit, what's the biggest differences between that queen and that Q-Zone hoop? Just a couple words.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And I think if it's all right, I think me and Allegra will maybe say some of the most noticeable differences. So I know probably the biggest one right off the bat is going to be the style of the frame. So that again is where this queen frame is what we call again a rolling rail frame, where to advance your quilt, you'll simply, again, roll the system to advance it. So the fabric will be on here, you'll roll the rails, and then that's how, again, that fabric is able to then be shifted to the next section, versus this frame that sits behind Allegra, which again is that Q-Zone hoop frame. Allegra, why don't you go ahead and show kind of how would someone manage the fabric on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So with the Q-Zone hoop frame, to put your fabric on here, you would take these clips off, just like that, super simple. You want to hold those for me, Laurel?
Right.
Yeah, and then what these are is what we call the bungee straps in the back. And what these do is when you're hooping your frame or hooping your fabric, and you have all that on there, and I'm not going to leave those two on. Let's say you have all your fabric on here, you've got it hooped, you're ready to go. We'll clip it back on here like that. And then you have all this excess fabric hanging off the back that you're going to quilt as you go. What these straps do is you roll it up, organizes your fabric just like that for you. Keeps it out of the way of your machine, the throat space, keeps any accidents from happening. It's perfect. Once you have it hooped over the front,
over the back, right?
Then you'll put those on. And as Laurel pointed out earlier, this tubing is square and these clips do have that ribbing on there. And maybe you want to ratchet your fabric, you're wondering how you get it kind of that tautness. You just pull these back, and that's where that ratcheting system comes with the hoop frame. So there's one of the biggest differences between those two frames.
Right, so again, really part of that is how the fabric is managed, or really how that fabric is advanced. So this one again, that Q-Zone Queen frame, is advanced by that rolling rail system, whereas the hoop frame is where you actually will shift the whole pieces of fabric together into the next section. And then I know there was a question, I apologize, I don't remember who it was from, but was on the Q-Zone hoop frame is, do you float all 3 pieces of fabric? So that's a great question. I don't know, Lager, do you know the answer to that?
The answer is yes.
Right, so it's typically, if you go to a show or ever see these products, is usually you're going to see it where we're floating all 3 pieces of fabric, meaning you just have your batting, your backing, or backing, batting, and then you have your top fabric. Some people have found that when they're doing that, they might prefer to maybe spray-based, base stitch, or even pin it down, and really you can certainly do those. So it kind of just comes down to what is going to feel comfortable for you, and it might change, right? You may start by floating all 3 pieces of fabric, and then as you kind of continue to do your work, you may find you like to pin it or base stitch it there. But really, again, it is up to you on what one's going to work best. But like, I know, what is probably the one other difference you'd say between these 2 frames?
I would definitely say the size.
Yes.
For sure. So this frame, the Q-Zone hoop frame, it stays at the 4.5 feet and doesn't change.
Right. Yes, that's a perfect thing, because I know sometimes, we briefly mentioned it, but that Continuum frame does have 2-foot extensions, whereas these frames are sort of set at their sizes. The Q-Zone Queen frame, again, being at that 8 feet, whereas that Q-Zone hoop frame is about 4.5 feet wide. And so I know there was a couple comments saying it's just really nice because the Q-Zone hoop frame can really fit in your sewing room you have. Think about it, it's just like a little desk you may have, right? So simply take that out, put that in, and then that's what Blaine had mentioned as well. As earlier today there was a segment on that Cutie frame, which is really great if you just really don't have any space for it. But if you are ready maybe for that next step, or are ready to dedicate a bit of space to it, that's where both of these frames are fantastic to bring in. And then I don't know if anyone, or if there's time for any questions. I know there's a couple that have come in here. Like Bernadette Evans, will these clips fit on the Cutie frame? That's a great question.
I saw a general question earlier about clips, about if these clips are interchangeable between frames.
That's a fantastic
Want to expand
question.
on that, Laurel?
Yeah, of course. So really, it sort of depends. That's a really good question. So this frame, the Q-Zone hoop frame, does have specific clips. Same with that Cutie frame. So although the style of the frames are the same, the rail sizes do differ. And that is just partly based on the size of the frame itself. So for the Q-Zone hoop frame, they are specific for that one. And then even this Queen frame does have its own specific clips for it. So that is a fantastic question there. And then I don't know, again, if this is a great time, again, if you guys have any questions on it. I know there was one that was maybe asked on height adjustment, because that's one thing that's really nice. And that really we just try to do is, again, everybody's different. Everybody wants something different in their quilting journey. So these frames do have the ability to be height adjusted for whether you want to quilt standing or if you'd like to do it sitting. So that's a great question. I don't know, Blaine, if you have any questions on it, or again, if there's any questions that have come in that we may have missed. But that again is where you can see how that height can be adjusted for you, again, according to what works best for you.
Well, hey guys, I gotta apologize to everybody out there. We were so confused about which frame was y'all were going to show things, but I want to clarify, everybody. There's 2 Q-Zone type frames. There's one, a Queen, that you put the different type of machines like that y'all carry. Then there's that the Q-Zone hoop frame,
right.
And that's the one that you can put any domestic machine on that clamps your fabric on. And so I want to make that clarification to our viewers out there watching. So there's 2 Q-Zone frames, not to be confused with each other. And I think we had a little confusion here, and I'm sorry about that. But anyway, guys, thank y'all so much for coming on the show. As usual, Grace is rock stars over there, and y'all always knock it out of the park with some great products. And so again, we're going to remind everybody how you can get these 2 frames again. So the very first one that they showed was that queen frame, and is the Q-Zone queen frame. There you see it right there. Again, guys, our price on it is $1,189. We do offer free shipping nationwide, and we're also going to have some financing available for you, but that is a show special pricing on it. And then that next thing was a Q-Zone hoop frame. And again, this is the one that you can put all of your domestic machines on and clamp them in. If we could put that overlay up there, Kennedy, and everybody can say, there it is. And again, guys, this is just a little over $1,000 at $1,089. Again, we have some financing available for 18 months, 0 interest. So it's just going to be a little over $60 a month if you want to finance that. And again, guys, this is going to turn that domestic machine into a actually long arm quilting machine on a frame. And the way that clamping system works, it works. If you can imagine a big, huge embroidery hoop, that's basically the way it works. It just, you lay your fabric on there, you clamp it down, and you can do all the quilting. And then when you want to advance it, it is so easy to advance your quilt. And what's great about this, not only can you use your domestic machine, but later on, if you wanted to get a little bit bigger throat space on that machine, you can always upgrade to that Grace 19, and you're going to have a 19-inch throat space, and that's the maximum width or throat space that you can put on this frame, and you can get a lot of quilting done with that. But this one, it's only 4.5 feet wide, it's 3 feet deep, so it's going to fit in any room very easily. It's a space saver, so it's really a cool option for you out there. And again, guys, we have great price. Give us a call. They can explain every option that you can do with this at our call center at 800-401-8151. And if you're on the website, you can just simply type in Q-Zone and in the search bar, and it'll take you to that product page. You can see both of them and compare them there. All right, guys, we're going to move on. And guess what? It is giveaway time. So let's bring Jane back into the house.
Giveaway time, Blaine.
Are you ready to give something away?
No, not at all. I'm not excited about giveaways at all.
I just want to know if everybody out there, if you're ready to see some giveaways, put a number 1 in the chat right now. And I want to see it flooded with number 1s.
And do a dance while you're putting in the number 1.
There we go. And because we have a ton of people on our show watching today, and I know everybody's super excited. If you're out there watching on Facebook or YouTube, hey, we're going to have something for you. But first up, Jane, we are going to give away some of our world famous shopping bags. They're the event bags we use. And you know what? I just got a good use out of these this past weekend. We went to the beach and actually put all of our beach towels in this and carried it. It worked so good. But these things are great. They're $9.99 each if you buy them on our website, or if you buy all 8 in a bundle, they're $49.99. We're going to give 2 customers a whole bundle of these. You see the 8 different colors. They have unique sayings on each side of the bag. It's pretty cool. And so, Jane, we're getting ready to give it away. Kennedy, have you got that wheel ready? All right, I'm going to spin the wheel, Kennedy, and Jane, you're going to call our winners out.
Okay, good. And I see Ginger's dancing right there. Somebody give me a little dance emoji.
We're dancing over here, you guys.
It's kind of like midday dance break and giveaways. Okay. Oh, Beatrice Sims, congratulations. She is watching on YouTube today. You've won a it's the bundle of bags. I love it. And you too can go to the beach with Blaine.
Oh yeah.
All right. So hey, we're going to give another bundle away, and she got that wheel spinning.
This
Reen Wilcoxon.
I saw Reen's name pop up.
Oh, Linda Vloedag.
Linda W.
Hey, Linda W. I'm not even going to attempt that, Jane, to pronounce that last name.
Well, I would think maybe the W, Woja. Okay, Linda W. Congratulations, Linda. You're the winner of a amazing, world famous SMP bags, a bundle of bags, and you're watching on YouTube. I love that. So, Blaine, let's tell everybody how they get their prizes. Are we doing that right now? Go to SMP.
Yes, we can. So both of our bag winners, what they can do they can just go to the website SMPLive.tv. And they're going to scroll down about midway in that page, Jane, and there's a little header that says claim your prize. They're going to go in there and fill out their information. They hit submit, and we handle it from there.
Okay, cool. Let's move on with our giveaways, yeah?
Yes, let's keep going. Next
What's
up is
Oh,
we're going to give away our world famous sewing mats.
best mat
And
in the Milky Way.
you know what I tell everybody, Jane? If they don't own a sewing mat right now for their sewing machine, they're doing their machine a disservice. And I'm going to tell you the reason, Jane, these are so important. I can tell you right now, you have these. Angela Wolf has them. Joanne Banco has them. Cindy Hoga has them. The reason everybody has these because y'all spend so much money and invest so much money in these electronic machines, right?
Yeah. And
Now,
it's
tell
like
us
a,
why,
it's
Jane,
a
these are so
buffer
important.
between the machine and the table, correct? And it keeps
Yes.
it from all the vibrating.
Exactly, which transfers to the electronics and decreases the life of your sewing machine. So you want that machine to last for a long, long, long time. And that is a good way to do it. Not only that, it dampens the sound, makes it very quiet, and it doesn't scratch the surface you have your machine sitting on. So it's just a multi-purpose. And a fourth reason is once you put that mat down, it will not slide on any surface and the machine will not slide on the mat. So it makes it secure.
Blaine, can I make a recommendation?
Yes.
Maybe there's a reason why you don't do it. But I have a mat, and then I have a mat, and then I have a mat because I have a really long table. Can you make one long mat that may fit our entire sewing table?
There's always that possibility, but the reason we don't is from customers. They said they want it just to fit their machine, so they have room to do other things on the beside the mat, and that's why we have it in 4 different sizes, Jane: small, medium, large, and extra large. And if you want to know the dimensions, you can go to our website, type in sew mats in the header bar. It'll take you to that page, and you look at each size and see the dimensions, so you can make sure you're getting the proper size for each machine you have.
And I get that too, because I do stuff on the side, but then sometimes when I have my machines lined up, I just want to, because I go from back and forth and I'm like sliding all over in my amazing chair from Arrow. I like to just like, and then I get stuck in between the mats. But listen, I love all sizes, mats of all sizes. We're an equal mat sizing opportunity show.
There we are. All right, so Kennedy, you got that wheel. We're going to give 2 of these away to 2 different customers.
Okay.
So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Spinning.
Kennedy uses that as a pin cushion.
I do. And they're just adorable. I mean, that's the 5th reason. They're just adorable little mats.
Congratulations, Diane Deacon. You are the winner of the best mat in the Milky Way. You're watching today on YouTube. Thanks so much for joining us.
And there we go. We're going to give 1 more of these away, and I will tell y'all how you can claim your prize. So Kennedy, spin that wheel.
Kennedy's like the Vanna White of SMP.
I love being the wheel spinner. And we'll say it after this.
Oh, congratulations to Tracy Frick. You're watching on YouTube. I love it. Thanks so much for joining us today in day 2. And congratulations on your big win. You get a mat. So Blaine, tell us how we can get them.
Okay, ladies, if you want to claim your prize and get your mat, first of all, what we'd like for you to do is go to our website, type in sew mat in the header bar, go look at the dimensions. So make sure you get the right size for your machine. And then again, pick the color. We have 12 different colors, 4 different sizes to pick from. We're going to let you pick your ones. And guess what? Even included that we're going to give away is the limited edition. And I shouldn't even say limited because we decided to keep it in the line, but it's special edition Wolf Pack model by Angela Wolf. It's the Angela Wolf special edition mat. You're going to even pick one of those if you want them. And they're actually got Angela's autograph on them. They were designed by her Wolfpack members. And so, guys, we're going to let you pick one of those as well. So, again, go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of that page. It'll say claim my prize. Fill out the information, hit submit, and we will get those mats shipped to you just as soon as we receive your information.
And Blaine, I just got
Yes.
a text from our customer service manager, Laura Cook, asking that we sell a leopard print sewing mat, which is very fitting for Laura Cook. But if you guys
Yes.
want to see a leopard print sewing mat, I don't know, Blaine, we might have to, work on something.
That's a great idea.
All right, put a number 5 in the chat right now if you want to see a leopard print
Oh, yeah, Jane.
sewing mat. And
It
I'll
matches my
consider
chair. We need a leopard print.
Yes.
All right, so what are we giving away next, Kennedy?
We are giving away the Burnett 05 Crafter.
There we go. We got a sewing machine up for grabs, everyone. It's the Burnett 05 Crafter. Again, a great little mechanical sewing machine. The Burnett is made by Bernina, so you know the quality there. So get ready, spin that wheel, Kennedy.
You know what? I am gonna spin my little heart out. Let's do it.
You spin your little heart out, Kennedy. Spin it your little heart out as fast as you can spin it.
I'm clicking the button as fast as I can.
Beth Cleary. Look at that.
Beth Cleary, congratulations.
We know that name. I've seen that name before. Beth Cleary's been on our shows many times. So thank you for watching, Beth, and congratulations. Beth was watching from YouTube. And so, Beth, you just won yourself a great little machine. And again, Beth, go to smplive.tv. Scroll down toward the bottom of the page. You'll see a place that says claim your prize. Fill out the information, hit submit, and we will handle that and get it shipped out to you as soon as we receive your information. So we got anything else in this session?
We got anything else?
Not until later.
Not until later. So let's bring Angela to the show, and we'll get Angela back on here with us, Jane.
Hey, Angela.
So, guys, it is going fantastic so far. And so what do you think about all those giveaways, Angela?
Well, I was doing flip-flops. You couldn't see me. I was like, you're giving away the Wolfpack mat. The Wolfpack's going to be so excited. In fact, we just had a live session, and I was like, we have to hang up right now. We cannot miss the giveaways. Absolutely not. So we're here.
Talking about us. We got to go.
I know. And Jane, what color are we wearing tomorrow? I just want to know now so I can go do my laundry.
Let's ask everybody what color we should wear. Just tell us what you want us to wear: pink or red, orange. What do you guys think? And we'll let them tell us what color we should wear.
I say pink, ladies.
All right,
pink.
so let's put it in the chat right now. What color do you want? And I'll even, if I've got the color in my closet, I will match y'all as well. Yes. So put what color you want us all to wear tomorrow. We'll try to match.
Oh, geez. It's a mixture of colors.
Kyle keeps yelling pink over here.
Yeah, Blade needs to be in some pink.
I see a lot of reds.
I'm good for pink. Pink is good.
Pink, what we're doing?
Let's do pink.
Yeah, it'll match.
I don't really have a pink shirt. Mine's called blueberry or berry or salmon.
Blaine?
Yeah, the stores are open. You're good. You just drive by one on your way home and pick up a nice pink shirt.
All right. Everybody in the chat, pick what color you want us to wear other than pink.
Maybe a yellow.
All right.
Yellow's
That's
happy.
pretty funny.
Orange, purple. I saw a lot of red earlier. I mean, let's just do pink.
A lot of red. There's a lot of red in there. Now I can do red.
All
right. So we'll see. They're Roger's over here tallying up the things, and we'll come back and tell y'all here in a little bit what color won and what color we're going to use.
Somebody just wrote leopard print.
Oh, I have a leopard print. I do too.
Well, right now, yeah, Roger says it's red is number 1. Number 2 is leopard print.
I got Blaine.
You got leopard print?
Leopard print. I may be out of that too.
We can reach out to Laura Cook. She'll hook us up.
I think we know a few people who sew. Somebody can make you a leopard print shirt between now and tomorrow.
Yeah, we have our resident Lynn, our resident sewer here in the San Marcos store. She can make about anything, so she could probably have me a leopard print shirt made by the end of the day.
Perfect.
So that means whatever the color is, red, pink, leopard, Blaine will be wearing the same color as well.
All right, we'll do it. So y'all put it in the chat right now. Make sure you put it in there, and we're gonna, after this next segment, we'll tell you which color won. And but hey, I'm gonna let y'all take it away because I know y'all going to get to introduce another. Coming up, we have Sarah Vetzer coming up, and that's going to be pretty exciting. So I'm gonna let y'all take it away and introduce her. Okay.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Blaine.
Bye.
Oh, I guess we're gonna do it together, Angela.
I think so.
I'm glad that you're going to introduce her. Sarah's probably glad to be doing this session because I've been texting her like when we're off the air. I'm like, Sarah, you're so good. I love your setup. She's like, stop bothering me.
I love her setup, and I love how she has her website right behind. And Sarah is again one of our fellow Brother brand ambassadors. Well, actually, she's a Brother educator, which you might have seen her in a lot of places. She's going to be showing off the Brother NS2750D, if I have it correct. And Sarah again has a beautiful setup. I'm totally with you on that, Jane. Beautiful setup, and she does such a great job showing the machines. So let's welcome Sarah to the party. She's in New York, And Sarah has a fabulous website where she sells a lot of her makes, and she's a wonderful brother educator. And yes, we do love your setup. So Sarah, a whole different machine than this morning. What do you got for us today?
Yes. So behind me, I have the NS2850D, but I'm going to be talking about the NS2750D because Blaine has some really good specials for you all today on the NS2750D. So this is Brother's entry-level combo sewing and embroidery machine. So before I was showing more of a mid-level machine. This is more of an entry-level machine, so an even more affordable price point. And this has both sewing and embroidery all packed into this little machine right here. Isn't that so cool? So again, I'm in New York. I'm in a small apartment. I love the smaller machines because I can tuck it away on a shelf when I'm not using it and create more table space for myself because we all need extra table space, right? So sewing, embroidery, and Disney, which is super fun. So I will show you guys some samples, run through some stats about the machine, and we'll get up close and take a look at all the designs that are on here. So I was on with Angela just a few days ago on the Brother Sews YouTube, and we were doing some back to school projects. And I actually used this machine right here, and I created a Mickey Mouse sweatshirt for back to school because we all know that it's easiest to entice our kids and grandkids to put their jacket on if it has their favorite character on it, right? So with all the Disney designs loaded into this machine, there are 35 of them. You will be able to add Disney characters to anything. There are princesses, there's Pixar characters, and of course lots of Mickey and Minnie. But also, in addition to the Mickey, I added a great little name label in here with the phone number. And we had a lot of people loving this because, of course, your child or grandchild is at some point going to leave their jacket behind. And so this is a great way to make sure that it finds its way back to you. And this is a fake number, so don't call this phone number, please. All right, so I was able to edit all of that text, type out the phone number, multiple lines of text, add the satin border frame, and stitch it out on this machine. Once it was done stitching, I added a glue backing to it. I think I could show you guys that right here. So added the adhesive backing, and then you can just iron it right on to the clothing item. So there's no stitching showing on the back because it's just iron on. So this machine has a max embroidery size of 5 by 7 inches, and it comes with 2 hoops. It comes with the 5 by 7 hoop, perfect size for lots of different projects. And it also comes with the 12 by 5 multi-position frame. So the max embroidery area at one time is 5 by 7, but using PE Design 11, you can digitize a multi-position design so that you ultimately end up with something that's 12 by 5. So that's really neat. Okay. I also have this great toy basket that I made, and this is one of the applique designs that comes preloaded in the machine. This machine has 138 embroidery designs ready to go out of the box. It has 11 fonts, and like I said, 35 of those embroidery designs are Disney. So it's also packed with editing features. So I was able to create this layout. I chose the car design, the applique car, and then I added the text below, all on the color LCD touchscreen on the machine behind me. So it makes it really easy to create your own designs, really easy to personalize things. Like I said, created this tag, typed out all the text. It would be super cute to add a name down here, but I know that is a safety concern sometimes to put your kid's name on the outside. But point is, you can personalize really easily. This is another project that I made on this machine. It's a little hot pad, and this is one of the built-in designs. The strawberry is. So with all those editing features, I duplicated the strawberry, rotated them, mirrored it, added a frame around it, and matched the frame color to my strawberries. Again, able to do that all on this machine, no digitizing software or computer needed, which is so fun. Here's one more cute little sample. This is a little romper, and I added some cute text to the front, "Hello Sunshine." And with all the text editing features, I was able to make those letters multicolor, curve the text, and move the letters up and down to get a really cool effect. So there's really no end to what you can create with all the features on here, and it's really fun. And again, there is a sewing side as well. And the best part about that, well, about it on this machine, is that it is so easy to transition from embroidery mode, which is where I'm at right now, to sewing mode. So I'm going to show you how easy that is to do a little bit later. Okay. I also want to mention that this weighs just over 20 pounds. So if you're looking for a machine to travel to class with, you can pretty much do any class project with this because it has sewing and embroidery. You can travel with it when you go on vacation. It could be in your second home. It's a great beginner for maybe someone who's just starting out sewing and embroidery. Super great gift to give someone because they'll be able to experiment with everything with this machine. So on the sewing side, it has 240 stitches, 5 sewing fonts, and it has directional stitching. So you can stitch left, right, up, down. You can basically stitch out, imagine, a whole square without ever lifting your presser foot or pivoting your fabric. So it is a really good time to stitch on this machine. And it stitches at 850 stitches per minute, so it goes really fast. All right. Let's get up close and I'll give you a little tour. Okay, so this is the main screen when you turn the machine on. And these are all of our design categories here. So you have your seasonal designs in here. You have about 13 pages of those. You have your Disney design category, which when you click on it has subcategories for the modern Mickey, the classic Mickey, Disney princesses, everything. You have floral alphabets. You have your fonts in here. Again, there are 11 different fonts on the 2750. And you have all of your frame shapes. There's about 140 of these, so you can select any of these shapes and then look through all the different design options here. So as you can see, when you go into each category and you start selecting some designs, a lot of information comes up for you. You have the measurements here of what the design is going to stitch out to be. And up here, you have all of your frames previewed for you. So you're able to see the machine grayed out that small 1-inch frame, which is basically telling me I won't be able to stitch this out in that frame because it's too big. So all of these features really help a beginner when they're, if you're just starting out, you're unsure of what type of hoop to use, will the design fit, how to edit it, everything. These machines are so intuitive and they really help you out every step of the way. This is another feature that I love. This is a little preview button. So it blows that design up really big so you can get a good idea of what that's going to look like. And again, it gives you your hoop options on the side. So say I want to use my 5x7 frame. It's going to preview it for me inside the frame. So I can get a really good idea of what that's going to look like in relation to the frame that I have in my hand in real life. So let's do some text editing. That way I can show you guys all of the incredible editing features on this machine. So I'm going to do Hello Sunshine. So once you pick a font, it brings you to the alphabet here. And you can just go ahead and start typing. The arrows on the front of the machine will move you through all the letters. It's typing out in a large font size. I can leave it there for now. And if I want to make a second line of text, I can hit enter. And it's telling me that it's extending past the frame, so it's giving me an option to rotate it so I can keep typing. Then when I press set, it drops it right onto our embroidery area for us. Now these are all of our editing tools. So if we go into, we can do lots of things here. We can move everything around. So you can go to move and you have all your directional arrows. And that center dot is to center the design in your embroidery area. We can size. If you have a text selected and that's where you're editing, this button becomes available so you can jump in between large, medium, and small for your text. So I'm going to size that down to medium. And then I can select the hello and do the same thing. Jump it right down to medium. Alternatively, you can size up and down proportionally, size by height or width as well. Now we move on to the rotate tool, and you can rotate by 1 degree, 10 degrees, or 90 degrees. So I'm going to rotate these both to the left 90 degrees. I'm going to go to my move tool. I'm going to center it and move it down, then grab the hello and center it. And I'm going to zoom in now because the text is pretty small. So you can zoom up to 300%, which really helps to align different parts of your design if you need to. I'm going to stay at about 150 so we can see the whole design here. In here we have our color palette. So I can go ahead and advance through my embroidery layout using the plus and minus thread buttons. So I'm going to advance to the sunshine. And I'm going to make that yellow. And make that a dark yellow so we can see it better. Okay. And now we can go into font edit. And this opens up a whole sub menu of editing tools here. So we have lots more to play with when it comes to fonts. So I'm going to select hello. And I want to make each letter a different color. So I'm going to select multicolor. And that means when it's purple that it's activated. So when we go back into our color palette, you'll see now each letter in the preview box is separate. So we can now individually move through. You have 4 color palettes here. I'm going to move through each letter and change all the colors. And at any time, you can go to that preview so you can get a beautiful view of what you're creating. Okay, back to font editing. The next tool I want to use is Array. So I'm going to select Sunshine, and Array is how you're able to put your text on a diagonal or a curve. So I'm going to curve it down, do a quick preview. I think that looks great. I'm going to go back and select my hello, and I'm going to use the spacing tool now. This allows me to space my letters closer together or farther apart. So I'm going to space these a little bit farther apart from each other, give them room to breathe. and it takes up a little more space going across the top of Sunshine. And then I can use my split tool, which has a handy little knife here. And I'm just going to move through my letters and split all of them. And what this is going to do is allow us to individually move the letters up and down. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. So you can see there's a red box just around the O now. We can go into our move tools and we can move that O up. Then we can select another letter. We can move that one down, and so on and so on. Quick preview there. So that's how you're able to achieve. I'll show you the sample once again. That's how you can get those letters to be all up and down and in different directions to achieve a really fun look there. So there are really so many tools in here for you to play with. There's really no limits to what you can create on here. And I absolutely love that you can do this straight out of the box. You don't have to have embroidery software, which is a big hurdle for a lot of people. You only have to learn how to digitize on this machine, which, as you can see, I just blew through that tutorial. It's so intuitive. The buttons, the tools are really easy to use, easy to understand. So again, a great beginner machine. Once we move to end edit, then we'll be able to arrange our design as a whole in the frame. And we can also use the trace function to help us position it in the frame. So what this does is it positions our hoop so that the needle is right above where the selected position will lay out. So right now I have selected the top center. I can position it at the bottom, the side, and then you can also trace around, which will move the whole frame to trace the entire design. So you can get a beautiful visual of where it's going to lay out, what the size is going to be, and if you need a precise placement for your embroidery, you'll be able to precisely place it on your project. All right. So I want to show you guys now how to switch this over to the sewing side, because again, there's 240 stitches on the sewing side. There's sideways sewing, there's 5 stitching fonts. So this embroidery side is just the beginning. So I'm going to switch my camera, set up this nice little side view for us. So the first thing you want to do is turn off your machine. And then right under here, there's a little release handle. So I'm going to pull that handle and pull the embroidery unit apart from the machine, just like that. And you can see this is pretty compact. Again, for me, it's really easy for me to store it away when I'm not using it. Put that to the side. And now this is my sewing attachment, this cute little thing. But what's so cool about this is that it is an accessories tray inside. So you have some storage. You have all of your presser feet labeled and stored in here really nicely. This machine comes with a bunch of presser feet. You have your buttonhole foot and zipper foot. You have your seam ripper, extra bobbins here. And right now I just have my ankle, but in the bottom, there's actually a space for your embroidery foot to go. I love organizing, so this always makes me happy. Everything has its perfect place. So I'm going to close this up. There's a little door right here that protects the embroidery unit connector. So I always close that when I'm switching over to sewing. That door is, again, right here. it just flips open and closed. So I'm going to attach that, clicks right in, and then turn my machine back on. And it is as easy as that, if you can believe it. So now I'm back on my main screen, and this time we have sewing stitches on our screen. If you want to see all of the categories, you can select the stitch category button on the front, and these are all of our stitch categories. I'm going to zoom back just a little bit to show you guys inside the cover of this machine. You have all of your stitches previewed for you. I'm not high enough. Let me take this off to show you guys. There we go. You have all of your stitches laid out right here for you on the lid of the machine. This tells you what each stitch category is, and it makes it really easy for you to choose what stitch you want to use. I don't think that was very clear, so let me show you guys over here. I love showing this because it's really fun to open up the lid of your machine and see 240 stitches available for you to use. And if I get closer, you guys can see that the category number is right here in the corner. So this category is all of these stitches down here, and they each have a number. So when we go back to the machine, it's super easy for you to just select the category you want. I'm going to go back in. Super easy to select the category you want, and then all the stitch numbers are right at the top. So you can select one of those, and you're ready to go. Now again, on the sewing side, the machine helps you out a ton. So right here, it's previewing what presser foot it wants you to use for this stitch. So it takes all the guesswork out of it for you. So you can select the stitch, it changes the foot, tells you exactly what foot you want to use, and I can go ahead and take out the foot that I need from my accessories tray. So there's a little N right there, probably hard to see it on camera. There you go, you can kind of see that. And again, on the accessories tray, there's a little N. So it fits right in. And you always know exactly what foot is what and when to use it on what stitch. Just another reason why this is a great beginner machine. Another feature that I love is the automatic thread cutting. So on the front of the machine, you have your little scissors button. So at the end of your stitch, you press the scissors button, it trims your threads for you, and you can go on your merry way. I love that added feature there. This is your needle up and down button, your reinforce button. If you don't want a thicker back stitch, you can reinforce in place. And this is your speed bar. The machine comes with a knee lever, making it really easy to get in the rhythm of things if you're doing a lot of sewing. Of course, it comes with a presser foot, and this gives you 5 different speed options. If you want to stitch without the presser foot, you can just use the start-stop button and your speed selector up here. And of course, Brother machines always have instructions printed on them. You can see the little arrows up here of how to thread your machine. So another way that the machine is just helping you along the way to learn how to use it, to learn how to sew, and it really takes all the stress out of it for you so you can just have fun sewing and creating. Okay. Also worth mentioning that this weighs just under 20 pounds, or just over. It's 20 and a half pounds. So again, that plays perfectly into making it a great travel machine, a great machine to be able to store away when you don't need it. And yeah, it's just a great all-around machine. So I think I have a couple more minutes, so I can bring back these projects just in case anyone missed them. This is the Hello Sunshine romper, and we were able to edit all of that the fonts on screen, making it multicolor, curving it, choosing multiple fonts in one design. I'll bring this basket back out because I love this basket. So this entire thing I made on the machine. So I quilted it, right? So I used my straight stitch to quilt it all around. It has some foam in there and multiple layers of fabric. I made these cute quilted straps. And then I added the applique design, edited the text, added it underneath, matched the thread colors, and added a really cute plaid lining in there. So that lining matches with my applique out here. And you have a great little toy basket.
Hey, Sarah, I love your samples. I love this machine. There are just a handful of questions for you, though, real quick. Do you know, okay, so the NS2750D, do you know what size hoops come with that one?
It's the 5x7. I'll bring those out again. It comes with two. It comes with the 5x7 and the 12x5 multi-position.
Well, that's a nice hoop. You could fit a lot. I'm actually embroidering some lace back there. That'd be perfect. Nice and long and thin. Get it all done.
Exactly, yeah.
Fabulous. Someone else was asking, does that machine have Wi-Fi? I don't believe the NS2750D does. I don't believe it has Wi-Fi. Does it have Wi-Fi?
No,
Okay,
the
thanks.
2750 does not.
All right, keep rolling your questions in. A couple more things. Someone was asking, where on earth can I buy more Disney designs? Well, there's a few on iBroidery, but they only work in Brother machines.
Yes.
So everyone was talking about the Wizard of Oz. Yes, I agree. They were like, those monkeys freak me out. I still have nightmares about those crazy flying monkeys. Okay, Linda wants to know, can you use a USB to bring designs in and out of that machine?
Definitely, yes.
Easy peasy, they say. Great editing features. Do you have any more questions? Does it have an extension table, Vicki wants to know?
I don't believe it does.
But you might want to check, maybe you can add it on. A lot of times you can add those on, but I don't think it does either.
Right.
Maybe when Blaine pops in, he can. Mary wants to know, can you make the feed dogs go up and down?
Oh, that's a great question. Let me check the settings.
Check on the back of the machine. Usually there's like a little... I haven't played on that one, so I don't know exactly.
Yeah.
But... Okay. I only know that from a gazillion Amazon videos for Brother. And it was always that one in the back. And you just move it to the side, feed dogs go down, move it to the right, feed dogs go up. It's even chickified. It didn't break any nails on that. Everyone say thank you, thank you. Great samples, by the way.
Thank you.
Let me make sure everybody's, any last minute questions? Somebody was asking about PE design in here, and I know that you can take classes in Blaine's stores, and also Cindy Hogan has been on here a lot. She teaches on her live show on Tuesdays. Today's Tuesday. She's probably live right after this, but you don't want to miss it. Either one you can watch later. Everybody's saying they need chocolate. Any last minute questions about this fabulous machine? Linda asked again about USB. Yes, you can take the USB into the machine to bring more designs.
Yeah.
All right. One more here. More Wi-Fi. I think we already got that. What size needles for the embroidery? Oh, Dalia. Hey, Dalia. What size needles do you use for some of those projects you had there?
Just the standard. Is it the 1117? Is that
Sounds good. 1170. Just the standard. And actually, that's what I've used in many of those. It's fine. Does it have an extra bobbin tray? Extra bobbin tray.
So it does in the storage here. Well, I already had it out, but the accessories tray does have 4 slots for bobbins for you to store those.
Excellent. I was like thinking, where is that? I was not on the same page.
Yeah.
I agree, Joanne. We all need chocolate. Oh, everyone's saying nice features. You do such a good job showing everything. I think it really explained a lot. Does it have a knee lift?
Yes, it comes with a knee lifter.
What about this one, Linda? Another great question. Does it remind you if the bobbin is running low if you're embroidering?
Yeah, it definitely does.
That's like the best feature ever. I don't know how many times, Sarah, have you ever done this? You're sewing, and then, I mean, in the old days, and then all of a sudden you finish the whole seam and realize that you ran out of bobbin thread. Yeah, that is not fun.
It's happened once or twice, but yes, this this machine does say bobbin thread is low, and then you can say okay, and you guys can play bobbin chicken for a few minutes and see which one runs out
I have
first.
done that, the bobbin chicken, where you only need like 4 more stitches. It's like, just go.
Exactly. Yeah.
Everyone's saying great travel machine. How much did you say this weighs again?
Just 20.5 pounds, so basically 20 pounds.
Yeah, that's very easy to lift.
Yeah.
Carol, can you add designs? Add embroidery designs.
Can you add them? Absolutely. Yeah, you can make them on PE Design 11 and import them using a USB.
Yeah, and you can import other designs as long as it will fit inside that hoop area. You're good.
Right.
So if you have other ones for embroidery or
Right.
anything like that, very easy to do.
Yes.
It opens up the whole world of embroidery when you can do that.
Yeah, it really does.
They love that basket. Hold that basket up again.
I love this basket too.
That's so cute. And also, as she mentioned, if you want to see more of how she made some of these samples, you were just on last week, weren't you, Sarah, on the Brother channel? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can see step by step how she does a lot of these. Very easy to do.
Yep, we did our back to school where we did this little sweatshirt here. I did some really fun backpacks with applique.
Super cute. Those are it's always a great resource too. So again, this is the NS 2750D, D as in Disney, that they're marketing here. And when Blaine comes up here, I think he'll tell us. I know, Sarah, last time you were on this morning, they were like literally sold out in 5 minutes. So we got to check with Blaine how this is going. And I'm sure this is a call-in special as well. I'm pretty sure. So you have to call 1-800-401-8151. So Blaine, are you around? If not, Sarah and I are going to just keep hanging out sewing.
Hey, I'm here. I'm just waiting for y'all to wrap up. But guys, you're right. We started out with about 25 of these. We're down to 14. So if they want to get one of these, Sarah, you've got the golden ticket today, because every time you go on, your machines fly off the shelf. But hey, let me tell you a little bit about this machine and how y'all can get one of these, because people are sneaky, Angela. They're going and seeing what machine's coming up, and during the presentation, they're buying. But guys, this is a fantastic machine. And again, the normal price on this is $1,499, so $1,499. We do have a call-in special for it. You have to call the 800 number to get it, 800-401-8151 to get that special price. We do have 18 months, 0% interest financing available, free shipping nationwide right to your doorstep. And again, guys, I got to tell you about this 2750D. That D, as Angela said, stands for Disney. 138 built-in embroidery designs included, 35 Disney designs, 140 frame pattern combinations, and 11 embroidery fonts. Guys, that is huge for this price of machine. 240 built-in sewing stitches, including 10 styles of one-step buttonholes, 3 sewing lettering fonts. Advanced needle threading makes threading that needle is a push of a button. It's so awesome. Maximum embroidery field is that 5x7. And again, we've talked about, what is the best hoop size? And I think Angela and Sarah both can tell you 5x7 is the most popular size of hoop in the industry. That covers a wide variety of designs that you want to do. You can use that, and it also includes that one 5x7 embroidery hoop and that 5x12 multi-position hoop. On-screen editing, including letter editing and combining designs. It's 7.4 inches from the needle to the arm, so you have a really good space. The maximum sewing speed is 850 stitches per minute, and it has that easy view color LCD display, automatic thread tension for different stitch, and automatic thread cutter. And again, guys, that weighs 20 pounds. It's going to include that 5x7 and that 5x12 hoop, and it has the sideways sewing, which is always a really awesome feature. The knee lifter is included, and like us.
Load up.
Okay.
I think you're on.
Yeah, put me on. All right, guys. Don't know what happened here. We were kind of improvising right now. Our computer crashed that's running the show, and so we're back on air. I'm using a phone real quick to get back on the air. But anyway, I was right in the middle of this machine. So, guys, if y'all want to get this machine, this 2750D, give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. And again, we have Nick's team is standing by to take your call. It is a call-in special, free shipping nationwide, and we have some 0% interest financing available for you too if you need that. But again, guys, what a great product, and we sure do appreciate Sarah Vester coming on, and we sure appreciate Brother being one of our platinum sponsors and coming on. But guys, up next, hey, we're going to bring the next group in, and I think that was Angela's last event for the day. So we're going to say goodbye to Angela, and thank you for hosting, and thanks Jane for hosting, and we'll see them again tomorrow. But I got to tell them, guys, we did take the poll, and what the color of choice that everybody voted on, the number one choice was red. So Angela and Jane, y'all have to wear red tomorrow. And so I was really happy it wasn't pink or leopard skin. Trust me. So, but guys, we're going to go all the way over there, all the way back to Handy Quilter. And we have got Josh coming in. And I think, is it Denise with him? So Josh and Denise is going to be there today at Handy Quilter. And we're going to talk all about the Pro Stitcher. So this is the robotics. So now if you've already got a frame and a great Handy Quilter machine, and you've been thinking about robotics, even if you own one of our own King Quilters, you can need to listen up now, because the King Quilter Pro Stitcher makes them for Handy Quilter. They make them for King Quilter. Ours, they make it for Baby Lock, and they make it for Janome. Versions of the Pro Stitcher that go on their quilting machine. So y'all need to look and watch out for this. So now we're going to bring back to the show. We're going to bring Josh and bring them in, and Denise, and y'all take it away, and hopefully we'll get me back online on our regular computer.
Sounds good, Blaine. Nice to see you. And the leopard skin jacket, that would be great to see.
I think so.
Yeah.
That would be exciting.
We would look forward to that. Pink would be great as well, but I think leopard skin is a little bit higher on my list of requests.
I'm looking forward to seeing that at some point this week.
It's nice to see you all. Yeah, like Blaine was saying, we are going to be talking about long arm quilting, specifically computerized quilting with the Pro Stitcher system. So I am going to be asking lots of questions, and Denise is going to be answering them. She's an amazing quilter, and is going to be showing us lots of techniques and tricks today. So we're going to talk a little bit about Pro Stitcher. We're doing this on a handy Quilter Amara, which is a machine that I have at home, this 20-inch machine, and we're on a 10-foot frame. This looks like it might be a little bit shorter. This might be
We have it set up a little bit shorter, just for our studio. So we have room for it here, but you can set it up at 10 or 12 feet, or even at 8 foot if you'd like.
Yes, that's right. And so the Pro Stitcher systems do work with a variety of machines. We're going to be showing you it on the Amara. And there's people out there who are super fascinated with long arm quilting and computerized quilting because they don't have to baste, they don't have to lay on the floor with a pack of pins and putting the thing together. You put your top on one bar, your backing on another, and your batting in the middle, and you are ready to quilt.
Absolutely.
And why would somebody want to get into computerized quilting? What is the advantages that gives to a quilter?
There's some big advantages. So this morning, Sarah and I had a nice talk about doing free motion quilting. And there was that big P word, practicing.
Mm-hmm.
Practice makes proficient. So those of you who want to become a little, maybe skip some of that and just jump right into, hey, I want to quilt and I want it to look perfect.
Yes.
Another keyword there. That's where the computerized quilting comes in, because we have very robust robotics that will allow us to choose a design and put it into an area and make it fit any space perfectly.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's worth noting that with the Pro Stitcher system, you can hit a button and go into computerized quilting. You can hit that button again, disengage the motors. You don't have to unhook anything. You don't have to walk around the back of the machine. There's one button.
One
You're
button
ready to
does
go between free motion and computerized quilting. I think this is really great. We've got some little blocks here that you set for us to kind of see. And we're going to do a little bit of a demo today. You did some free motion quilting earlier today, but we're going to be working in this area right here where you're going to do some examples for us.
I sure
What are you
am.
thinking of showing us today?
Well, I just wanted to show everybody, Josh, how easy it is to go into the Pro Stitcher library that comes with hundreds and hundreds of designs, choose a block, choose my area that I want to put it in, and just drop that block in, and it's off in the quilt for me.
Yes.
I know. Like, how much easier does that get? So should we just jump right into
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay,
I think
pretty
it'd be fun to
exciting.
show.
So
You did mention it comes with designs.
it comes with designs built right into it. So our Pro Stitcher Premium comes with a library of 250 designs, and then another like 500-600 designs on top of that. Also, if you order a Pro Stitcher Premium program, it's going to come with Pro Stitcher Designer.
Yes, that's right.
So, and then we have designs in Pro Stitcher Designer as well. Like all told, I think it's like over 1,000 designs.
That's
a
right.
lot. It's
Yeah.
a lot.
So it comes with a library
It really
of
does.
designs. So if you're that kind of person that's like, I've got this quilt, I don't know what to put on it, you can pull it up, you can scroll through pages and pages of designs.
That's right. And we actually have a printable catalog even of those designs. So you can print those out and kind of go through that and choose what you'd like. There's block designs, there's triangle designs, there's continuous line, edge to edge designs. So, and the thing is, if there's a chance that there's a design that's not in there, you can purchase a design from another designer, download it, and put it on a USB drive and bring it right to your Pro Stitcher. So, and the beauty of it is, it's going to quilt at the right size it needs to go, be wherever you want it to go. So,
Let's do it. We can actually show you some of the stuff that we're doing on the screen today,
Yes.
so you'll be able to kind of see what we're doing on the
And I
computers.
want to talk about some of our screen settings first. So one of the things I'm going to do first is I actually want to get into my Amara console because I want to verify my settings there. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make sure I've got my regulated stitching on, which I do. And
That's such a nice thing
Yes,
to have.
that's
Yep.
indicated by that green R. Green means it's selected. So I have the green R selected. I have my cruise on at the, that's that little, you see the little diagonal, or sorry, the little circle that has those arrows chasing each other? That indicates cruise, and that is green selected as well. Right below that, I have a number that says 125. That number means my needle is going to move 125 cycles per minute. It's not super fast, but what that's going to do is it's going to give me nice, consistent stitches, especially through curves, and it's going to allow me to have some really nice points. I've also got my needle stopping in the up position. So if you can see the little needle on the screen and that green arrow upwards, that's going to keep my needle in the up position when I stop and transition between designs. So I've also got my glide foot on. So if you look at my glide foot, Josh, it's kind of shaped like a big bowl, isn't it? Okay, so that's going to allow me to really just glide right over high seams, or if I'm quilting off the edge of the quilt, I can go off the edge and back on really easily without worrying about flipping my quilt top over and catching it a little bit. So I always use Pro Stitcher with my glide foot on. Okay, now I'm so excited, I just have to like jump right in. And so I'm gonna go in and set an area. So here at the top, I'm gonna go into my area tab. And I have little buttons under there that actually, because I'm on the Amara, some of my buttons match my handlebars. So I'm using my programmable handlebars even to set my area. So I'm gonna just touch 4 corners here. And I've got my pinpoint laser light that's showing exactly where I'm setting these points. And I'm building an area on my screen.
Yeah, so you're building, you're using your needle on the machine to mark an area. And now we've got this kind of purple square on the screen, and that corresponds to what is on your quilt.
That does, it matches it exactly. So now let's pick a design. I'm so excited. So I'm gonna go into my File tab and select Design and Open. And that's going to bring up the library of designs. I'm already in my block designs. And oh, I just love this block 10 leaves. So I'm going to select that design and select Open, and that brings up my design. So it almost looks like we're ready to quilt, but it's not quite in the right position or the size I want it to be. So I'm going to use my Modify tools, and I'm going to select Modify from the tabs and then Skew from the ribbon. And I'm going to use my skew tools to just make it match perfectly. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, so, and your square that you have there on the screen is nice and square. But my piecing is not so great. It wouldn't be so square. And if I hit that same button and had marked my quilt, it would make it fit exactly to the space that I put it into.
Yes. I actually stitched a grid here, but I've got to admit my piecing isn't exactly perfect.
It's better than mine.
So, and we have 2 skew tools. I'm going to choose the other one now too to tweak it. And that rotated the block and made it like absolutely perfect. So I can only use 1 skew tool at a time, but I always check both because sometimes one looks better than the other. Okay, now I'm going to baseline that to kind of freeze the changes I made to it. And just like that, we're ready to quilt
Yeah,
design.
should we quilt it out?
Absolutely.
Let's do it.
So I'm going to go to my Pro Stitcher tab. My quilt is already selected, and I am ready to push that Run button. It's going to allow me to verify the settings I have. I'm going to hold on to my thread and make sure my needle's up and press Proceed.
And it just moves all by itself.
Moves all by itself, and it's actually going to allow me to bring up my bobbin thread.
Right, that's important.
Okay. And then I'm going to select Resume, and
There it
it's
goes.
going to take it away.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to play chicken with the machine here.
Snip that off.
Snip that off.
Yep.
How great is that? It's just doing it automatically for me, and it's matching it exactly to the corners that I want.
Exactly. And we don't have it going too fast here, but you can see this is like bicycling without your hands on the handlebars. It just goes, it stitches it exactly, no hands. And what's amazing is that It is incredibly accurate. It stitches exactly what you see on the screen, and now you've got a beautiful custom quilting design.
I know.
Put exactly in your block.
I even have my tie-off feature turned on. So my stitches are secured at the beginning and the end. So I'm just going to bring up my bobbin thread here and cut it off. And just like that, that block is done.
Yeah, and it's so great because you took some time to explain to us all the steps that you were taking.
That's right.
But if we were to actually just go back through the process that Denise went through, that was very few steps, right? Just a few button presses, and you made a beautiful design that fit perfectly. You'll notice, like, for the people that are watching, these go right to the corners, right? Exactly right where you wanted them, and it fits perfectly in the space that you defined. And that's what I love, is it's so simple to take and add an incredibly perfect design to your quilting.
It really is. Do you want to do another one?
Sure, should we try another one? Yes.
Yes. You know what? This time.
We're gonna do it wonky.
This time. Oh, you want to do it wonky?
We should do a little
Let's
wonky
do it.
shape
Let's
and
do
just
it
say,
wonky.
so this could be a Josh style
Okay.
block that we're gonna make.
Well, Josh, you're going to need to practice your piecing here a bit because I'm gonna draw you out a wonky block.
Nice.
How's that? Does
That looks
look
really
great?
good. Yeah, so you can see here on the camera, this is not a perfect block, right? It's a little, the lines are a little off kilter.
Okay.
So this is great because we'll be honest, I'm joking, my piecing is bad, which isn't great. But you might have a vintage quilt top, right? You might have something that your grandmother made, and over time that fabric is changed, and you want this design to go in there. You don't want it stitching out over your seams. This is a great way to make sure that it looks perfect.
Okay, so I am going to set my area first.
Okay.
And I am going to use my multi-point tool to
Yeah.
select multiple points.
For people who are watching on the screen, you can't really see what's happening there, but every time Denise clicks a button, it makes a mark right where she is on her block. So she's using her needle to essentially trace that block that she drew on there, and it registers that within ProStitcher.
Okay, now
So look at that.
just refresh that, and wow,
It's so perfect.
Josh, you and I are going to have some piecing and pressing lessons and learn how to fix some of these challenges in
Yes.
life. But all joking aside, I have done several antique quilts that have some piecing just like that.
Exactly.
I've even had some applique blocks that were applique down, and I wanted to fit that applique, and it was a little bit of a different.
Yeah, and we joke about this imperfect block,
yes.
but you might have an applique in the shape of an animal, and you
Yeah.
want to have a design that goes around the animal. You want to have that animal stay there, or it's a house, or it's some sort of motif that you want to fill the design around it. You do that same thing, you just trace around your shape, and then you're able to fill the area with it. So there's a lot of tools.
Lots of great features. Actually, do you want to trace this area that we just made? Because we can actually have our ProStitcher do that for us.
That's a great point. Yep.
Okay, so over here on my verification settings, I'm going to choose trace area and then choose run. And it's going to trace out that area that I just defined just by clicking the button a few times.
Yeah. And it's great because if you want to stitch in the ditch,
This is exactly how I would stitch in the ditch.
you can go ahead and just do all of that for you.
So even a little bit wobbly line, because I put extra points in there, Josh, it made sure that it stitched.
Yeah, look how
right
perfect
along
that is.
that. Isn't that great? Okay, but I'm not done with this area yet. We're going to put a design into it.
Fantastic.
So I'm not going to clear this area. I'm going to keep that on the screen still, and let's choose another design. So back to my file design tab, and I'm going to open up another.
And what I love about the ProStitcher system is, as you're sorting through those designs, you'll notice there's hundreds of them.
There's
We have them
tons.
organized
Look at those.
by different people that we've worked with to get these designs.
Let's
And
see.
we don't hold back. You don't have to pay extra to get to unlock the ability to do edge-to-edge designs. You don't have to buy an additional module to do custom quilting. We even include design software so that if you've got a great idea and you draw it out, we've got the software to help you create that. And look at that, just a
Look
few
at that.
clicks, and that design fits perfectly in your imperfect block.
And the reality is, on many of our quilts, the area will look imperfect, but the design is not going to look imperfect once it is stitched out. It looks a little wonky, wobbly on the screen, but once we quilt it out, it's going to look amazing. And for me, this is an important thing because I love feathers, but it took me a long time to learn how to do feathers. I had to practice a lot.
Super challenging.
And with Pro Stitcher, I don't have to practice.
It just does it
I
for
know some
you.
people say it's cheating. It's not cheating to utilize the tools that are available. So I'm going to go ahead and just select my run button, and it's going to just move to its start position and let me bring up the bobbin. And now it's just going to do it for me.
Yep. And for what it's worth, with a Pro Stitcher system, everything is included. This isn't a bring your own tablet sort of situation. The tablet is included, the software is included with your setup. If you have a compatible machine, it's everything you need to do simple edge-to-edge designs very quickly or robust, beautiful, custom quilting.
Yeah. Well, and we were even talking about that designer software that comes with Pro Stitcher Premium, Josh. You can make your own design.
Yes, and I love doing that. And it's so much simpler than people realize to be able to take something, to find some inspiration somewhere, put it into the system, have it converted, and then have something beautiful, absolutely unique to your quilt. It really does allow you to add new dimensions of creativity to your quilting.
Oh my gosh, look how perfectly that is quilt now.
It is so perfect.
I did the inside first, and then it came around to do the outside. And I'm guessing it's going to come back around and finish off that spine in the center. So just a perfect, beautiful feather top.
Yes. So, and I could sit and watch this all day. I find it so, there it goes.
There it goes.
All the way around that center part. Done. And imagine how much time it would take you to do that if you were using templates. It would, or rulers. Knowing me, I would mess something up in the process, and they would all be off. And look at that, perfect.
It just looks amazing. And that is taking Josh's very imperfect plot and popping in a design to make it match perfectly. So
Yes.
Isn't that really great? I'm always just astonished by the features. Like you, I could watch it all day.
Yeah, in fact, that's one of my favorite parts in quilting. Is like you can plan out your entire design in the software system, and then you just the work is for you to stitch it out, pull up your bobbin thread, advance your quilt, and you just sit and you watch this machine do all of the hard work, and it does it so perfectly. I love to sit and watch my Amara at home
I do too.
quilting away. And making beautiful stitches for me. And I do a lot of custom designs. So I made one for my grandfather, who is a basketball player, and I put his number on there. So for folks who are doing T-shirt quilts, have grandkids who are athletes or things like that, we've got all of the software in there to import the typography, plan it all out, and add those beautiful little personal touches to all of the quilts.
Really, really amazing. And I've seen your quilts, Josh. They're a different style than the type I do, but they're no less beautiful. There's so many different genres of quilting, and we can finish all of those quilts using Pro Stitcher, from antique quilts up to your own custom design. So it's really very, very powerful software. Something else I love about Pro Stitcher Premium, and like I said, I do some antique quilts, and I do a lot of custom quilting. Did you see what I did here on the fabric with that square?
Yeah, you put a little half.
I did. You know what? We have triangle shapes too.
Yes.
I can drop a triangle shape in there. It doesn't have to be a square. So let's go into our triangle design. So I'm still in our designs library, and I'm going to select triangles this time. And I've got all these different triangle designs. So I'm so excited. Let's see, we can do another feather.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at that. Here's another feather.
In style, right?
So absolutely. So what I'm going to do is, again, I always want to start with an area. So I'm going to quickly make an area.
So I want to make sure we're almost out of time here. I think Blaine will probably be coming back in his leopard print jacket, hopefully. But I wanted to make sure we had a moment to answer any other questions that people have. And if you do have any questions about cross stitcher, feel free to post those on there. We're watching them. We did notice there were some people that asked about the size of the system. Look at that, how fast that was.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you know, Denise is good at this stuff, but she really is just it's a few touches, and she's quilting. This machine is raring to go to add lots of creativity to your projects.
And I just want to add really quickly before I hit run. I know I make this look easy, but it is easy.
It is
because
easy.
If you go to our website, ProStitcher.com, there are tutorials, there's videos. You can even download the software and play with it in simulation mode on your
Right.
computer.
Yes.
It is. We've got lots of support available for you.
Yes. So yeah, for folks who are asking if it's compatible with your machine, we would suggest you give Sewing Machines Plus a call to make sure you get that special pricing, and they can also make sure they give you the post-stitcher system that is going to work with your long arm quilting system. Or if you're ready to make the dive in yourself, they've got some great pricing available for this beautiful machine, the HP Amara 20-inch machine. And this one we do have, I've got mine set up at 8 feet at home. I've got, we picked up my son downstairs, he's in the basement, and made room in an extra bedroom upstairs for an 8-foot frame. And that allows me to not have to base anything. I can load up a decent sized quilt, you know, something up to 8 feet wide. And I'm able to quilt and have that available. And the machine itself looks beautiful, right? That's one thing that's great about any quilter machines and the Pro Stitcher system is it looks amazing in your home. You're gonna walk, it doesn't look like you know, a bandsaw or something that belongs in your garage. It's something that is elegant and beautiful and performs like a workhorse.
And the Pro Stitcher looks beautiful and elegant as well. It doesn't take up a lot of space, so it's so simple to use. I really encourage you to go to ProStitcher.com and see just how much support is available there. It's really fantastic.
For those people who have been thinking about embroidery machines, it's a very similar concept. It's just way bigger, right? It isn't limited to a small a hoop, right? It can go the entire width of your quilt. You can do designs that cover from side to side the entire thing, and also very simply, very quickly getting more quilts done. That's one of the nicest things about having a long arm machine, and especially with a computerized system, a Pro Stitcher system, is the amount of quilts that you're able to make in your lifetime
Absolutely
goes up exponentially.
If I do an edge to edge or an all over quilting design, Josh, I could get a queen size quilt done in a matter of a few hours.
Yes, it goes
It would be
so
done so fast.
quickly.
So
Yes.
yeah, it's really exciting.
And think about that big stack of quilt tops that you have or that you inherited, and trying to get them all done by hand or on a domestic machine, trying to squeeze it through the net of a home sewing machine is a real challenge, right? That is what makes it so great, is how much it accelerates your ability to finish quilts and also do things that are just maybe you wouldn't be able to do without it. Because I could never do a feather. As well as
You could, but you'd have to practice. You
I
would
would,
put in the
yeah, I
time
would
for
have to
all
go
that practice.
very
Yes.
slowly, and I wouldn't be able to get the elegant lines that you've got here.
Pro Stitcher
on
makes
these
it
ones.
fast and easy, and it simplifies the process, but allows you to get it done quickly, elegantly, and it's just a beautiful system to use. I love Pro Stitcher. I can't say enough good things about it.
Mhm. And for those people that are worried about how challenging it is to learn this sort of software, what's great is we do give you everything you need. You can do, you know, you've got the tablet, you've got the Pro Stitcher system that's included. If you want to dive deep and do really intricate custom quilting, you can. But if you want to do something simple and you want to just do an edge to edge, it doesn't take much effort at all to learn how simple it is to finish those quilts for you. It really is, we've worked very hard to create something that's simple to use and fun to use. It's an absolute right.
So fun. We didn't mention that word enough. It really is so much fun. I adore my Pro Stitcher.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun. And any other questions from Blaine or from the Sewing Machines Plus crew, we're absolutely happy to answer them for you. And we're happy to continue to quilt. We've got thousands of designs to put on here, but I'm sure that, oh, there's no leopard print, but maybe next time.
Well, hey, Josh, Denise, great job explaining that. And, you know, guys, this is a great chance for y'all to get robotics put on your quilting machine. And if Kyle will put that overlay up, we're going to tell you all about it, guys. This is the Pro Stitcher. This is the premium robotic system on the market for your machines. And again, guys, we have quite a few different models. Pro Stitcher makes it for in most of the Handy Quilter machines. They are going to make it for our Keen Quilter. They're going to make it for the Janome quilting machine and the Baby Lock. And they have versions for that. And again, guys, this is one of those products that we're going to support for life with this. We're going to give you help. And anytime you buy it from Sewing Machines Plus, if you buy the Pro Stitcher robotic system, you're going to automatically get the Pro Stitcher class. We do a monthly class that is Zoom, and it's a 2-day class that you're going to be able to take and with our instructor for the Pro Stitcher. And they're going to walk you step by step through all the ways to get you up and running and doing all these great designs in this. You know, they've updated this in 2019. They updated it and brought a lot more new features in for the Pro Stitcher. There's more than 300 new digital designs. It's new intuitive user face, makes it really easy, and it has a customizable toolbar for you. You can move and save areas, save the workspace, easily transform designs on on-screen handles, quickly clear all the touch of the with buttons, digital nudge, bounce box view, on and off capabilities. It has the channel locks in it. And I'll tell you one of the features I absolutely love, it has that record feature. So if you've got a friend that can make these unbelievable feathers or has some kind of unique design, you can get them to come over there, make that design for you. You know, you can record it, and then you can pull that in as a design in your system, and then you can duplicate that and make the whole quilt that way. So there's so many great things that you can do edge to edge with all these designs. You can combine designs to make very unique pieces of art. And again, guys, we are presenting this to you today. The normal price on this is $11,495. If you buy the Pro Stitcher, any version from us, far as the full line, the premium, you're going to get a $500 thread bundle thrown in. And we have a call-in special for this as well. So give us a call to get that SewFest pricing. And again, guys, we have 60-month 0% interest financing available for you. So you're going to save a ton of money today if you're looking to get into some robotics for your quilting machine. And give us a call, because they are our staff are experts on this and quilting machines, and they're going to be able to tell you if it's going to be compatible to your machine and all the different things that we have to go with it. So guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151, and it's free shipping nationwide as well. So we're moving on, guys. We're going to keep moving on along. And hey, we've got a treat coming up next, guys. We have Megan Freezy, and Megan is our Bernina educator and event coordinator, and she lives up in the Chicago area, and we've had her on our events before, and she is one of the better ones out there, guys. We are so happy to hear it, and we're going to talk all about that Bernina 720 today. And all you Bernina fans out there, we have got a great machine and an unbelievable special on this today, so you don't want to miss this. So welcome everybody to the show. Welcome, Megan.
Hi everyone. Hi Blaine.
How are you? Good to see you. It's been a while.
I know, since Palm Springs. That was so much fun, and now we're in cooler weather, so I'm a little excited about that.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of crazy. I told everybody that when we went to, you know, Bernina had their convention in Palm Springs, California this year, so we drove over there, and we got there, it was 116 degrees. So
yeah,
a little warm for my blood, I'm telling you.
I love that my hair dried really fast, but I'm happy to be back in the Chicago area where it's a little cooler now. Not
I
California.
bet, you know, you went from one extreme to the other. I tell you, it's crazy. You get cold in the winters, and in Palm Springs, I tell you that if that's probably one of the hottest places I've ever been. I tell you, that was pretty rough.
Yeah, we just take it day by day here. It might be hot, it might be cold. You might need a winter coat, you might not. It just depends.
That's true. Well, you know, Megan, we're super excited to present the 720 today, and I know this is one of your favorite machines as well. And you know, for what it does and all the features it has in at the price point, I don't think you can beat this type of machine. And that 7 series, you know, has so many features, and this one really packs a punch. So we're going to let you take it away, and I'll see you in about 25 minutes.
Sounds very good. Well, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Blaine, for the introduction. My name is Megan Frazee. I'm an educator here at Bernina of America, and I'm very excited to share with you today about the Bernina 720. This machine is designed to make eye-catching creations every time you sew on it. What I love about Bernina, and I know I'm going to say that a million times throughout this presentation, but I guess one thing that I really love about Bernina is that it has so many quality features packed into every single machine. And the B720 is no exception to that. I'm going to walk you through all of my favorite features today, but here are some of the high points. The B720 is a 5.5mm stitch width machine. So it's awesome for fine fabrics and really precise sewing with that smaller stitch width. It also has a really large free arm area, so your larger projects work really well, but anything in the round fits really nicely on here. This machine does come with a slide-on table in case you do need that larger workspace too. It also features the Bernina Jumbo Bobbin and the Bernina Hook system. So that's our front-loading bobbin. I'll talk about that in just a little bit because I'm very excited to tell you that this machine is compatible with the Bernina Stitch Regulator. So you can do free motion stitching and all of your stitches are regulated in size. And it is optional to add embroidery to this machine as well. So not only can you sew, but you can go on to the embroidery. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the physical features of this machine. If you're familiar with our Bernina 7 series, so maybe you have a 790 Plus or a B700, which is our embroidery only machine, you'll probably notice that this machine is actually the same size as all of those with just a couple of different features. So I know my eye is first drawn to the 4.3-inch centrally located touchscreen display. Bernina really prides themselves on having that total stitch control. So you have a ton of controls within the screen to edit your stitches, edit embroidery designs. And one way you can do that is by using the multifunction knobs here on the side. When you're in the sewing mode, the main function of these is to increase or decrease your stitch length or width here. But those knobs are going to come in handy as we talk about a couple other things and a couple other features on the machines today. One thing that I love is the amount of space that you have to the right of the needle here. So from the needle to the right side of the machine, we have 10 inches of space. Plenty of room to add a quilt in here, to roll up anything, and to reach to the back of the machine if you need to do that at all. This space, as you can see, is very brightly illuminated. It has 30 LED lights, so plenty of light to see any of the projects that you're working on. The needle has 11 needle positions. Those are adjusted right here with the buttons on the front of the screen. You have 5 different positions to each side of center. And not to mention, it does have the built-in needle threader as well. So you can get working on your projects even more quickly than you thought might be possible. One thing that is amazing, and like Blaine was mentioning, the price of this to have the Bernina hook system is incredible. So the Bernina hook system is a solid metal hook system down here. It's a front-loading bobbin, so it really gives a nice quality stitch, and it catches really closely to that needle, so you're going to have amazing tension. You also get the Bernina Jumbo Bobbin, and who doesn't love that Jumbo Bobbin? If you have Bernina, and you need to upgrade to this if you needed the Jumbo Bobbin. This machine is perfect. The Jumbo Bobbin holds up to 70% more thread than your standard bobbin, so any of your creativity, it doesn't have to stop when you have to rewind a bobbin because you're going to sew so much longer with that front-loading Jumbo Bobbin. I also love that we do have the onboard bobbin winder up here with the separate motor, as well as a separate spool stand up here. So you don't have to unwind all of your threading if you do need to rewind a new bobbin. You can just add on an additional spool and wind right here on the top of the machine. You'll notice here that we do have a couple of buttons on the front, and I call these my convenient buttons. They're really used very often when I am sewing. First is the slide speed control. The 720 features 1,000 stitches per minute, perfect for seaming any single project that you have very, very quickly. I love it when I'm chain piecing. It really grabs on to my smaller, even half square triangles and can stitch fast. Sometimes you need to slow that speed down just a little bit. I like to set mine in the middle so that I can control my speed because I'm a speed demon when it comes to sewing. I got a lot of projects to get done. Below that, we have a couple other features. First is that green start stop button. This can be used in conjunction with your Bernina foot control, or it can totally replace the foot control to start and stop your stitching. Speaking of that Bernina foot control, that does come with the machine. I love the foot control because it can do quite a few things. First of all, on the back, if you tap the back of it, it will raise, it will do needle down, and you can also use it to bring the needle back up. Below the start stop button, we have the presser foot up down. You'll notice that there is no presser foot lever on the back of the machine. We have the button on the front for that, but I can also tap the front of the foot control and it will automatically lower the presser foot for me. I can keep my hands on the project. I don't have to move around as much, and I can make sure that I'm focused right there. This machine also features the Bernina freehand system. Maybe you know it as the knee lifter. It allows me to temporarily raise and lower my presser foot. Again, keeping my hands on any of my projects, allowing me to pivot without having to worry about loss of control of the fabric. So those are just some of the physical features on the outside, as well as my convenient buttons. We also have the automatic thread cutter on the front here. That is going to cut the threads, raise the needle and presser foot at the end of my stitching, and cut my threads very short on my project. I love it when I'm seaming because I can just click that, move my fabric, adjust it as I need to, and begin stitching again. It cuts the thread long enough so that it's ready to go on the next stitch, and I don't have to worry about getting a thread nest on the bottom of my project. And of course, below that, we have the back stitching, which, you know, we all know and love, and it's very convenient on the front of the machine. Now let's move to some of those on-screen features that are probably very familiar if you have a Bernina or have seen a Bernina before. Some of these icons might be familiar to you, and that's because we use the same interface on almost all of our machines, from our 4 series machines, which are a little bit smaller than our 7s, all the way up to our long arms. You're going to have those familiar features, and that just means you have total stitch control when you buy a Bernina. So let's go through some of those features that you can change to make every stitch your own for every project you're using. On the left side of the screen, you'll notice that we have these user settings, and they're in an order that you'd probably use them when you're sewing. The first one is adjustable tension. How often do we have to change our tension? You know, we're working with thicker materials, or we're trying to piece and we're seeing our bobbin on the top. It's so easy to adjust either by using those multi-function knobs. I told you they come in handy another time, or we can touch on screen to change anything we need. Below that, we have our presser foot recommendation. It's labeled number 1 right now. That's our reverse pattern foot. That comes standard with your machine when you purchase the B720. But if I were to use another stitch, the machine is going to recommend what Bernina presser foot I should be using. So convenient, because sometimes I am just not thinking and I need to know what presser foot to be using. But the machine is going to tell me right away. Below that, we have our presser foot pressure. As the name sounds, it's referring to how much pressure is being exerted with each stitch that our presser foot is taking. I like to raise my presser foot pressure when I am working with thicker materials. So I'm sewing with a wool or maybe a really thick fleece. I want to increase my presser foot pressure so that I'm kind of squishing my layers together a little bit. That way my needle can penetrate the fabric really well, and I'm getting a perfect stitch that's in between the layers. Sometimes when I'm working with a finer fabric like a satin or a silk, I actually reduce my presser foot pressure, so make it a little bit lighter. That way the foot's not dragging and causing any puckering or tucks in my seam, because I'm always humbled by a seam ripper, but when I can change the setting on my machine to prevent it, I'm going to do that first and definitely do a test sew. Next, we have our security setting. So it's going to allow us to change and tell the machine what needle we're using. We can use twin needles on this machine up to 4 millimeters in width. Very exciting. There is definitely something for everyone on this machine. The B720 features 680 different stitch combinations. So we have tons and tons and tons of different stitches. So 680 stitches, and that features 11 different buttonholes, and we'll talk about that in just a second. If you're looking for a straightforward machine, you need something with that 5.5 millimeter stitch width to really grab a hold of your fabric. The utilitarian stitches are where you're going to be at, and we have 29 of those stitches. All of those stitches are going to live in your first menu. And it's perfect for anyone, you know, looking for an upgrade that needs more space, that's familiar with these stitches. Now, sometimes I am working on a project and I just do not know what stitch to use, what foot to use, what thread to use even. That's where Creative Consultant comes in handy. That is this dress form icon right here on the bottom of the screen. When I open that up, the machine gives me a bunch of different fabric types. I definitely don't know all these. Bernina already thought of that though by putting in the help function. I can select that, and I know that the coat icon means I'm working with fur. So I can go ahead and select them on screen, and it gives me a bunch of different techniques that I might be using. In this case, I want to put a zipper in on fur. Sounds crazy, but the B720 can actually handle that. When I select that technique though, it's giving me a bunch of different recommendations for what needle to use, what stitch to use, even the thread and presser foot that I should be using. So I can make all those physical changes on the machine. I can rethread, I can put a different needle in. But when I hit this green check mark on screen, it actually will adjust all of my settings on screen to be set up to perform that technique on that type of fabric. I don't have to do anything but tell the machine that that's what I want to sew, and it is ready for me. So in this case, it increased my stitch length, decreased my tension a little bit, and moved the needle over for me because it's recommending that I use the zipper foot number 4, and that does come standard with this machine as well. So you do get a zipper foot when you buy the B720. So perfect for anyone that might be new to sewing and needs a little bit more guidance when they're working with their creative options. Today, I feel like being a garment sewist, though. That's kind of my background by nature. That's how I actually started sewing. My mom taught me when I was younger. And I wish I had a machine like the 720 back then, because I think my skills would have advanced even quicker than before. So one thing that I love as a garment sewist about the B720 is the number of buttonhole options that I have available to me. There's actually an entire menu for them. I'm just going to select the first one there, and it comes default on the screen. But in true Bernina fashion, we have total stitch control, and I can customize the size of my buttonhole right on screen to fit the size of my button. I have a much larger button here than what this is going to create for me. And I have an information menu where I can add some more creative options, including changing the size of my buttonhole. All I need to do is place the button on screen in the center, that yellow dot, use my multi-function knob, either one, doesn't matter, to make the yellow circle just a tad bit bigger than my button. So now it knows exactly the size of my button. When I exit out, it's automatically made that buttonhole longer for me. I don't have to try and measure on my fabric. I don't have to do a test sew. I know that it's going to be perfect every single time. And when I create that buttonhole, it's going to stitch 1,000 stitches per minute. So it can whip out a couple buttonholes very, very quickly. Now, I know that I am not always switching back and forth when I'm doing garment sewing. I'm typically either seaming or hemming or putting on buttonholes all in an exact order. Sometimes we forget. That totally happens. So we do have personal memory on this machine as well. So I'm actually going to save this buttonhole just in case I need to go back to it later. It's probably a good idea that I save that stitch. I can do that right here in my personal memory. I just save it to the machine. I'm going to give it, put it in folder number 1 and hit that green check mark. It's saved and ready for me when I have to go back and create another buttonhole. So I'm going to go ahead and switch back to my seaming. You'll notice on screen that my changes from when I was sewing on that fur have remained. It's called temporary altered stitch memory. So I can switch back and forth between stitches or easily clear it out, but the machine will remember those settings that I was using for the stitch. It's time to go back to my buttonhole. I can retrieve that buttonhole from my machine memory, and it's ready to sew. You'll notice on screen that my presser foot recommendation is suggesting foot number 3A. That's our automatic buttonhole foot. And guess what? That comes with the purchase of the B720. So you will get this foot along with the machine for perfect buttonholes every single time. Today, I might not feel like a garment sewist, and maybe you're not a garment sewist at all, but you are a quilter. This machine can be perfect for you as well because there is a dedicated stitch folder just for the quilter with 32 different types of stitches in it. So here we have the quilting menu full of different types of stitches, including the blanket stitch. Again, I can have total stitch control. I can increase the size of the spines of those, increase the width and length. I can really customize it for whatever I'm doing. my colleague Julie Bridgman actually created a couple of mug rugs for me. I can show you here. She used the blanket stitch here to add a decorative stitch to her binding. So rather than switch up her quilting, where she typically does straight lines with our walking foot, she added a decorative stitch on the binding that really pops against the light colors of the thread, or against light colors of the fabric. So she customized that stitch to fall right on the edge of her binding and stitch over and hold that all in place. Now, I'm all for using decorative stitches in my quilting, so I made a mug rug here with some decorative stitches that are also built into the machine to stitch in the ditch of my mug rug here. So I like using it for my quilting. My coworker likes using it for her binding. It really can be used for any quilter. When I put on the decorative stitching on my quilting, I actually used foot number 20. This is our open toe embroidery foot. So it has a really large spacing right here so that you can see where your stitching is at. And you can make sure that you're stopping at the exact point and realigning when you have to restart your decorative stitching. The foot number 20 also comes with the 720 as well. So you have a ton of different presser feet. You have a ton of different features on the machine, and it's all included for you. So I do want to talk, I can't forget to mention that the B720 is compatible with the Bernina stitch regulator. If you have never used the Bernina stitch regulator, now is the time to get it. This is perfect for any free motion stitching. You lower the feed dog on the machine, you attach this and plug it in the back, and it regulates the sizes of all of your stitches. You can use it with a straight stitch as well as a zigzag stitch. It comes with 3 different soles as well, and it's compatible with a Bernina stitch regulator, and you can add that on when you buy the 720. No software is required for that. It's built into the machine. You just need the accessory to do that. So what else comes with the 720? You get those 5 different presser feet, foot number 1, which I have on the machine now. That's your standard foot that you're going to use for almost every project. Sometimes you need something a little different, like the buttonhole foot number 3A, the zipper foot number 4, and jeans foot number 8. Those also come with the machine, and the open toe embroidery foot number 20. So those are included, as well as that Bernina foot control with a couple different functions, the freehand system, and the large slide-on table. So those are just a couple of things. And now I know that's just going to get you started with the sewing, but if you want to, you can add on embroidery to the 720. It is embroidery capable. You just need the embroidery module. All the software is again on the machine. We love the 720. I love the 720 because it's a plug and play module. So once I attach the module to the machine, I just have to switch over. I don't have to power off the machine, and it's ready to go into embroidery, where I have 80 different motifs and 4 different alphabets. One thing I love, again, so many things I love about this machine, but one thing I really love is that I can use a USB on this machine to transfer my designs. If I purchase something from online, I can download it to a USB and open it right here in embroidery and open that for even more design capabilities. So I have a ton of different motifs within, I'll switch over, within my embroidery menu. This just happens to be a corner design for quilting in the hoop. And I have editing features available to me, resizing, rotating, mirror image, and of course placement tools like absolute check, where I can check the corners of my design and make sure they're in the exact right position. The module does not come with this machine. It is an additional purchase, but I think Blaine will talk a little bit about those additional options. In embroidery, we still have 1,000 stitches per minute, so you're really going to get through all of those sewing projects very quickly. And I think that is the B720 in a nutshell. Blaine, do you have any questions for me or anything?
Well, hey, Megan, I don't have any questions, but you brought up a great point about that embroidery module, and it's got, this is a great combination machine, but normally you have to purchase that embroidery module separately. Guess what? Today I'm throwing it in for absolutely free, which is a $1,200 value.
Everyone needs to buy this then. Okay, it comes with it. It comes with it.
Yeah, it's normally a $1,200 add-on, as you were talking about, and we've got a great SewFest special. We're going to throw that embroidery unit on But that's not all, Megan. It's got so many packed in features. I got to go over it. But Megan, thank you so much for coming on our show and doing such a great job of demoing. And hopefully we'll get to see you again real soon.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
All righty. Bye-bye. All right, guys, I got to tell you a little bit about this. This is the Bernina 720 combination sewing, quilting, and embroidery machine. And normally, like I said, the embroidery unit is a separate purchase of $1,200. We are going to throw it in absolutely free. The normal price on this is $4,999. We are going to beat that price, but you have to call to get that special price. It is a call-in special. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have some 6-month or 60-month 0% interest financing available as well. Gets those payments way down, even under $84 a month. But guys, let me tell you a little bit about some of the great features and specifications on this machine. You know, it has the hook system, that Bernina hook, which, you know, everybody loves that Bernina hook system. The maximum sewing speed is 1,000 stitches per minute. It has that color touchscreen right in the middle of the machine at 4.3 inches. Adjustable pressure foot, you know, you can adjust that. The start-stop button has the maximum stitch width of 5.5 millimeters. And then again, the embroidery module is normally optional. We're throwing it in for absolutely free. That embroidery area you have is huge on this machine. It is a 5.7 inch by 8.3 inch, which is awesome. Has the on-screen editing and you can mirror designs, rotate, you can scale it, you can combine designs. It has the free arm embroidery, position recall on it. The weight of the machine is only 30.9 pounds, and that's without the embroidery unit on it, but it's 30 pounds, so it's very easy to transport and go around with this. So again, guys, there's so many features on this. Go to our website. You can type in Bernina 720. It'll take you right to the product page, or you can just go to smplive.tv. Kyle has that this about Bernina 720 right on that page. You can click on it. It takes you right to the product page. We have live chat agents are standing by that can answer your questions on there. You can read all the specifications, and you can call us at 800-401-8151. But you have to talk to a chat agent, or you have to speak to one of our phone agents to get that show pricing. And again, guys, I'm telling you, oh, Kathy just put a chat up, says that's less than I paid for mine without the embroidery module. It is a great price on this, guys. I promise you, you're not going to find a better deal than this anywhere in the United States. And we have got this, and they are limited. Kyle just gave me an update, and we have 11. Is that what you said?
We only have 6 with modules, 11 just sewing.
Okay, so there's 6 with modules left,
5 with sewing.
and 5 that are just sewing. So right now we basically have 6 left at this deal. So if you want to get on this, jump on it right now to get that 6 that are left with the modules. Those things are flying off the shelves as soon as we announce that. The phones are lighting up. So again, guys, if y'all are interested in that, get on the phone right now and give us a call at 800-401-8151. And guys, thank you so much for Bernina, and thanks so much for Megan Frazee. And we're so happy, or Frazee, I'm sorry, I pronounced her name wrong, Megan Frazee, and for coming on. And it's such a great demonstration. She's always first class and such a good educator. So hope y'all got enlightened by that demonstration and inspired to get a Bernina 720 today. So we got a great price on it. All right, guys, we're moving on along. And hey, we are at our last demonstration of the day. And then we're going to end it with some giveaways. And then we're going to pick our second finalists for that $27,000 dream studio that we're going to give away on Friday. But next up, hey, we have Lou Ann Hester. Lou Ann's the National Education Manager for Cutie, and we are going to talk all about that Ricoh direct-to-garment printer today. Y'all have seen it on our shows before. We've done it quite a few times. This thing, if you have been wanting to get into an Etsy store or doing something, being very creative, this is the machine for you. It does so many cool things. And not only if you just want to have it as just to do things for yourself, there's so many things you can use this for. And Lou Ann's going to show us all about that. So y'all welcome Lou Ann to our show today. Hi, Lou Ann.
Hey, Blaine. What a fun day today.
It has been a fun 2 days. And, you know, we always start out the week, Lou Ann, like, oh, we got a whole week. It's already at the end of day 2, and it is flying by so fast. It's like, I mean, we're going to be talking like this on Friday, and we're going to go, where did the week go?
When you're talking about sewing, it's nothing but fun. So, you know, you can do it day and night and not be tired. You still want more. So it's always fun.
That's true. Well, Luann, we're going to let you get started, and I'll talk to you again in about 25 minutes. We're going to tell everybody how they can get this machine.
Thank you. All right. Hello. So this is the Ricoh printer. I know you've seen us demonstrate this many times on Sewing Machine Plus when they do their videos. So I'm going to show you a little bit something different today that we haven't shown before. But to start with, this is the printer right here. And this down here is the heat set finisher. As you can see, this is very compact. I actually have it on a rolling table that I keep my embroidery threads in. If you wanted to get this to take it to shows or fairs or somewhere you could go to these markets and customize people's projects or products that you're there to sell right there in front of them. I'm going to show you how you can actually take their phone, pull a picture from their phone, and put it on something for them. So this is a great product if you're wanting to do that type of custom stuff. So being this is the printer, these are the inks. And you'll see it looks a lot like your inks for your regular printer you have at home. They're just larger cartridges. And people always ask, well, how many prints am I going to get out of a set of inks? I've had mine ever since day 1 when we started selling these. And that's been, what, a year and a half, and I'm still on the same ink cartridges. And I have done a lot of printing because I do a lot of samples and a lot of testing. There's a window here that lets you know when your inks are getting low. So there's a window with a level beside each color. So my black, my blue, magenta, and yellow. And then there's a waste collector over here that collects all those inks. So you just throw that away. So that makes maintenance of this machine a lot easier than those other expensive machines that you see on the market that print white. It collects the excess inks. And then we're going to actually, once we print this, we're going to bring this down to the printer and heat set it. Being these are transparent water-based inks, it is going to actually go into the fibers of the fabric. So when you're printing, that finish is a very soft feel. Unlike the ones that print white, they print white first and then they print the color on top of that. And that's what gives you that hard, almost boxy feel. This is very soft because these are actually printed into the fibers of the fabric. And then people are like, well, how's it going to wash and wear? Very well. It's completely machine washable, completely machine dryable. We suggest that you wash the garment first, and then when you're going to wash the garment, just turn it inside out and maybe put it on a delicate cycle and wash it. But they are completely machine washable and everything. So to get started, it comes with the software, and I'm going to move the software over and show you some things that you can do, and hopefully, yeah, we'll be able to get this where my lighting doesn't interfere. I always have trouble when I go to put these things in front of the camera. The camera doesn't pick it up. And that's going to happen today too, so that you can actually see what's happening with this software. All right, that's a little better. So hopefully you can see this software. So what I clicked was Easy Designer, and it actually is going to show me here how to set everything up. So I'm going to select the tray, and I'll talk about the trays in a minute. And I'm going to select Portrait or Landscape. So this actually, the software will walk you through how to do this. It's going to show you how to position the t-shirt, whether it's portrait or landscape. And now it wants to know, well, where are you going to go to get this design? And I'm going to pull this from my phone. So I actually have my phone already hooked up. And I'm just going to import from Smart Device using a USB. Start importing. Now it is looking for the pictures that are on my phone. That's why I say if you wanted to take this to a craft fair or a show, you could have people plug their phone in and it will automatically pull their pictures in, and then you can customize their picture, print it right there, and you sold a t-shirt, a sweatshirt, or whatever you're going to put this on. So now I can go through my designs and select the one. So I'm going to select this one. I recently had a milestone anniversary. I'm going to date myself with this. And we're going to bring it in. So there it is. And I can rotate this. And now we can enlarge it. It is that simple and that quick to pull a picture from your phone and get it ready to print. I can send this to the printer now, and it's going to print that picture. I also have ways to trim this. Yes, that's me, that's my husband, and that is our dog Montana, who is really we do have children, but he's our most important child right now. So he had to be in those pictures too. And yes, I did just celebrate that anniversary. But we can go in, rotate, we can trim this, we can crop it. Maybe I don't want all of the table in it. And I want to get rid of some of this up here. So you can crop just like you crop normal pictures and get that exactly the way you want it. And now it's ready to print. And I actually, because I want to show you some more things in the software, so I didn't want to print this one. I'm going to print something else in just a minute. But here's one that I brought up and actually printed it on a piece of fabric. And the quality and the clearness of this is just amazing. So that's how easy it is. It's a plug and play. You plug your phone in, you pull your pictures up, you can do what you want. I can also add lettering and things to this so I could personalize it. So I'm going to go back to the beginning of the software. That was Easy Designer. If I go to Advanced Designer, again, it's going to ask me, what are you printing on? And the printer is going to determine how much ink it needs to put into that. We're going to select our platen, which is the template that we actually put our fabric or t-shirt on. We have a large, and then we have an optional small one if you want to do socks or onesies or small baby things. That small platen will give you the perfect size for that. I was at a football game last year with my grandson, and all of the cheerleaders had socks that had the breast cancer ribbon that had been printed on their socks. It wasn't embroidery, it was printed on their socks. So a great way to get in with those sports that are going on now. So we're going to portrait or landscape. We're going to say okay. And I can now go import an image. I can get my image from my computer, a USB, anywhere. I can do that. I can actually access the camera on the webcam and take a photo. So again, if you're at one of those shows, you can have people stand in front of your computer, snap a picture, and print it for them right there. But we do have some stuff built in. So we do have our artwork. We have black and white artwork, but you can also bring in any picture, and we have these really cute frames. It's a little hard to see on camera, but these are frames. Drawing, you can actually sign your name. Hopefully you can see that on the camera. Sign your name or have a child sign something and print it out. Or you can go to text, and here are our fonts, and we can select our fonts. We can come over here and start typing, and then we can select the colors that we want to use. So there's a lot built in, but you can also go to, like I said, your pictures. I get a lot of graphics off the internet that I do. There's a lot of free graphics that you can bring in, and you can actually bring in 20 different patterns on one canvas here. So I'm going to go back to the top of this. If you use Paint, you can go into those programs. If you use Photoshop, you can go into those programs and get your photos to print. I'm going to go now to load saved data. You know, you do things a lot repetitiously, and you don't want to have to redo it every time. So here is a Halloween. This is just a free graphic I got, and we're going to open that. And I'm actually stitching this landscape, okay? And there I already have it set on landscape. And now we're ready to just print and send it over to the printer. I'm going to move the software back and go back over to the printer and turn my light back on and show you how we actually print. Okay. So the first thing I'm doing is heating up this so that it's getting preheated. And I'm going to take this out. These are called our platens. This is where we're going to open this up. We have a surface here, and we're going to lay whatever we're going to print on the surface. There are registration marks here and here to show us where to put our shirt. Now, here's my shirt. And I have already gone and marked with crosshairs where I wanted to put my design in. There are also crosshairs on the platen, so you can load this. And I had already preloaded this, so let's hope I've loaded the right one and it's going to be landscape. So we're going to set our neckline this way and just line it up with those marks. And it's real easy to see these marks under here and get this placed. And then all this excess is going to go underneath here. And I have done t-shirts, sweatshirts, fabric, all types of different things. So see, all you're going to do is tuck all this excess up under here. And then we're going to pull this back down. And you just want to make sure that you don't have any fabric extending out. We don't want it to get caught when we're in the chamber here printing. So once we get that in there, and you can press down on this. So if you get this in and you still got some bubbles or ripples in your fabric, this actually pushes down and you can get those ripples out. So you don't have to be perfect. It's set up so that you can correct anything. We're going to set this in and we're going to press start and it's going to go in. It's checking the height for printing and now it's doing its printing. So while we're doing that, let me just show you a few things. I've printed on a lot of cotton and polyester. I'm going to show you a lot of samples here. But there's a lot of different fabrics you can print on. This is a very silky type polyester. Here is just a regular heavy fabric that we did. And you'll notice these are not all white fabrics. Even though this printer doesn't print white, we can still print. This is a linen, and you see the same design, so you see if the colors have changed any. This is another type of linen. And this is, I'm not sure what this is, but it's a very heavy fabric, and it's green. And I've also printed, this is a polyester. I printed a yard flag on a polyester, very silky. I've seen printing on swimwear material. So really with the printer, you can really try anything. Just make sure you pre-wash the fabrics first. So if the fabrics are not washable fabrics, I've seen this done on satin too. But if they're not washable, of course, you don't want to put this on it because the inks will not work when you go to wash. Let me change. My earpiece is there. Hopefully my volume's okay. If it's not, let them know. So this is a cotton that I printed just a little child's t-shirt. And then I took a matching pair of shorts that I bought and put the same design on the shorts. All right, so we actually have, it's completed. We're going to open the heater and we're just going to put this down here. There's what it looks like. We're going to put this down here. And in 3.5 minutes, this is going to be done. I have a counter here, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. And then we're going to set it to the other side, and it's going to, what they call flatten it, flatten those inks into the fabric. I actually took and added wording to fabric that I bought. I couldn't find any that had the 4th of July sayings that I wanted, so I made my own fabric. That I like about the printer. Yeah, I can do t-shirts and sweatshirts and customize and make a little extra money if I want to, but I am a quilter and I love being able to customize my own fabric. The other thing I like is to make tea towels this time of the year for gifts. So it's very easy to customize your tea towel. I could put a name down here or the name of a family that I'm giving this to. And this is just a cotton tea towel that I ordered on the internet. And like I said, it doesn't have to be white. Although they're transparent inks, you can print on colors. This is a great way if you want to make extra money to go in and do things with logos for companies. There's a lot of companies out there looking for this. And again, talking about customizing fabrics, you can get your photos. I did this in 2020. It's got the fall here table runner. Customized it down here. And I even printed my own fabric. So these little candy corns, I just needed a little bit of it. I actually just printed that. And then I had my fabric. I didn't have to stop sewing for the day and go buy something. I actually had it here for me. And with the cost of gas nowadays, the more we can keep from having to go do those errands, the better we are. Here's where you can combine the printer with embroidery. A lot of us have embroidery machines. And the happy birthday is embroidered and the balloons were printed. And here's another combination. When I did this for the 4th of July, the wording is printed. You know, when you do embroidery wording and lettering, sometimes those small ones don't come out very well. So printing it was a better option, and then I added the starburst on there, or the fireworks with embroidery. I know summer is about over, but it's always nice to have those quick little summer teas that you can whip up. And we all know Christmas is right around the corner. So here's a sweatshirt that I did. And bags. We love to make bags. We like to customize the bags that we made. So here's a little shower gift I made for the baby with the birthday. And this was printed. Then, of course, the rest of the bag was sewn. But a nice way to make those gifts, to customize. You could do the bag, a onesie, a couple of little shirts, and you'd have a really nice shower gift for that baby. And then again, I talked about making quilts. This is where you can take and do your memory quilts. They're very big. Everybody likes to do memory quilts. And even if you don't want to do memory with photos of people, well, here's another memory quilt. This was a sailboat. And then I went and got a design from the internet and printed my own fabric. So I didn't have to go to a bunch of stores trying to find the exact fabric I wanted. I found it on the internet in a graphics program, printed it, and I have my little small quilt. Okay, so we have this has been heat set. I've got 30 seconds on this side, and then we are going to be complete, and I will take it out and show it to you. Won't take but a few seconds on this. I've shown you most of the stuff that I actually have out, and then we'll take some questions if you have any questions about anything. All right, so this should be done. We're going to open this. Yeah, this gets hot, but it does come with a tray that you can put on top of it so that you don't burn your hands, because the part that actually does get hot is just this right here. But it's not really hot enough that it's going to burn you. You see my hands are on there. So yes, be concerned if you've got children or yourself in there, but it doesn't really get that hot. All right. Unless you do multiples and you're standing here all day, and then you're going to be putting more heat into it. And yes, I have it right. I put it in the correct way. So here is my shirt. I'm ready for Halloween, which is right around the corner. And you see that's been printed. Very quick, very easy. And everybody loves t-shirts. If you're looking, you know, again, to make extra money and you go to these fairs this time of the year, everybody's into t-shirts. So if you have any questions, since I actually showed how to pull in from your phone, something we've not talked about before with our presentations, I'd love to be able to answer your questions if you have any.
Well, hey, Luann, another great demo with the Ricoh, and we're going to show everybody how they can get it and explain the different packages we have. And thank you so much for coming on the show today.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. All right, everybody, you just saw the Ricoh printer, and Luann was talking all about that. Now, guys, what is so great about this? We actually do have 3 different packages that you can purchase on this. The base model price on this is $39.50. That's where they start at, but we do have a show specialist, but they're all call-in specials. So you have to call in to get that special pricing. But what we do is we have what we call the Home Crafter Bundle. Now, the Home Crafter Bundle is the one that normally starts out at $39.50. You're going to get that Ricoh printer. You're going to get the A4 platen. You're going to get all the ink cartridges. You're going to get the 4 different ink cartridges, and then you're going to get the USB. Now, the other way you're going to do it, and this is what we recommend, is it's called the Business Startup Bundle. That's the next level up. And what it does, it's exactly as the standard Home Crafters Bundle, but you're going to get that dryer and finisher that comes with it. And you see it in the picture, the dryer and finisher is underneath the printer. So the printer is sitting on top of it. It is made to go together like that. And that's what we recommend, because what that does, the ink impregnates the fabric, and then that dryer locks it in. So you're never going to have any kind of fading with it. You can wash it as many times as you want, and it basically becomes part of the fabric. And then we have a professional bundle. And the professional bundle is just like the other 2 bundles, except you're going to get 2 platens, and you're going to get double the ink. Now, one of the things I recommend not to do the professional bundle. And I know everybody's like, why would you not do that? Well, the reason we don't recommend it is because the ink lasts so long with this. If you buy the other ink, it may expire before you ever get a chance to use it, and then you're just out that extra money. So what we do is say, look, we would recommend if you wanted to get another platen, get another platen, but don't buy the professional bundle with all that extra ink. Just get it when you need it, because Luann's had hers, I think she said, for 1.5 years now, and she's been printing a lot of things on it, and she's still using the original ink that she loaded in it. So the ink really lasts a long time. You can print hundreds of shirts on this without running out of ink, and that's the great thing about it. But guys, again, the maximum image area on the tray, on that platen that you wrap your shirts and things on, and your fabric, is 11 by 5 by 8. So if you can imagine an 11.5 by 8 sheet of paper. So basically the way this thing is made, you just wrap a t-shirt or whatever you're going to do, you lay it on that platen and get it secured on there, and then you can put it in your printer, and that's what it's going to print on. Now, this only prints black ink. It's black ink. It's not going to print your white ink. So it only prints black ink, and so it's going to print, or colored ink. It's going to print on light colored shirts. So it's not going to print the white ink on it. So you can only print the colored and that ink on in black ink on a light colored shirt. So that way, if you're using white shirts or light colored paisleys and different pastel colors, it's going to print on that. But like a black shirt, it would not print on there. You're not going to be able to see it. And so that's one of the things that it keeps the price down. When you get the ones that print the white ink, the price goes way up on these things. You're talking close to $20,000 for them. So this is a very good printer, very good price point on this. And again, guys, we have 0% interest financing available for you, I think for 36 months. And then again, we have those 3 packages. We'd highly recommend you to give us a call so you can get that special pricing at 800-401-8151. And if you're on the website, you can go to SMPLive.tv. You can click on that Ricoh printer. It'll take you to the product page. We have live chat agents standing by, can answer your questions as well. But again, guys, this is the Ricoh RI100 direct garment printer. And this is one of those really cool things that are on the market right now. And a lot of people are really going to this type of thing, and they're selling shirts and things on Etsy. And one great thing about this too is you can use this with a combination of embroidery and quilting, and you can come up with some really very unique embroidery projects or quilting projects by using this garment printer. So a really good project on this. All right, guys, so guess what? Day 2 is complete, and we made it through it. And we hope that y'all enjoyed today. And we had so many great presenters, so many great products, and another big day of sales. And a lot of y'all took advantage of some of these great pricing. And again, we really appreciate all of our sponsors that stepped up and helped us with this event. And appreciate you sticking around and watching this with us every day. And I got to say a big shout out to Jane and Angela Wolf for coming on and helping me co-host this. But guys, it is time to give some stuff away. And so the first thing we're going to give away, Kyle, is what? What are we giving away first? All right, and this comes from Grace, correct? So 16 pad thread kit. We only have one of these, correct? All right, so y'all ready? Get ready. Kyle's getting ready to spin that wheel. Look for your name. So we're spinning the wheel, and let's see who's going to win that thread kit. Celeste Wall. So congratulations, Celeste. She's watching today from YouTube. So Celeste, just go on to smplive.tv, scroll down to where you claim your prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll handle it from there. Awesome. All right, guys, let's pull up our next item that we're going to give away. It is some quilt blocks, and these are pretty awesome. Everybody knows how these work. Again, Kyle, spin that wheel. There we go, Renee Burgess Bolton. She is watching from Facebook, so congratulations, Renee. And again, Renee, go to smplive.tv, scroll down toward the bottom of the page where you say claim my prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll get your prize to you. All right, Kyle, what are we giving away? Oh, some of our world famous sewing mats. So guys, again, we talk about our sewing mats all the time. If you don't have one of these, you're doing your machine a disservice. Make sure you get one of these. If you don't win one, go ahead and buy one, get your favorite color, get your favorite size, and make sure you have it under your machine. It really helps extend the life on it. But we're going to give one of these away right now. We're going to let you pick your color of 12 and you can pick your size. We have 4 different sizes. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
There we go. Cinda
Gillengerton. So Cinda Gillengerton, watching today from Facebook. Congratulations, Cinda. So Cinda, go to smplive.tv, scroll down till you see claim your prize header. Click on that, or just fill out your information, hit submit, and we'll get the rest of your information and get that out to you. All right, what's next, Kyle?
One more set of quilt blocks.
So another set of quilt blocks. So spin that wheel. Laura DeAlt. So Laura, congratulations. Laura's watching today from YouTube. So Laura, to go to smplive.tv and scroll down to where you see where you claim your prize, fill out the information, hit submit, and we'll handle it from there. So congratulations, Laura. All right, what's up next, Kyle?
We got a
Wow.
PE800.
So a Brother PE800 embroidery machine. Guys, this is about $1,000 machine right here. And so one lucky viewer is going to win that. So Kyle, spin that wheel.
Here we go. Oh, nope.
Put it again.
Sorry.
So our nude HD spammer,
Naked Man.
Naked Man.
Yeah.
Naked Man can't win, guys.
No, he cannot.
So just to let y'all know, we have been trying to monitor that, and they keep changing their names and coming on. So, but look at that, we got a winner, Kimberly Landon Jones. So congratulations, Kimberly. She's watching today from Facebook. You are our winner of that PE 800 from Brother, and what a great embroidery machine that is. And so Kimberly, congratulations on that. So guys, next up, that's all the giveaways we got. But what we're going to do now is we're going to draw for our second finalists for the $27,000 grand prize on Friday, the Dream Studio giveaway. So Monday, our winner, our finalist was Wendy Shimbori, wasn't it? Shimbori. So Wendy Shimbori was our finalist for the Dream Studio on yesterday. So we're going to draw a winner today from everybody who was on the show today. He has a great chance to get in here. Now, y'all look at that Dream Studio. You're going to see now why this thing is worth $27,000. You're getting all that stuff you see on there. I mean, look at that. You're getting the Pockets little animal. You're getting the software bundle. You're getting the Jazz 2 with the trolley. You're getting that Dixie table, the hydraulic chair. You're getting the Capri from Handy Quilter. You're getting the Cutie. That Capri is actually a sit-down, great 18-inch quilting machine. And then you're getting the Cutie 15 Pro with the Queen frame long arm machine. You're getting the quilt block. You're getting 100 spools of thread. So a great Dream Studio worth $27,000. And so guys, we are going to draw a winner, and you will be our second finalist. So everybody ready? Kyle?
Here we go.
Spin that wheel.
Miss Zena W. Zena W.
Zena. So Miss Zena W. So Miss Zena, she is watching from YouTube. So congratulations. You are a finalist for the $27,000 Dream Studio giveaway. And so that's pretty awesome. So right now we got 2 finalists. And so guys, we will pick a 3rd finalist tomorrow afternoon after the show. And guys, we thank y'all so much for joining in. And we hope that you're enjoying what you're seeing and all the content and all the great pricing. And again, guys, our call center is going to stay open till 6 p.m. tonight. So you can still make those phone calls and order product until then. And then tomorrow will be opened up again in the morning at 6 a.m. Pacific time, Pacific time will be open all the way till 6 p.m. tomorrow night Pacific time. And you'll have all that time to get your orders in. So if you miss it tonight, you can call first thing in the morning. We will go on air tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. The live stream will start. I'm going to come on at just about probably 8:10. I'll come on and I'll have Angela Wolf and Jane Klaus here with me. We'll talk a little bit about and do a little recap, talk about some things. And then we are going to start the show off approximately at 8:30 for our first presenter. And it'll be an action-packed day again, full day. And so I hope you are having fun. And again, guys, we hope you have a good rest of your night, and we will see you first thing in the morning. Bye-bye.